I spent some time recently nerding through literally every part of Adobe After Effects. Set out on a mission, happily obsessed, married with After Effects user guide, few books, articles, courses, YouTube guides and projects later, spending more than 500 hours of research with over 150 pages of notes and scripting, I was finally ready. Just to spend the same amount of hours putting together this complete guide, a cheat code I wish I had when first starting out, on how to navigate in After Effects. Hopefully saving that same amount of research hour for you. Whether you're a complete beginner, feel a bit lost, frustrated, or just need a total refresher on where everything is hidden, how to use it, and why. This full video course is for you. For a very basic understanding of the program structure before digging into your first smaller projects, Part 1, Basic Navigation in After Effects, should most likely have your back, giving you a quick overview. However, if you feel like something is missing, want to avoid all those how-to searches, or just want to be guided all the way through the After Effects rabbit hole, navigating and understanding every aspect of the program like a pro, stay for Part 2, in-depth navigation in After Effects as well, covering every single detail in the most effective and easy to understand way possible, navigating the whole interface and its connected hidden depths. At the same time, going through how to create butter smooth animations with both shapes and text, the graph editor, working in 2D using AI for content aware fill, exploring 3D space with a full understanding of the camera and light, explaining complex topics with animations and visuals, complete tracking course, essential graphics, Roto brush, animating with the puppet pin tool, using lumetri scopes for color correction and grading, dragging on the VR glasses, getting into virtual reality environment, while rounding it all off with some favorite keyboard shortcuts for all parts to navigate even faster, plus so much more. Feel free to jump around between the different parts and sections shown in the timestamps via the description down below. Wanting to throw in the towel many times, I finally hope you will enjoy and get an overflow of value from this course by avoiding or at least minimizing a long and sometimes painful learning curve. So, get yourself a coffee or tea if you haven't already, and let's dig into it. Part 1, Basic Navigation in After Effects. When first firing up After Effects, we land at this start page, giving us the option to either reopen a recent project if having one already, or we can start a blank new one. Hitting that new project button, this is what it looked like, but for the sake of this tutorial I will open just a recent one. There are currently 5 visual main windows or panels, plus the top menu, that make up the whole interface in After Effects. Right now, we're viewing the default workspace as a bit of combination of everything you see within this space. The area in the middle here is called Composition. Furthest down, we got the timeline. To the very left, the project panel. And to the very right, few different useful tabs or groups of panels. And a very handy toolbar at the top. Then at the very top, you got the top menu. And whenever you're clicking on a window panel, it becomes active, indicated by this blue frame around it. Now, to make things just a little bit easier and to be able to actually use and remember all this knowledge providing throughout the video, and especially for Part 2 as well, the more comprehensive part, I created a type of animated visual memory image that we can attach all the sections within the interface. Imagine the composition as a big screen and reflection of what you're doing or creating in the timeline using layers, like a large adjustable screen connected to your timeline canvas painting, then showcasing your creation while using the project panel as a kind of shelf filled with all your stunning footage. The group panels as your lovely assistant, and the very handy toolbar with anything else necessary to help compose or construct the project. Use the composition to view and combine elements from different type of sources as one image, just making it appear as it's actually part of the same whole scene, either down in the timeline or directly adjusting the layers, like moving its position or scaling it up and down inside the composition, while accessing a few useful different options down here at the very bottom. But for now, as a start, it should probably be enough to know about the zoom, where fit is a useful one. We got the resolution, which is kind of wise to lower in those bigger projects when you got several layers or when using high resolution footage to just not overload your computer and keeping everything running butter smooth. Rest we save for later down the line in part 2. The structure or basic pillar, if you will, of all creation in After Effects happens within the timeline, where the magic of your footage, your shapes, the text, and anything else in the form of layers come together. It's where the creative work or painting happens, if you will, while you can see the effect of it and also be able to kind of fine-tune it a little bit directly within the composition, like a big canvas or as a combination of many different ones. In After Effects, these layers function as building blocks for everything you want to create while viewing and adjusting their timing on the very right. If something is missing in the timeline or you perhaps want to hide something, these 4 small icons to the bottom left let you toggle or change the visibility for the different columns. It's also reached by right-clicking up in this field, the columns, to each layer having several type of options or properties attached to it whenever we pressing this little arrow here on the very left. These 5 standard transform properties are likely the ones you will be using the very most in After Effects whenever you are creating any type of animation, or with other words, change over time. As the animation is such a large part within After Effects, I will quickly go through the very basic of keyframes here within the timeline. Then in part 2 I will explain everything within full details. But keyframes decide where a layer or that which is attached to a layer is moving from one point in space and time to another point in space and time. Basically, seeing this stopwatch beside a property, that means that you can animate it over time. And moving forward to 1 second and pressing the stopwatch here, this is where the text layer called navigating will be at 1 second. If we then go back to 0 seconds again and drag up the text by just clicking, holding and dragging it upwards, we automatically create a new keyframe by moving the layer or position property of it. Either you adjust it directly down here in the properties section or directly within the composition. We can press spacebar for a playback and you will see it move into frame from point A to point B in 1 second time. A frame means a single image in a sequence of pictures, which lined up together creates the basic movement and video. Then drag the keyframe a little bit further in to the left, and the animation goes faster and vice versa if we drag it a bit more to the very right. This was the most basic linear movement within After Effects using keyframes, but should give you quite a good start at least. But further down the line, we'll be digging into easing, for example, with just slower starts and slower stops, creating a bit more realistic and natural type of movement. We'll also be digging into the graph editor, which let us create almost an endless amount of different varieties or different variations of movements. Really nice. But let's breathe a little bit here for now. Moving on to toggle the layer's visibility, hiding and showing it with this eye icon to the left. Solo it as the only layer visible, or we can also lock it so it's not movable at all, and plenty of other options. I will try to keep it as concise as possible here in part 1 to hopefully not create a way too overwhelming feeling here, but should give you just enough to get started. Now on the right side of the timeline you have the current time indicator or playhead that dictates what time you are currently positioned at and is reflected in the composition above. The whole time span here is currently set to 1 minute and is the whole length of the current composition. Each layer consists of a certain time span, which the length or width of the boxes represent. As you can see at the top, where the seconds and sometimes even down to single frames represent. For example, the very first text layer here will last for 10 seconds. If or whenever you want to see a layer for a longer or shorter time, you may drag either the beginning or end of it to be able to adjust it. The layers work in hierarchical order, so the layer stacked at the top will be the first visible to the ones below. But speaking about the layers render order as the very process of exporting or processing your project into a final video or image sequence, the layers will be prioritized or first rendered from the very bottom to the top. At this moment, all layers end before the next begins, except for the 3 layers at the very top. But if we duplicate the first layer called navigating, going to edit and pressing duplicate, and then turning this one into red, it's always the one at the top showing when we change the order. And if you ever need to select 2 or more layers, just hold down Command or Control at the same time and just press and drag the mouse cursor to be able to move them around. A few more quick things that's good to know about here in the timeline are the zoom down here. So we can just drag it to the right to zoom in and to the left if we want to zoom out. The work area, which is the space within this highlighted area, and adjusted by dragging in the ends and moving it around. Really handy or quite necessary whenever you're working within a project, and especially in those larger projects or larger timelines when you have loads of different type of layers stacked up, because your computer needs to process or cache using your computer RAM every time you want to preview this section or duration within a timeline. So the workspace just lets you do this in smaller sequences, in smaller steps instead, which is a lot more efficient. Finally, having the valuable search bar here at the top and giving you the option to search for and filter pretty much anything, such as a specific layer, an animation, or a property attached to a different type of layer. Then the project panel is the home to or collection of all your assets to include in the project, adding all your footage, audio, and other necessities over here. And you can just drag and drop it directly from your computer folders. To save time and always make sure that I'm using high quality footage, sound effects, music, both for this project and for any other project, check out what I'm using via the link in the description down below. We may also add footage by right-clicking and choosing Import. Then, for example, File and Open. I like to keep this just as tidy and organized as possible. It just makes it so much easier and faster to be able to navigate around, and especially just saves a lot of headache as well. Then just name everything appropriate and color code them if needed. The project panel also has this great search function, making it quick and easy to find pretty much anything, just as within the timeline. Imagine that you're collecting your different colors for building or painting the creative canvas project here before adding them to the very timeline. For the group panels, you will keep all other panels as components to be able to see information about a layer. You can make specific adjustments, a little bit depending on which panel is in actual use, or you might spice it up whenever reaching for your very lovely effects and presets. So see this window as your several handy assistants. But unfortunately, or perhaps luckily, you still need to control them and get assistance from them one at a time. It's quite basic right now in the default window, but if changing the workspace to, for example, all panels, you will often have more than needed. I'll keep it on for the sake of this very course, but sometimes less is more, and it just keeps you from getting tangled up trying to find all those tabs you thought of coming back to later. Then we have the tool panel, which is the last direct visual window and has some helpful properties you easily access to help create, change, animate, navigate, and more inside the very composition and timeline. Each tool icon having this little mark down in the right corner has a bit more hidden variations to it, and you can just press and hold over it to be able to see the rest of all the options. This last part completes our very staging of presenting the main interface and suitably also introducing Disney's 12 principles of animation, intended to create more realistic, engaging and lifelike animations, being the first one, but more correctly, third principle of animation, staging, ensuring clear presentation of an idea, focusing on what is important in the scene, like when working with blur and focus. The other 11 valuable principles will be included throughout the whole video and just completing all the missing puzzle pieces within part 2. Overall, in the interface, you can access different pre-made workspaces or layouts, and a little bit depending on your needs and preferences. But you may access several different ones here at the very top. Just press these 2 arrows and you'll be able to see even more, plus options on how you want to arrange them in edit workspaces. Don't like any of the pre-made ones? Just create your own personal layout. For example, dragging out the panels to your liking in the corners, or moving a whole panel just to a completely new place. Go into Window, Workspace, save as New Workspace. And just deciding you don't want it anymore, just head back to Edit Workspace and press the Delete. The search field on the very top right gives you direct access to the support at helpxadobe.com, just giving you valuable direct access to support, communities, learn and product information. A good place to start whenever feeling a bit lost or overwhelmed whenever you're navigating around in After Effects. Hopefully you shouldn't though after seeing this whole full video, but if so, you go to the Help panel. And it's also recommended to just have a quick look at Adobe's Learn After Effects tutorials to just get help on specific topics, either in-app or online. The top menu is just like a bunch of drawers with different hidden goodies. A multitude of different things can be found up there and just help you elevate different settings or help you with a lot of stuffs within a project. We just need to learn sometimes how to be able to navigate and look within this kind of organized chaos, if you will. Like the search field before, you might want to check out the After Effects help and user guide, where I spent much of my time recently, or check out the online user forums for friendly, hopefully, support. YouTube can of course also be a great alternative in some cases, and if something missing in the workspace, you likely find it under the window menu. And if it's not already marked, just press what's missing and it pops up as a new panel. In the view menu, you can apply or adjust different options depending on which layer or window you're highlighting or marking. For example, marking the project panel, everything will be grayed out at the moment, but whenever highlighting the timeline panel instead, you will have several different alternatives. It goes all the way down to layer and dimensions. And for example, when you're working in 2D, as here for the text layer, as soon as changing the layer to 3D, just ticking this little box here, you suddenly have a few more choices. Overall, some valuable things here are the show rulers to just help create a little bit of symmetry or line up text and shapes. The zoom in and out in the composition and the resolution. Quickly access the same options down here in the composition. You get the zoom, resolution and rulers. Very handy. With the animation menu, many options are tied to and available a little bit depending on what layer you are highlighting or using and what you want to accomplish with it. A lot of them are also found under each layer in the timeline panel or just under specific panels in the very grouped panel window on the right. Then a tip here is to use the Save Animation preset. This one is especially useful whenever you are creating animations that you might think that you're going to repeat in the very future. Very nice. And this could be anything from color grading to a specific type of movement in the animation. But all of that is coming up a little bit later on down in part 2. Then in the effect menu, you will find all applicable effects for your footage and layers, which also may be found over here in the group panel window if selected as visible. Depending on your preference, first mark the layer you want to apply the effect to, while in the effect panel either just double click, applying it to the layer, or you can just drag and drop it over in the timeline or in the composition. Moving on to the layer menu, most of the drop-down applications or add-ons is specifically tied to a certain layer here as well. So depending on what layer you're having selected, you might have a few variations on what is applicable and what is actually grayed out. And most of these you also find when you're right-clicking on a layer. And a useful feature or option here is the pre-compose. This just letting us group layers together or nesting them as one. And both handy for keeping the timeline a bit more tidy, while also giving you a few more alternatives to be able to animate a combination of layers at the very same time, or in other ways that are either really hard or sometimes even impossible to do with single-handed layers. The composition menu is quite an important one to know about in After Effects, since we find a few main components over here. For example, you dictate your resolution and the FPS or frames per second in the composition settings, either with presets or custom made, changing the frame rate and also the duration of your whole composition, as well as the background color you prefer working within the composition. And another option to know about, and perhaps more importantly that actually someone else outside of your very After Effects file know about your project, is the Add to Render Queue, which just lets you render or export your finished project into usable computer files. Some alternatives to choose from, like the render settings. We have the output model for changing the format, and it really boils down to, or it's dependent on your needs and preferences between how you want to balance out the file size versus the quality. As a really high quality footage may look super great, but it might also be the actual only file that you can fit on your computer, so you need to make that adjustment depending on the needs and preferences. Lastly here, whereabout we want that output to go to, what actual computer folder we're adding that finished file to. Under the edit menu, there are many useful things here in the very top half, and if you're serious about learning After Effects and be able to navigate a lot faster, it's very good to at least learn the basic keyboard shortcuts. But if you want to learn the basics and a lot more as well of the ones I think are the best, then that will come up in the very end of the video in part 2. But overall, check out the keyboard shortcuts if you want to just speed up the workflow in your projects and just work a lot easier. Just making animation and edit process smoother and more enjoyable as well. As I said, it's something we also go a bit more in depth at the end of part 2. Another useful tip, if you ever experience any type of problems concerning, for example, After Effects performance issues, the so-called purge is a very good option or bucket for this one. Just cleaning up and throwing up that cache and old memory. Just preferably after finishing that late night project. The file menu is quite a must to know about, since having many of the base functions over here. Anything from creating new projects to be able to actually save them. And yes, that's a very good habit to remember to save on a regular basis. At times you may be lucky and that autosave will have your back, but when it doesn't and you just lost a few of those hard-working hours, perhaps smash that Control or Command S a few more times than not, and backups. always use backups. We find the import function here for your footage and export, similar to under the composition drop-down, but with some extra type of options. Lastly, having the very After Effects menu, where you find the valuable settings and preferences. A list of 20 different subcategories, tweakable or adjustable as you like. The default ones will normally be good enough when you're starting out in the program, but if you need to do a few adjustments or changes to any settings, at least you know where to find them. Even though After Effects might seem a little bit complicated or almost scary when first introduced to it, if you're still with me and have gone this far, well done. By now you should have a basic understanding of how to navigate to at least get started. But this is really just like thinking about dipping your toes within the actual potential of After Effects. There's just so much more to bathe in. And in the rest of the video I will fully head down the After Effects rabbit hole and just explain and explore every single part of it. But say that you want to take a little break here and start creating a few smaller animations by learn by doing and come back for more just a little bit later. In that case, I've created 15 beginner YouTube tutorials just covering all the Adobe Express animation presets, which can be found here in the grouped panel, just to get to know and learn a little bit more of the basics with this 15 different preset effects. Some are a little bit fast-paced, but you can find all those going into my profile. Just remember to save this video first and come back for it a bit later on. Whenever you're getting stuck in your projects, feeling a little bit pain perhaps, or just being ready for more. Part 2. In-depth navigation in After Effects. Now, whether you've been here since the very start, just back for some practical tutorials, or just a coffee and stretch, if you're planning on going hardcore and binge watching the whole next part, it's going to be a challenging but very well rewarding process. The next part will explore and explain every single detail of how to navigate in After Effects. And if you're serious about learning and have what it takes, make sure to let me know if you make it through. Heading back to our composition panel, currently in this project, we're working with one composition consisting of these layers within the timeline. And another way to get an overview of these layers is through a so-called flowchart. When pressing these 3 bars to the right of the composition tab, hit the little plus at the top and you will see this flowing chart representing the layers' connections from the main composition. At this point, and in any other basic type of project, is probably not something I would use way too much, but whenever you're in those projects with just a massive tree with stacked compositions, then it can be really nice to just get a quick overview of the whole connections within the actual project. For example, if creating a new composition with the text layers, drag over them to mark them all and go up to layer, then pre-compose. Let's type in text layer comp and OK. Now watching those 3 layers just merged or combined into one new composition, and if pressing the little plus again, you will now see the new connections. By double clicking any of the layers in the new comp, that one will become visible. And to navigate just a lot faster between all the different compositions, you can use the composition mini flowchart. It's possible to find it with one click here in the top of the timeline, while both this one and the former one may also be found in the very top menu under composition. Just giving a quick overview and the possibility to toggle or change between your compositions. So quite nice. It's even possible to reach it by pressing here on the small arrows, and also change comp by pressing on the different tabs, both up here and down in the timeline. Then a few different choices to adjust whenever we're smashing these 3 bars to the right, and just a little bit depending on your preferences. Finally, if we head back to the flowchart, additionally having some adjustment by clicking these bars over here or down here in the very left corner. Now, after having a small taste of what to come, this part will be a complete deep dive within the composition, on how to navigate within the composition, what every parts of it mean, how to use them, and why. While the next upcoming sections will be diving into more about how to navigate and all those stuff, but also looking in a little bit to different type of animations. We'll be doing footage adjustments, a little bit about tracking, and of course so much more. So let's add this as the very first part of our visual memory, representing the flowchart in the composition section using the screen and video camera shining onto it. As soon as any major part is completed, we attach its representing image or icon to our visual memory image. As mentioned before, we have the composition zoom down to the very left, followed by a resolution option connected only to the preview. Either we can use the auto from full down to quarter, or just any type of custom setting if you want to go even lower than this. To the right of the resolution button, we have a small icon with a framed lighting bolt. What you choose here is more or less determined by your preferences and a little bit about the computer power and also the complexity of the project. If you have no problems at all with your playback and it just runs butter smooth, by all means just keep it at off, the final quality. However though, as it perhaps starts to slow down a bit, making a bit noise, well, it might be kind of recommended to move over to the adaptive resolution instead. And this will lower the preview quality but increases the performance as well. Then to adjust this a bit more in detail, head over to the fast previews preferences. Here you can change the adaptive resolution limit. If that's still not enough and neither changing your project or your actual computer is possible, then you have one last alternative, and that is to choose the wireframe. And this kind of outlined layer previews will appear. But perhaps as that little bit of last backup for those killer projects or killer compositions. I want to keep the composition with the text layers separate for later, but also have the 3 text layers separate in the actual main comp. So let's double click the text layer comp to open it, mark them all. We go up to edit, copy, then just paste them into the main comp. We can hide the visibility for the text layer comp for now on this eye icon. Next icon, called the toggle transparency grid, will give you the option to show or hide everything transparent in the composition, seeing now that only the actual text is solid and the background will be transparent. And many formats, especially if you render inside Adobe Media Encoder instead of the actual render queue, will have as a default normally that it will render your background as black and not as an actual alpha. So instead, just make sure that you either actually render with alpha, or if you want something other than an actual black background, make sure to add a solid background first. Name it and change color of it afterwards. And then just move it to the very bottom of the timeline. Moving on to the toggle mask and shape path visibility. If we create a mask, for example by marking the layer, then use the rectangle tool for this and to be able to just create a mask around it. A mask in its very basic form is a tool that helps you animate, change, or just show certain parts of an text, object, footage, or different type of just layer attributes or effects. And another use is with shape paths. So unmark all layers, use the pen tool and just click, hold and drag to create this line as a new shape layer, of which you can also be able to toggle the visibility on. And as a nice little side quest with the shape path, we can use the shape path to create any type of motion path. We're just letting us animate any type of object or text or whatever we want to use to attach to that path, and it will follow along with it. Very nice. So to do that, let's press the little arrow on the shape layer, go into Contents, Shape 1, Path 1, and then just mark Path property. Go up to Edit and choose Copy. Then we're heading over to the text layer, smash that little arrow again, go to Transform, mark the position property, then up again to the Edit and Paste. And now you have this little nice small text animation along a path. However, though, I will show another way as well to this one coming up in the next timeline in-depth part, just making it a little bit more smooth with a few more options to it, so worth checking out. The next little icon, this frame box, gives you the ability to show only a certain region of interest. So mark it, then just press and drag over the area that you want to showcase. You can toggle the visibility as well, on and off, and if you want to reset it, just hold the Alt key if you're on a PC or Option key if you're on a Mac. It's a useful tool when you're in those a little bit more complex and very detailed type of composition and you just want to showcase or work within a small region of the composition, and it just saves you a lot of render time and power and just make things a little bit more efficient and easier, faster. The last icon here as a somewhat target looking rectangle, if you will, providing us with a few very handy type of grids and guide options. Top one, it's the title action safe, ensures that important visual elements and text in projects are just visible and not cut off when they're being displayed on different type of screens. So keep everything important inside the outer box, the action safe, and all titles and different text inside that inner box, the so-called title safe. And a quick way to directly toggle it on and off is to, again, hold the Alt key on PC or Option key on Mac, and then just press the icon. The proportional grid, it's just a valuable tool for creating symmetry and measuring out where to place any type of footage, object, and text or whatever you have to each other. The grid can be adjusted under Preferences, Grids and Guides. For example, we can choose to change it to the rule of thirds, or perhaps guide of thirds, if you will, by giving it 3 horizontal lines and 3 vertical ones. Maybe even change the color of it if we like, which also will change the actual color of our very next tool, the grid. It follows quite a similar purpose as the proportional grid, but just with a few different type of alternatives and placements. And heading back into the preference again for the grids and guides, just viewing that the grid line is placed in regards to the pixels in the composition. So anywhere from 1 all the way up to 1000. And choosing a style between the dots, we got the dashed lines and just lines if that's what we want. The same amount you may apply to the subdivisions, the lines inside this each outer grid line or square. The rulers are valuable to measure both horizontally and vertically, and have these small blue lines following the movement of the mouse cursor, giving some extra navigation aid. Hovering or drifting over the rulers, you will see this double arrow mark popping up, which enables the guides by just pressing and dragging either downward from here, horizontally, or to the right from the vertical rulers. They are great to literally line up anything inside After Effects, and can even be adjusted precisely by right-clicking on them and choosing any pixel value within the composition. Then to hide them, just drag them out or click the guides property. The last one, 3D reference access, is only available for 3D layers. Make one of the layers 3D, ticking this little 3D box down in the timeline, getting this visual icon down here to the left, showing you some visual guides on how 3D layers move with the Y, X, and Z values, which could be handy the very first time working with 3D. All 3D layers can be controlled by this so-called transform gizmo in the middle. So let's orbit or rotate and open the transform properties to see the changes in the layer. The Y or vertical is represented and controlled using the green color. The arrow in the top or auto gizmo lets us change the position up or down along the Y-axis, while dragging viewing a valuable window for the current X, Y and Z positions, plus another window for how many pixels it's been moved. If pressing on the green box icon just underneath where the lines connect, we scale up or down for only Y, shown both in a window as a multiplier and in a percentage one. It's also possible to orient or spin it on the bottom circle, changing the Y rotation, giving us a window to see the rotation as a degree meter. The Y rotation can be understood as the gizmo is being attached to a vertical Y pole and spinning or rotating around it. An important thing to know here is that we're currently controlling the spinning orientation, while if we go to press the icon for the rotation tool in the toolbar, toggling this 3D turning or spinning between the current orientation and rotation. The thing here with the orientation is that it won't let us do more than 360 degrees in a spinning circle in either direction. So here we need to use the rotation property to actually go above 360 degrees in any type of direction, and thus using the Y rotation's revolutions value as a whole 360 turn in the transform properties, but not the actual transform gizmo. Here you might want to use the orientation property for a bit more natural type of movement, and then go over to the rotation property every time you want a bit more precise control over the movement or actually go above the 360 degree mark. Manipulate X or horizontal movement with the red color, outer arrow for position, the red box inside for scaling horizontally only, or rotate around the X-axis. Lastly, set is the depth as in closer to the screen or further into it, while going into the negative, or minus for the position, and vice versa, pushing it further back. Lastly, we might rotate the Z as well, making it spin around the Z axis. You can think of this like just having an axis pointing straight against you and then rotating around this type of axis. And instead, if you do an X rotation, the axis will be pointing horizontally and spinning or rotating around in this direction instead. Then in the very middle, all positions can be changed at the same time. This was the universal transform gizmo, but if you want to do more specific movements, for example just the position, then we're able to change to a position gizmo in the toolbar. Same arrow movement, but instead of scaling and rotation, this is replaced with a combination of position changes, using either X, Y, YZ or XZ at the same time. Scale gizmo will only have the outer boxes to scale on for each individual dimension, while changing the double position combinations against scaling now instead. Finally, a simple rotation gizmo is for rotation only. And luckily, all three individual gizmos can still move the position in the very middle. So let's go back to the universal, and with the icons here on the left, currently we're in the local axis mode, meaning the transform gizmo will always be attached to each individual layer. For example, by adjusting this layer a bit compared to the other layer, seeing the gizmo turn together with the layer, or being anchored to it. If changing to the mode and icon beside, world axis mode, the gizmos won't longer be connected to the local layer, but instead to the composition. Always maintaining the same position even if we adjust the layers. Although if we're rotating the camera around, we will see the gizmo from different type of angles. Sometimes it can be easier to work in this one, since X, Y and Z will always stay and be controlled in the same direction, while as with the layer or local axis mode can give really good control, but perhaps it can be a little bit confusing in the beginning when the camera or layer is rotating around. The last mode, view axis mode, functions similar to the last one, world axis, but instead of rotating along when changing the camera view, it's more static and more or less keeping the same front view, no matter if the camera or movement of the layers are changed. Let's jump over to the Show Channel and the Color Management settings, which is this triangle looking icon made up of 3 circles, red, green and blue, RGB, and it's a basic additive color model that After Effects is using, meaning that these 3 colors can be used and mixed to create a variety of different colors. Now maybe I would take a snapshot of this video frame and add it to the composition. Right now everything is shown in RGB, but having the option to showcase all colors individually in the composition, from only red, green and blue. The brightest parts of the image within each channel contain the most of that specific color, and the darkest parts the least. Something that might be valuable to toggle between if you are compositing, or with other words that you are combining or constructing 2 different images or backgrounds or even more together as one part or one piece. We then got the alpha channel, which either by showing something in white or black indicates layers or footage opacity or transparency. Anything see-through or transparent becomes black, and solid it becomes white. This will be even clearer if I go back to RGB again, create a rough mask around myself, go into mask, mask options, then drag up the mask feather. And this basically means that the alpha or transparency is gradually blending and increasing more smoothly from edges of the mask. If I swap the channel to alpha again, the gradual alpha transparency is obvious from straight lines at feather 0 with everything inside my mask solid and thus white, while everything outside is transparent and thus black in the alpha channel. Then if raising the feather, we see the alpha gradually blend and smoothen out in all directions. The RGB straight channel, as the name suggests in a nutshell, is only showing or rendering the actual RGB colors and not blended with the black background alpha. This is for example useful when you need exact color values and you don't want any influence from the transparency or the background here, or help avoid color fringing or artifacts, a type of outline or unwanted coloring that sometimes occur with pre-multiplied images, especially around the edges or semi-transparent areas. Pre-multiplied images mean that they're already blended with the background and include transparency as an alpha channel. Moving on to use display color management, which in my case will be grayed out if not first turned on. So go to the very bottom here in the drop-down menu and choose Set Project Working Space. There you have the working color space. As a default, I choose to normally have mine on none here, but when times needed, having this broad list of options, and for the sake of showing, let us hit that Apple RGB and OK. Now given the choice to toggle this on and off, you might also hold the Alt key on PC again or Option key on Mac and press the icon to toggle the alpha layer on and off. The next 3 parts here will be a little bit less complicated, so perhaps we can bring in a little bit more fresh air. You have an adjuster for the composition exposure. Drag it to the left and you will lower the preview exposure, while drag it to the right will opposite raise it. Quickly reset it by just pressing the exposure icon here to the left of it. Really handy when you're working with really bright or really dark footage, as you can temporarily raise or lower the bar for the exposure, but not affecting the final output. Going back to showing our text layer, the camera next to it helps you take snapshots or save the current image frame. Let's then move the text layer to the top, and if we now press the icon to the right of it to show snapshot, we may quickly change between the 2 positions and compare their position or any other change. If you then instead hold Alt or Option while pressing and holding the icon, watching both the snapshot and the new position or change at the same time. One more icon to the right, we got what's called preview time, indicating at what time the current time indicator is pointing at in the timeline. You can also click on it to go to a specific time by writing the numbers and then hit OK. In the bottom right half of the composition, all options are more or less specifically tied to 3D work. Let us enter the layer, just double click it, go into composition and composition settings, head over to the 3D renderer tab and change the renderer from classic 3D to cinema 4D and press OK. Now to make the layers 3D as well, press and drag over the 3 cubic boxes to enable it. And perhaps the text a little bit as well if needed. And this is a time when the proportional grid comes in very handy to center it. So I will just press the arrow icon here on the left side of the layer, go to geometry options and change the extrusion depth to 100. To also apply it to the others, mark extrusion depth and edit, copy and mark the other 2 layers, then edit and paste. This is a 3D text layer in its very basic form, but pretty much the sky is the limit here. First up, we got the Draft 3D. If not enabled already and you actually have a layer in 3D, first head to Preferences, Display. Making sure that the Hardware Accelerate Composition, Layer and Footage panels are marked and turned on. And also that your computer is actually meeting the minimum requirement. Sometimes it could work below this, but yeah, it might be a struggle. The Draft 3D options give you this field of view to visually help orientate in 3D space. A really helpful tool to navigate a lot easier and faster within the composition. That horizontal field of lines or stretches is called 3D ground plane and can be switched on and off on the icon here. Beside that one is the extended viewer, giving this endless spacey depth of field outside the main composition. Options to quickly choose between Classic 3D, Advanced 3D and Cinema 4D. Going into the Classic 3D first. At the bottom, accessing the render options. Here it's possible to change the shadow map resolution. As a default, you have the comp size, but can be lowered to 250 or raised way up to 4000. If for some reason you would like to adjust it just to see the difference. Let's quickly turn on and adjust the length of the light and the shape layer in the timeline. First in Classic 3D using a spotlight. And let's go into render options, viewing the difference between the lowest 250 quality versus the 4000. With Advanced 3D, we need to use the environment light to cast shadows. And we're changing this here. This gives a bit different type of shadow, and to be able to see it better or closer to the text, just move the depth or set position a bit with the shape layer. Possibly adjust the settings from render quality 300 and smoothness 32 all the way down to 1. Resolution up to double 128 megabytes, memory full 16 megabyte and down to half 2 megabyte. Finally, with Cinema 4D, you can adjust the render options depending on the complexity of your scene. From the very lowest draft quality of 1 with the highest speedo up to the highest extreme quality of 99 for those highly reflective or layered opacity scenes. In this scene, you won't see that much of a difference, but as the complexity rises, most so often should also the quality settings be raised. It's recommended to use draft for previews and typically somewhere in there between for the final renders. And whenever you're having those really killer projects with high opacity or transparency and with a lot of reflection, choose the extreme one. Now, trying to understand these settings without getting way too complicated and nerdy might provide a little bit more value, but by all means, if you had enough of this already, skip over this part and head over to the 3D views instead. Comparing draft with extreme, having 4 different variables under options to pay attention to, plus anti-aliasing and reflectance. A ray threshold in its basic nutshell is a type of filter shown in percentage, regardless if a ray will be included or ignored in the rendering process, dependent on its contribution to the final image. A ray is more or less a straight line with one fixed point and one without any end. And for 3D rendering, it simulates the path of light through a scene, determining visibility, reflections, and shadows. Thus, the ray threshold of the draft is at 1%, meaning that any ray contributing with less than that amount will be cut off and ignored to the final render, compared to the extreme quality, which has a ray threshold of 0.306% and thus include more rays, meaning that the render quality will rise but the speed will drop. In a simplified manner, the amount or number to the right of the ray depth, reflection depth, and shadow depth. Pretty tricky words. Anyway, the shadow depth indicate the maximum amount of interactions rays can have before terminated. For example, the draft quality gives a maximum of interactions with each ray for 15, at ray depth at 2 for reflection and shadow depth. If we compare this to extreme quality, the total amount of ray depth is almost a double at 29, an even bigger difference for reflection and shadow depth, with 14 for the former and 29 for the latter, indicating a larger complexity where each ray can interact or affect the scene or the render process more times, and thus becoming more detailed. This is valuable, for example, when you're working with glass objects or other highly reflected surfaces to maintain a more realistic, highly quality look of it. Anti-aliasing is a technique used in computer graphics to smooth out jagged or more rough and pixelated edges, appear when representing a high-resolution image at lower resolution. Draft 1 doesn't use any at all, but by raising it to 2 and up to 50, at least you get it for geometry or 3D objects. Extreme quality additionally gives 2x2 or 4x4, or 4 and 16 samples per pixel to smoothen edges. Threshold down to almost 3% at 99, while typical gives a threshold of roughly 15% at 51, and a bit of that additional adaptive anti-aliasing, but starting from 1x1 up to 4x4 where most needed. This means that the typical setting at 51 and above should most likely give you the best of both worlds in a normal project, from 1x1 and 4x4 in form of the edge quality whenever it might be needed, and overall it should give a little bit more speed than choosing the extreme one. Reflectance controls light reflection on surfaces in Cinema 4D, and determined by the amount of layer sampling, it's crucial for realism. Ranges from 0 at draft quality to 694 at extreme quality, and draft quality skips sampling, resulting in faster renders but less detailed, noisier reflections, and best for quick previews. Extreme quality with higher sampling is preferable when you're having high details or smoother reflections, capturing more subtle nuances, but instead increase the rendering time. And regarding technicalities, that's it here now for a while. Diving back into our text layer comp, now showing in Draft 3D with Cinema 4D, the options will be the same for Classic and Advanced 3D. Where it now says Active Camera, we have a 3D view pop-up, which let us change the viewing mode of the composition when working in 3D. At the same time, there's no additional active camera layer in the composition and timeline, reflecting a similar view for both current active camera default and the default. However, if adding a new camera, by right-clicking the timeline, go to New, choose Camera, and just keep the default settings, the active camera has changed and may now be controlled separately, giving us a new option in the view pop-up as Camera 1. However, if I change back to default original view before the added camera, as seen if deleting the camera again, there's a variety of camera angles from front, left, top, back, right, and bottom. You have 3 custom view cameras, which down at the custom view 3 camera settings might be adjusted to any type, zoom or angle you find appropriate. But more on those camera settings and its use later on. If you're in one of the custom views and move the camera around, or perhaps get lost, quickly reset the camera back to default here at Reset Custom View Camera. The last option will create a new camera layer in the timeline from the current camera view you're currently at. All these alternatives are both helpful by themselves and also really great when you're working with more than one composition view. In the bottom right corner of the composition, there are drop-down menu options for one view, as the one we're seeing right now. and 2 views to get another window in. And this can be handy when you want to view the outcome of a camera movement in the left window with the active camera or the default one, and using, for example, a top view to the right or something similar to move the actual camera. Perhaps throw in another 2 window views there as well for that optimal control and perspective with the 4 views. Going up to the top left corner of the composition, having the X option to close the window panel, and if this is done by mistake, you can always head over to Window, Workspace, and go down to Reset all panels for now to Saved Layout, which will reset it back to default or normal, and can be really handy when you're getting a bit lost in the interface. Next, you get a small square indicating the label color of the composition, which is useful, for example, when you're color coding or multiple of different compositions inside your project or inside the timeline. Then to the right of it, there's a small lock icon called Toggle Viewer Lock, and use it when working in 2 or more comp views at the same time. So let's press the blue text of comp 1 and choose New Comp Viewer, thus opening a new composition panel viewer. Now we're seeing the main composition in both viewers, but if you want to change this and watch the other text layer comp in the right panel view at the same time, make sure that the left one is locked and the right one unlocked or open. Then just double click the composition you want to open and view. This is another one of those really valuable options if you're working with a multiple of different compositions adding up to one major one, or just in larger projects in general. Let's imagine that we only had the text layer comp with the text layers, deleting the 3 layers here outside. If I want to make a change inside the text layer comp, I can do all my changes in the comp viewer to the left and directly see the result of those changes in the comp viewer to the right. Perhaps I want to open even more viewers to animate or adjust 2 compositions and see the effect of it in the main comp at the same time. If I click the blue text again for the composition, you can close the current or highlighted comp over here, all other ones except for the highlighted one here, or just get rid of them all over here. Finally, just toggle or change between them at the bottom. A few more things and then we might finally start to tick off that first large part of the composition deep dive on how to navigate in After Effects. By right-clicking that same top tab or pressing that 3-layered sandwich, if you will, to the right, the first one you know about, but the second one gives us this choice to undock panel, separating the window panel if for some reason want to keep it separated. To dock it again or move it directly to some other place, just press and drag the composition text to wherever you prefer. At the moment, the Close Other Panels in group is grayed out, since there's only one panel open here in 2 separate views. However, by grouping them instead, drag and drop the other composition and right comp viewer to the left one as well, this option becomes visible. It can be helpful if you have several tabs or panels open and you want to tidy up a little bit and close them all together. Then in the panel group settings, the first 2 work the same as the first 2 up here, but instead of just closing or undocking the highlighted panel, it closes all tabs or panels in the group or undocking them. Maximize panel group lets you view it in full screen and then restore it with Restore Panel Group Size. A quicker and easier way to get the same result is by just double-clicking the composition text. The stacked panel group will arrange the panels under each other compared to the normal view. This will give new choices to solo panels in stack, viewing them just one at a time, or unticking or unmarking the option, to be able to see them both at the same time. The last option here creates small tabs, making a small change in the size of the upper tabs and panel. Perhaps nothing too noticeable or life-changing at all, if you will, so choose it after your own preferences or if needed at all. Under the view options, choose to show or hide quite a few different alternatives. Overall, you probably be best off keeping the top 9 at default and checked on, but there might be cases when you prefer to have a little bit more neat and tidy or clean looking composition. However, I find it very useful and more pleasing to change the camera and spotlight wireframes from on to only when selected instead. As you may see, if we're adding a light layer to our timeline, right click, new, head to light and press OK. Now as soon as marking the layer, we see the normal wireframes or outlines, but compared to before, the major part of it hides when unmarking the layer. So if you don't want your composition to be completely cluttered or filled with these wireframes everywhere, if you're working with a few different lights or a few different cameras all together, this is probably a must change. Then further down here, there's an option to tick the view mode for pixel aspect ratio correction, but as it's not very common with rectangular pixels anymore, and most modern screens are using the square ones, changing this view mode is probably not something you would normally pay that much attention to. However, if you do need it, just toggle it on and off over here. And if for some reason I change my composition to, let's say, the HDV preset with a pixel aspect ratio of 133, you won't see the difference when the pixel aspect ratio correction is checked. But on marking it, we giving this weirdly looking compression or squeeze. As a default though, I always keep mine on square pixels. Same choice to toggle the pixel aspect ratio correction is reached directly down here, instead of first going into the view options. For those who prefer to hide the options or tabs up here as the composition navigator, this can be hidden or visible by marking or unmarking the show composition navigator over here. Then the next two were mentioned before with the flowchart, so the order of how they show and flow will be rearranged. Enable frame blending allows for a smooth out motion depending on how frames are blended for video in After Effects when working with time remapping or time changes. Time remapping is the function you may enable by right-clicking on a layer, going to time, then enable time remapping. And it's giving us these keyframes at the beginning and end of a layer. For example, adjust the speed of a layer with slow motion by dragging the keyframe further apart, and fast motion by pushing them further together. When frame blending is enabled, you see the icon over here turn blue, and the same icon used to faster toggle or change between the frame blending being switched on or being switched off. Enable frame blending for each layer you want to apply to by clicking over in the box here and giving two types of options for frame blending, except for the one to have it turned off. Either click once to enable frame mix with this icon showing, or click another time to enable pixel motion. Frame mix combines parts of current frames with parts of the next frame. It essentially overlays frames to be on top of each other and blending them together to reduce the appearance of abrupt changes, overall making a more smooth looking motion. Pixel motion makes motion look smoother by blend frames when there's no motion and create frames when there is. Depending on your needs, one of them might be more suitable than the other one. Frame mix might be enough for those simpler speed adjustments and will take a little bit less computer power, while pixel motion might be needed for those higher quality smoothness, although requires a little bit more computer power and will be longer renderers. So experiment a little bit with both of them and see what's most suitable for your needs. Another good alternative to test out when working with time adjustment is the time warp effect. Search for time warp in Effects and Presets panel, then just drag and drop the effect over a layer, giving you a bunch of different options and adjustments to play around with. Next up, there's an adjustable saying Enable Motion Blur, which toggles or switches the motion blur for all layers that have that selected. or this box ticked inside the timeline. Just as with frame blending, preferably choosing a quicker way here to have it on and off. Motion blur is essentially a visual distortion that happens when an object is moving fast and often helps create a bit more realistic or natural look over it. Show 3D views label is this label over here and lets you choose if wanting to see it or hide it. Transparency grid is the same here as mentioned before down in the composition. The flowcharts we also gone through before, nothing new. And the option always preview this view means that, for example, viewing two different comp viewers at the same time, if I choose always preview this view for the left view and comp, even if I have the right view selected, the preview will always be shown in the left view. Thus this can be really helpful when working with two or more compositions at the same time. And say we have a main composition here that we want to see all the previews in. So anytime we make a change or animation in any of the views, all the effects or results will only be shown as the preview in the main composition. And keep me from having to click over at that one as well anytime I want to see the preview. And one click less at a time, speeding up your workflow a little bit. Then finally, the last one, which hasn't already been mentioned before, is the primary viewer. And it's there to enable separate viewing on external screen via the Mercury transmit, a software that sends video frames to preview a composition or layer. Now, adding the last piece of visual memory for this section to our composition screen. Then I think we actually went through the whole composition. The first rabbit hole, the first in-depth navigation in After Effects. If I missed something in the composition, make sure to leave a comment down below and let me know what you think. The following timeline deep dive builds a little bit upon the timeline basics, but cover every single detail, throwing in valuable knowledge behind and around all those parts for hopefully a bit deeper understanding. With some parts already being explained back at composition in depth, I will try to focus on all parts that haven't been mentioned before without repeating anything too much. Starting with everything directly visual, going from left to right. In the top corner, we got our composition tabs to switch between. Close on the X mark, and again that 3-layer sandwich with some more alternatives, but let's get back to those a little bit later on. Underneath there's a blue display indicating at what time we're currently at with the current time indicator and showing it in frames plus the FPS or frames per second of the composition. Hold Ctrl or Command and press it to swap display style and highlight the frames instead. Additionally, changed and reflected on the right side of the timeline. And as previously mentioned are the toggle visibility over here. There's a mute icon for any audio layer, and this little dot or circle gives the option to solo any layer, making that one the only visible at times. Similar to inside the composition, there's also a lock icon here, which locks any layer so you perhaps don't move it accidentally or by mistake, so keeping it in place. This arrow icon you've seen before as a drop-down menu, but more on that one later. Color labels to press and adjust for any default color of your liking, or change them down at the Edit Label Colors to pretty much any type of color available. At the top, possibly mark all layers with the same type, color and group. Using label colors combined with actually naming your layers appropriate and keeping everything nice and organized overall is really the way to go if you want to work a lot faster and keep yourself away from a little bit less headache and pain, and especially all other people as well that will be working together with you in the same project. So just a little tip. Next we got the simple numbered layer order, and one more right is first showing the layer icon depending on what type of layer it is, and followed by the layer name according to your preference. In the switches column, which can be toggled on and off down here, there's this weirdly looking icon, giving us a valuable option to shy or hide every layer that's squeezed down or flattened out when marked. So press it on all layers you want to hide, and this one will make them temporarily disappear in the timeline. Then just press again whenever you want to see them. It's just a really valuable option when you're having this massive project, so it's just timeline filled or cluttered with different type of layers, and maybe you want to hide or shy away some of them to just be able to work on a certain part, to hide those other ones away you're not actually working on at the moment. This shining star icon is a way to collapse transformation for the comp layer and continuously rasterize for vector layers. Basically, giving you the choice to scale up without getting pixelated text or shape. With collapse transformation happens first, then the rendering of information. Similar process order with the continuously rasterize. First, transformation happens, then vectors become pixels afterwards, thus maintaining the highest quality for both alternatives. And speaking about footage, vectors are based on math, which makes them resolution independent, meaning that if you scale them up or shrink them down, they will keep the same high quality. While as raster images, they have a fixed number of pixels, so anytime you try to scale them up too much or shrink them too much, they will become pixelated, especially around the edges or corners of the image. For example, if we massively scale up a text layer, which together with shape layers is automatically switched on to continuously rasterize for vector layers, keeping the good quality no matter how much we scale it. As will happen for all layers, this option is switched on for, if possible. However, if we pre-compose it and again scale it up, seeing that the quality is no longer maintained. Thus, the icon is to be pressed manually to collapse transformations and thus maintain quality. But keep in mind that this function will actually only be there for the vector layers, like a text layer. If you're actually working on a raster layer or raster image like a JPEG or a PNG, this option won't be available to you. Then from the current best and bilinear sampling to bicubic sampling down to draft. You may toggle or change that here. Whenever in need of changing the quality or sampling of a layered rendering, go to Layer, Quality, and choose Wireframe. We'll get this outlined wireframe around the comp or composition. The best quality settings increases the render time, but it also gives you what it says, the best quality. So use the draft to render faster if your computer starts slowing down, and for those really heavy computational or processing meltdowns, then wireframes is probably your only alternative there, or your good friend as a little backup when there's no other way out. Cubic sampling takes a bit more rendering power than bilinear, but not always the best. Most often choose bicubic for gradual color transitions as with photos, but consider bilinear for graphics with the sharper edges. Then if I were to throw on an effect on a layer here, right-clicking on the text layer comp, effect, generate, and let's choose cell pattern. Now having this new option under the effect turns off all effects, if any, switching it on and off. The frame blending we already gone through in the composition part, along with the motion blur next to it. With the next icon, adjustment layer, effects applied to this layer applied to the composite of layers below it, meaning that we may either use a specific adjustment layer. I will move the one from down here to the top, drag out the beginning to affect the actual current time, and toggle it on. Try to add an effect by going to Effects and Presets, Distort, and I will choose the CC Smear effect. Now toggling or switching it on and off, you will see the effect turning on and off for the layers below. And if I move it one down, the top text layer navigating won't be affected. We can even turn a normal layer into an actual adjustment layer using, for example, the solid layer, moving it to the top and turning on the adjustment layer. However, the actual solid will disappear, but any effects applied to this layer will now affect all the ones below. like a normal adjustment layer. For the column, parent and link, there's this a bit odd looking and named icon called Pick Whip, giving us the option to quickly parent a layer to another by pressing and dragging out this whip or lace. No, unfortunately it won't also jack up the speed of it, but actually just linking them together. Everything done to the parent layer will be reflected in this layer as well. So going into the layer options and perhaps to transform, there's a handy property Pick Whip as well, which lets you link only specific properties instead of them all. In the drop-down menu beside, it's possible to directly choose one or several layers to a parent or view if already parented or not. Now I've created 5 different canvases to represent the whole timeline, as when working with 5 different precoms. Furthermore, we're having a column for the blending mode, which is different type of modes or options to blend and mix between different type of layers. If you can't see the blending mode column, click the expand or collapse the transfer controls pane button in the lower left corner of the timeline panel to show or hide it. Plus, specifically for this icon and the previous one on the left, switches, we may additionally toggle or change between these two over on the right using the toggle switches mode. Moreover, After Effects categorizes these blending modes into 8 different groups: normal, subtractive, additive, complex, difference, HSL, in short for hue, saturation and luminosity, matte and utility. I will throw in a background image I generated quickly with AI to help show the difference. From the current default or normal mode, we find the dissolve and dancing dissolve. They respond to the opacity or transparency and only for 2D layers. The difference is that only dissolve is constant over time, while the dancing one, well, kinda shows off its moves every frame. The darken mode from the subtractive category blends and displays the lower or darker values of the actual color channels, as here from the text layers and underlying image. Next up, multiply is the result of a multiply blend between the source image or the text layer here on top divided by no more than the underlying color depth of the project, for example when using an 8 BPC or 8 bits per channel. Besides, it's a great mode if you have an image containing a lot of white that you want to hide, making it transparent, only showing the actual objects in the image blended with the background. Next, we got color burn, darkening the source color to match the underlying image. A classic variation of it, the same stuff but for old projects only. We may, for example, throw in a random video footage, add a vintage background paper on top, change it to color burn, and immediately getting this rough vintage look and perhaps also spicing it up a little bit and make it a bit more interesting. Linear burn is quite similar to color burn with a slight difference in contrast. And last one in the category, darker color. Moving on to additive groups, and in contrast to the subtractive groups, this will instead lightening all the colors instead of actually darkening them. The first one, add, is a valuable mode if wanting to blend an image containing black parts or a background that you want to remove and blend with another one. Lighten, in contrast to the darken mode, instead blends and displays the higher or more brighter values of the color channels with the source and the underlying image. A bit similar to add, the screen mode also removes the dark parts, but tends to keep a bit more detail and doesn't create as much brightness as with the add mode. Use it when applying lens flare, dust waves, fire embers, or whatever you feel like smashing on top. Color dodge lightens the source layer based on the color values of the underlying layer, effectively lowering the contrast between the source and underlying colors by reducing the difference in brightness. The classic one, just another one of those for older projects. Linear dodge increases the brightness of the top or highlighted image to match the underlying. Very similar or close to identical actually to how add mode looks. Lighter color, very close to lighten mode with a slight variation in style. The fourth group, complex, gives a bit different result and variety to the blending depending on the image grayscale. So depending on if the image grayscale is above the 50% mark or below the 50% mark. And overall it also gives a little bit extra contrast to the image. Overlay combines the multiple with the screen mode. Basically all lighter colors for the underlying layer will become brighter and darker colors even darker. Soft light, as in this case, the text or source layer is a lot higher than 50% gray on the grayscale, thus a lot brighter, giving a dodging or lighting effect to the underlying layer, compared if I were to use a source layer under 50% mark or darker, which would instead burn or darken the underlying image. Hard light is a more intense version of overlay and soft light, creating stronger highlights and shadows for the footage, where the brighter source image almost completely takes over the underlying image and the darker one is not far behind. Linear light uses brightness when blending, and if the hard light isn't enough, this one will probably raise it to another level. However, as for this one here, the hard light, and the one coming up next, the vivid light, you might be better off trying to avoid image or footage with a really high amount of white and black color within it. For example, try stylized background as that old vintage paper, or a similar one with maybe a splash of green. Vivid light takes it back down a bit in intensity, but gives that popping look, at least for this text layer, while the mode uses contrast instead brightness. However, if applied to a darker or brighter image, it gets quite intense again, but works alright for the darker if it's a look you're actually after, we'll say. Otherwise, experiment with some other coloring. Pin light replaces colors dependent on the underlying colors being brighter or darker than the 50% grayscale, looking very similar to hard light. Our mix is quite extreme as well and really pumps up the contrast to the max, giving this trippy look when limiting the color detail. Although it can be pretty cool to play around with some different type of masking and feathering to get a bit different look and effects out of these blending modes. Let's duplicate our background. Either go to Edit or press Ctrl if you're still on a PC, or Command on a Mac, plus D to duplicate. I will create a mask around the logo with the pen tool up in the toolbar. Then use the feather as you like to smoothen it and still get a heavy contrast look in the middle. Lower opacity if needed. Close the other layer. And perhaps duplicate more times. Whack in some light leaks, again with hard light mode to get that flashing light. fire embers with the screen mode. And a bit of smoke on screen mode, I think, for atmosphere. Finally, sprinkle some film dust on the top for that raw vintage look. And hey, suddenly you're almost thrown right into an old school Marvel After Effects intro. Well, I did say almost. Next up, we got the category of difference, where colors are created depending on the difference between the actual source layer on the top and the underlying image, and creating some type of quite cool, interesting looks. For the first difference mode, there's not that much going on with a clean text layer. But for the light and dark background image, it goes a bit crazy. Also, when adding those rough paper images, separately or perhaps together, a classic option here as well for older projects. Exclusion gives a very similar look to difference, but perhaps a bit less contrast and more washed out coloring, if you will. Subtract will remove or subtract the top layer color from the underlying one, and thus give a completely different look with less color and brightness. So actually, the brighter the source image is, the one on the top, or certain parts of it, the darker the areas on the underlying image will become. The last one in the category, divide, will function quite the opposite, while making the underlying image brighter from darker parts, dividing the underlying color by the image on the top of the source. Category 6, and that is the HSL, or hue, saturation and luminosity. Use any of those properties or a mix of all three of them to blend images with the underlying color. Depending on what you're after, it's possible to get some interesting visual color changes with the hue mode, as it uses the hue or the origin of color that we see from the source layer, then saturation and luminosity of the underlying layer or image. Saturation works similarly, but instead has a saturation or intensity of the colors from the top or source layer, while hue and luminosity from the underlying. While the color mode, both hue and saturation of source color and luminosity or perceived brightness from the underlying, try using this mode to add color to a gray image. By adding a colorful image with color mode on top. The last mode in the category, luminosity, which works as opposed or contrary to the color mode, has the luminosity from the source layer and the other two from the underlying, where darker parts of the underlying image turn the matching overlaying parts of the source image gray. There's just two more blending modes or categories coming up, and the next one will be the matte, which changes the top layer or the actual source layer into a matte for one or several underlying images or layers. Let's show this by applying the stencil alpha to the text layer blending mode comp and scaling the layer up quite a bit so you see the background layer through it as a transparent stencil. The stencil luma works a bit similar to stencil alpha, but transparency is based on the brightness of the source layer and reflects how transparent the stencil will become. The darker the source layer, the less transparent the stencil becomes. And as I'm using a text layer with the layer styles bevel and emboss, adding some depth and dimension to text or shapes by simulating shadows and highlights, creating a, light 3D appearance. Those shadows and highlights are included in this mode, but not the previous. Silhouette alpha mode makes the whole source layer transparent and anything below it. And this becomes even clearer when we toggle the transparency grid. To show anything below, you first need to pre-compose the source layer with, for example, the main background or first underlying layer. Let's name it text layer silhouette. Then you can see any layer under that new composition again. Just make sure that the collapse transformation is actually turned off. The last mode in the category, silhouette luma mode, now toggling or switching it on and off, you will see the effect turning on and off for the layers below. And yes, we're at that last category, the category or group 8 for the two final blending modes. And the first mode here is kind of a fix or a problem solver. Like if you ever come across when you do the masking and there's like a little thin line, like a seam turning up in the middle of the masking. And the next mode here is to actually be able to hide this one. For example, if I wanted to mask this layer with a pen tool, cutting it in half, to perhaps use two different effects on each layer or whatever reason you might have. Duplicating the layer, invert the mask on the new layer, and hide the mask and shape path visibility. Well, suddenly there's like this thin line all over the split area where the two layers and mask combine. And to fix this, change the blending mode to alpha add for the top layer and it will get it away. Then suppose you ever encounter any problems when you're importing or using the lens flare, getting clippings of color values or too bright edges when you're working with a pre-multiplied alpha channel. Well, in that case, the luminescent pre-mold blending mode can be a solution to it. Here it might also be worth changing the alpha interpretation of the footage, meaning how the data is being read or used. Right-click your image in the project panel, interpret footage, main, then if not done already, set it to straight unmatte, meaning that the RGB color channels and the alpha channels will be stored separately. A final tip here to switch faster between the blending modes and quickly see the effects of them, something that we see how under the top menu layer as next and previous blending mode. Go to next using the plus on your keyboard or shift minus for the previous mode. However, if you're like me and you're currently on a MacBook, this won't work properly. If so, go into Edit, Keyboard Shortcuts, search for Blending Mode, and in the very bottom, we're able to either delete a previous keyboard shortcut and change to a new one, or just add an extra one, clicking beside it and the keyboard shortcuts you prefer. More on these keyboard shortcuts later in the end of the video, but I will try to keep it as simple as possible for now, so it's better to learn the basic without them and then we add them in the very end. If we proceed to the column with this little T icon on top, referred to as preserve underlying transparency, by applying any type of image or texture on top of another layer with some alpha in it, press or check this box for that layer and it will make the layer transparent or matted out, so it only shows what's underneath it. Similarly, there's an alternative to the right of it called Track Matte, which also works with the transparency or the alpha, but now instead with a drop-down menu, which you can choose the layer to track directly from. It doesn't care about the stack order in the timeline, so you might use it even if you change the order of the two layers. Another preferred option with this method is that it can swap between the alpha and luma matte by clicking the first box to the right of it, thus preserving the texture better from a layer with, for example, bevel and emboss. Like whenever using highlights, shadows, since it determines the transparency dependent on the brightness. We might also invert the matte with the icon just on the right, changing order of it, and additionally with the layer selected, Go to Layer in top menu, track Matte, and choose either Matte with layer above or below, referring to the layer under or over that marked layer in the timeline. Those top menu alternatives give the same options but in a written format, as when choosing Track Matte and pressing the icons in the timeline. Although you're probably just better learning and using the actual timeline options, as it will go a lot faster down there. Then another valuable way to use the Track Matte is as a movable mask. I will create a solid and put it underneath the layer or layers I want to mask. Use the pen tool here to draw a mask. Go to the drop-down Track Matte menu for those layers and choose the solid layer. Make sure all inverted matte is toggled off. And now we have a masked out, separate and movable layer. Then just toggle all the invert matte on again to get the subtracting effect. And this is a really great hack, if you will, for masking out any type of layer without having the mask following the actual movement of the layer to keeping it separate. Toggle or switch on the next column by pressing the third icon down in the left corner, looking like a pair of curly brackets or braces, I guess. Each layer have one column for in, the beginning of the layer, and out, the end of it. Duration, the whole length or span of it. And then we have the stretch to either speed up or slow down the layer. And if you click on the duration or stretch properties, there's a new window where these settings can be more fine-tuned. Adjust from stretch and duration by using hold in place. For either layer in point, new duration time from the start and forward. For current frame, new duration time from where the current time indicator is at, ranging half forward and half backward. And opposite to the first layer out point, and this is new duration time from the end of layer and back. If you switch on the last icon, this a bit weird looking icon, a bit like a snail perhaps, gives an indicator for the rendering time for each layer in milliseconds. In the left bottom corner, there's also an frame render time indicator for all the layers combined. There are actually two more hidden columns, so to show this one and perhaps even close some other visual ones, we can just head to the top of the timeline in the columns, right click, columns, and finding all the options to show or hide. Comment will give you a column to add whatever important stuff for each layer you might need. Finally, the keys column shows a keyframe controller, which can be helpful to either add new keyframes, see if you're currently at one, or move between them. I have both external layers inside my timeline, as well as internal one from the actual program. And let's go through and have a look of the internal ones first. In its very basic, there are 9 layers which can be created. If you right click the timeline, go to New, then choose any of these to add to the timeline. There's some additional layers, either combined or adjusted, like the composition layer or guide layer. A guide layer is basically any type of layer turned into a guide or reference and will not affect the final render, indicated by that hashtag looking icon popping up between the text icon and name. And this one could be really useful when you're working in several different compositions. And perhaps add a main object as guide layer to adjust the other ones around. Then going back to that little arrow icon here as a drop-down menu of different options for each layer. Depending on what type of layer it is, the alternatives can differ slightly. A standard text layer will have the text, transform and animate properties. But with this one I've also added the layer styles to it before to get that slight 3D looking effect. So if jumping into the first text property, change the text to just after and add a keyframe here in the beginning. Automatically, it will turn into a hold keyframe, meaning it will freeze on this point until changed again. Then I'm going forward slightly and change the text to effects. And this is something to change endlessly throughout the layer while only using actual one text layer. Normally, a layer property may have several types of keyframes, but this one is simply hold keyframe. Like when right-clicking a keyframe, choose keyframe interpolation and check out the options in the top where everything else is grayed out. For path options, there's currently nothing, but similar to the shape path created in in-depth composition before, with the layer marked, choosing the pen tool again, and animating our path, there's now a new option here as mask 1 and kind of gluing or attaching the text to the line or path. Then some new alternative as reverse path, perpendicular to path, keeping them straight as opposite to orient along path before, force alignment, and last two giving us choices to animate the movement. And for what I see, they do exactly the same thing. So if you guys know if there's a point of having two of them, if you've seen any difference, just let me know in the comments down below. Anyway, use one of them to adjust the text, create a keyframe, then move forward and adjust it again with a new keyframe. Thus, there's now this kinda smooth line motion using linear keyframes. And then from using only the linear keyframes, we could actually take this one more step up and going into the graph editor to enhance the movement a little bit, creating some smoother, more nice, natural movement. But more on that one later on when we're coming into the graph editor later. So keep it a bit basic for now. Under more options, we're able to tweak or adjust it even further, turning back the path to none. We got the anchor point grouping, where the first character indicates the anchor point with these small red dots under each letter. As I'm currently seeing a small red dot is because this color here is connected to the actual label color of the layer. So if you're actually using another type of label color for this one, then you might see another type of color of that little red dot that I'm currently seeing. An anchor point in After Effects is more or less a point from which transformations are manipulated or adjusted from. So changing the property to word, there's one red dot for each word instead. Line have one in the underlying edge or line, and all moves it to the very center of the anchor point. So switching back to path mode to mask 1, you see how it changes from character, word, line, and lastly, all. And underneath the grouping alignment, serving further options to manipulate the X or the horizontal axis, either left or right. And the same with the Y or vertical axis, either up or down. Though the Y axis won't change now since the text is attached to the line path. The fill and stroke, it opened up some new options for changing how the priority will be shown for the fill and the stroke. Fill meaning the inside coloring of the text, while the stroke will be the outline, the outer part of coloring around the text. The first choice per character palette is a stroke over fill that's revealed here, plus changing them inside the property panel. Then all fills over all strokes, kind of blending together when having crossings like here, compared to the prior one. Then all strokes over all fills, giving this look, and perhaps a bit weird in the crossings. To change or fix that, there's an option in the property panel with just stroke over fill. But that's of course if it's not something that you're actually going for, that type of look. Taking it even further, it's possible to adjust the blending, as we gone through before with the inter-character blending, which only affects those parts where the letters actually cross. As we added a motion path in the form of a mask, there's another option now for just that in the drop-down options menu. So to see the alternatives a little bit better, I'll just create a new quick mask using the rectangle tool over the background image. All 4 choices can be keyframed with the stopwatch to the left, and thus also changed or animated over time. Every time you get that stopwatch on the left side of a property, you can animate or change it. We got the mask path, which is the actual shape or lines of the mask, where the blue shape to the right gives us a little bit extra info. Just some adjustments in numbers if you don't want to change it directly inside the composition, showing in either pixels, inches, millimeters, or percent of source. And there's a further option to reset the shape between the rectangle and the ellipse. We got the mask feather, and will help us make smoother or expanded mask blended with alpha channel transparency. So just drag a bit to adjust it, feathering out the X value to the left and the Y value to the right proportionally. Then perhaps wanting to slice them up and separate the properties, so unlink them by pressing the little chain icon here. Then the mask opacity is a normal transparency or alpha adjustment. Mask expansion can both expand the mask to make it bigger or be used to make it smaller. Next we're heading into the transform properties, which more or less could be seen as a stable base for all type of movement or animation inside After Effects, or at least it's something that it's used very often. The basic transform properties, at least when we're working in 2D, consist of 5 different type of adjustables or properties, which can also be keyframed or changed over time. We got the anchor point at the top, and as I slightly mentioned before, this is the point or anchor from which manipulations or changes are made. Possibly move the layer horizontally and vertically, but keep the actual anchor point in the same spot, meaning that the layer will, for example, scale and rotate directly from that point. Compared to when using the position property, the whole layer will move together with the anchor point. And a great ability for the position property is that if we right-click it, there's an option saying separate dimensions. So instead of only being able to animate them together with the keyframes, it's possible to do it individually or separately. And to change the movement of only the actual anchor point, we choose the pan behind anchor point tool in the toolbar and move it around to wherever we like to manipulate the layer. Then we're heading into the last one, which is the opacity, and letting you adjust the transparency of the layer. Currently, we're in the normal 2D mode, as just mentioned, but if turning on the 3D for the layer, there are a few changes to the options of the transform properties. Instead of one rotation property, there's now one alternative called orientation. It's a little bit different from rotation, but works in a similar way, and it's containing the X, Y, and Z values together in that same order. Underneath there are separate rotation properties with X rotation that will rotate the text against or away from the screen along the horizontal axis. Y rotation instead turns or spin it to the left or right with the vertical axis, while the Z rotation works similar to rotation in 2D. Another option I will jump into here next is a type of mini effects, if you will, that lets you adjust or customize any type of layer, and it's called layer styles. And if you're used to working in Photoshop, you might have heard of this one before. On this text layer, for example, you see the difference when I toggle the effect of bevel and emboss on and off. So to show and apply layer styles, let's use the PSD or Photoshop file layer down here, but it also works on pretty much all type of layers. I already applied a gradient overlay to the layer, but if we right click, go to layer styles, it will show you that style and 8 different other ones. So possibly show all styles directly down in the timeline layer, though it's worth noting that it would actually reset all the previous styles you may have added to the layer inside of Photoshop, so we're going back to default. Or you might want to use remove all to take all layer styles away, and let's undo it, back again to options and apply show all, or just hit Ctrl or Command Z to undo something a little bit faster. And now, if I enter the layer options, there's a new drop-down for each layer styles, plus a shared blending alternative in the top. And this is how all styles will look like with the basic settings, but let's start with just the drop shadow. In the very top, we got all the blending modes that we gone through already before, but underneath the drop shadow, the background color is the same, hence we can't actually see it, so press the black box and choose a color of your liking, perhaps either something more realistic, or you can even spice it up with something more, well, perhaps a neon looking shadow effect. So use the color picker and just press anywhere on the screen if you want to apply the same color here. Let's first drag the distance up a bit so we're actually seeing the shadow. Then a choice for opacity or normal transparency. Use the global light, which is connected to the blending options in the top, but I will come back to this one very soon. Adjusting the angle of the shadow, rotating it in any type of direction, and as we just saw, the distance moves the shadow away from the main text. The spread will make the edges connected to the sides a bit less gradually transparent and a bit more rough. So the size function, together with the spread, are used to increase or make the shadow larger, while the spread is working with the alpha or opacity for visibility smoothness. The noise can be increased up to 100% and will create this pixelated, bit noisy look, a bit similar to analog film grains, but perhaps a little bit more eye-catching, if you will. Final one in this list is the layer knocks out drop shadow. And this was one I really couldn't get my head around, doing no difference whatsoever, even when changing the layer opacity or doing any type of pre-coms, since the shadow's opacity is connected and the actual transform effect is not responding, but actually quite obvious when you see it. So just head over to the blending options, advanced blending, and first option there will lower only the fill opacity, so separated from the actual shadows, as it can become a problem when you want shadows with higher opacity or less transparency than the actual fill and don't want it to shine through, and this alternative can really solve that problem. Let's continue with the layer style, inner shadow, then come back to the rest of the blending options later. I will go for normal with blend mode, and all stuff for alternatives down to choke is the same here on inner as the drop shadow. The choke work pretty much the same as spread, both as it function with the alpha, where a low choke gives more gradient or smoother color changes of the shadow, while a higher number gives these very strong, distinct edges, and it also functions in relation to the size option. Then again some noise in the end. And a good use for shadows is to add a little bit of depth and importance to objects or text, whatever you want to highlight. Visually, separate elements or objects from backgrounds. You can highlight the edges, or perhaps you want to draw attention to something, focus the attention. Then with outer glow, a few new things like the choices to change the color type as single color or gradient. The first we might change in here by picking a color, while the second alternative, gradient, possibly adding and adjusting it inside the edit gradient. With the gradient smoothness, there's quite small changes. Changing the technique between softer and precise is a bit more visually obvious. The range option functions most as a dependent for how much range either of the color in the gradient should have more or less of. While for the single color type, it becomes more of a contrast to the spread, more sharp and ranging further when low and more soft and transparent the higher the percentage. Then lastly, the jitter, which is only for the gradients, and it varies its colors and opacity depending on how much you increase it, almost a bit similar like noise. We get the inner glow, and it works pretty much the same, but glow inwards instead of outwards, and same options down to source. A setting that changes the look quite dramatically when moving the glow from the edge to the center. Spread is instead replaced with choke, just like with the inner shadow before. Though, by changing the color type here, from single color to gradient, we're not just getting the edge glow and will instead affect the whole fill or inside color space. Both glows are really great for enhancing the visibility, or if you want something to pop out a little bit extra from the background, separating an object a little bit better, and perhaps also a bit more interesting look, giving a little bit that visual spice if you like. The bevel and emboss, which I used previously myself on text layers for navigating in After Effects, it have 5 different styles to choose from. The current, inner bevel, outer bevel, emboss, pillow emboss, and the 5th one, stroke emboss. However, last one will only work if you actually have a stroke, so let's turn that on quickly to see the difference. Technique here got a few different alternatives, from the current smooth options, chisel, hard, and chisel soft, concerning the shadows and highlight to differ the perception of 3D look or depth a bit differently. Depth can be lowered to 1% or raised all the way up to 1000%. Direction from up to down, and a handful of options similar to before, and just like the shadows, it's controllable in group with the global light. Then there's a separate adjustment to change the blending modes between both the highlights and the shadows, plus individual opacity. Otherwise, most alternatives are equal to the ones we already seen before, but this layer style, you can use it, for example, to just get a bit of quick perception of 3D without actually going into 3D, and perhaps bring your objects or text a little bit more to life, if you will. Next is satin, and may be used to give that slight metallic look to a text or an object. All options we've seen before, except for the last, invert, and this one will just push the satin style the other way around. Color overlay is quite an obvious one where a color is overlaid or painted on top of a text or a shape, but can also be blended together with the underlying color or colors using blend mode again. Gradient overlay, the main one here as we've seen before with the 2 glows, and is of course the edit gradient, which gives you this alternative. Some additional details here, like choosing the 2 colors to gradually change between from left to right and vice versa. Just press the underlying arrows to change them, and see and adjust their location anywhere from 0 to 100%. Or change the midtones to a bit more against the left color or a little bit more to the right color. For the top arrows or markers, change the opacity for each color and also the transparency of midtones in the center. You will also be able to add as many new markers as you like for both the coloring and the opacity. As you might already know by now, change the colors both here in the middle and with a color scale to the right, directly on the color attributes. Or use the eyedropper or color picker. Or even write in the color hex code directly. The options down to style is the same as before, but letting us change from linear, radial, angle, reflected to diamond. Use reverse to change the color order. Align with layer will focus the gradient to the actual layer. And if I was to turn it off, the gradient coloring will spread to the whole composition, which is seen when moving the text layer around a bit. Finally, the offset, used to quickly change the amount of gradient between the two colors. And overall, I think gradients is just a really nice type of layer styles that give that little bit of that extra flavor or spice to your shapes, footage, objects, backgrounds, whatever you can imagine, to enhance them with a little bit more pleasing visual look, if you like. The last layer styles, stroke, not that much to say about this one, but it creates this extra line of color around the text or object, then all options we've seen before except for the position. So choose from outside, inside, and lastly center for slight differences. Now, with them all visible, we have this pretty crazy look, which of course can be better adjusted further for stylized precision, but according to your own preferences. Now, just a few quick things about the blending options in the top, and then let's move on to the next one. With the blending options, it's possible to control all the layers that have the use global light at the same time, which are drop shadow, inner shadow, and bevel and emboss. And unfortunately though, for the latter, when we turn it on, we lose a bit of that, or almost all, shadow and brightness, that 3D perception. Anyway, the light, angle and altitude may be tweaked or adjusted here for them all. Then, as you've seen before, there is an advanced blending with the fill opacity. Plus, there's a separate control for the RGB, or red, green and blue. With the blend interior styles as group, interior representing all layer styles as inner glow and shadow, bevel and emboss, etc. And all these styles will use the main blending mode of the layer out here, while not affected by changes if turned off. The last one, use blend ranges from source specifically for your Photoshop or PSD files. Whenever you want to use the blend ranges and you have the advanced blending options set to in Photoshop, switch this one on to get the blending in After Effects to respond a little bit better to the source color types. Going back to our text layers and into the drop-down options and properties, there's a play button icon with the text animate beside it. Now, before jumping in, this next section here coming up would be quite a comprehensive one. So if you actually been here since the start, or you just cleared the whole timeline section, then it might be a good idea to save the video or hit subscribe to be able to find this and come back a bit later on for it. And well, hey, if you're just feeling strong and ready, then let's dig into it. Depending if we're working with 2D or 3D, or using the classic 3D versus the Cinema 4D, the basics will almost be the same for the Cinema 4D, but just adding a little bit extra options and a bit more depth to it, like animators using fill and stroke for the normal 2D text layers. Pressing this animate button, this drop-down menu of all the animators will appear. In the very top, there's an option called Enable per character 3D, and it's letting us animate text in 3D space. Just like the standard transform properties for a text layer, the same ones appear here, plus the skew, which bends or leans the text to the sides. But let's start with the Fill Color Animate RBG and come back for the Enable per character 3D and transform properties for the Cinema 4D soon. Now, there's a new option popping up called Animator 1, where we might choose any fill color of our liking. Then open Range Selector 1, it reveals a few options to animate this property. The start and end can be keyframed to get a gradual color animation on or off. It's now on start 0% and end 100%, meaning that the whole text will be affected by any type of animation. Though if you raise the start to the middle, and it will be roughly 46% here now, either down in the text or drag this little red triangle to the right. Only half of the text saying effect will be affected and colored now. Same goes for the opposite direction, if the end is lowered to 50% or any other number. Offset is then used to move or animate the marked area between the start and end, offsetting it either to the left, going to the minus or negative percent, or to the right with the positive percentage. There's really an endless amount of possibilities or varieties of text animations that you can do using these attributes and combine it together with the transform properties or the coloring. So really try to experiment a little bit with it yourself and see what you can come up with, because there's a lot of variety to it. Moving on to advanced, there's a few extra options and adjustments. We can, for example, choose between units in either percentage or index, what the animation is based on, and some variations depending on if we have the standard characters excluding spaces, words, or only using with lines. Then for the mode, just the add and subtract will be noticeable differences here. With the first adding the fill color and the subtract will remove it. But if we, for example, add another property like position, then one more range selector. It's now possible to bend these around for some different styles of animation. While using the other four modes, intersect, min, max, and difference, for even more control. The amount function a bit like opacity for the fill color, down to minus 100% for nothing, and up all the way to 100% for full coloring. With the shape, the effect might be slightly more evident when using the transform properties at the same time, but it might also give some interesting kind of look when only using the actual color. Moreover, possibly change from square to ramp up, and giving a bit more gradual, smooth decrease of the red fill and increase of the white fill, starting at minus 100% and offset up to 100%, plus position from down to up. The ramp down, pretty much just invert it. And the triangle compresses the green fill color quite a lot to the center, and moving the position in a pointy manner, while the round does slightly less color compression and rounded position animation, if you will. while smooth shape is probably about there in between those last two. Use smoothness to adjust the gradual increase or decrease of changes between the two colors, either smooth and more gradient or more abrupt and sharp, while functioning the same with the position, either smoother or sharper movement. Then we got the ease high and the ease low. They kind of work like a brake or an accelerator, a little bit depending on what type of amount you're giving them, and they're also a little bit dependent on each other. So if we have these three copies of text, the top one having 100%, middle one 0%, and the bottom one minus 100%. The top one will actually drop down or accelerate faster in the beginning compared to the other two, but slow down or brake more gradually and smoother in the bottom. While the text moves up, the effect becomes the opposite. The top text takes longer time to accelerate in the beginning compared to the other two, but then doesn't brake until reaching the very top. And the middle one, without any easing, function just like linear keyframes, moving with a consistent and even speed. Now with minus 100% for the lower one, 0% for the middle and 100% ease low on the top, the effect will be completely opposite as before. There will be slower acceleration for the top layer in the beginning, gradually releasing the brake, then very fast direct movement or jump from about the middle to the bottom, and vice versa on the way up. And finally, you can see the changes here when using both 100% ease high and low, giving a slow start in the top, gradually releasing the brake for the top layer, and then fast acceleration in the middle, then slow gradual brake again in the end or bottom. Then the bottom layer with minus 100% for both will get a direct accelerator start, actually getting some easing and gradual brake in the middle, then quick acceleration and jump down to the bottom end directly. And what we just went through right now is actually the sixth of the original Disney's 12 principles of animation. Slow in and slow out, intended to give or represent a bit more realistic look and feel close to the basic laws of physics. Possibly turn or randomize order to get different patterns. Anywhere from the value of down at 0 or getting all the way up to 10,000. Now there's a new icon called Add up here, which basically gives us the same option as the animate icon, but instead for this specific animator one, plus 3 new extra options, one more range, a wiggly, and also expression selector. But I will come back to these ones within short. Instead, let's check out the fill color hue first, which is represented as a color wheel of 360 degrees. It's connected to the fill color, so depending on what color you start on, the degree for the fill hue will differ and only work properly if not fully white, black or gray. And this might be a really nice and handy one if you want to do some type of text animations where you go through the whole color hue wheel. Then possibly get a separate controller for the fill saturation, the brightness, and also the opacity. Exactly, the same things may be done to the stroke color. Just make sure that you actually have it turned on first inside the property panel. plus adding an extra property to control the width of the stroke. Going back to the Enable per character 3D, either work in Advanced 3D mode or Cinema 4D with this one for getting the best results, and I will choose the latter. The changes we got now is that the option for fill and stroke and the inter-character blending won't be available anymore along with blending mode and mattes. However, we're changing out this one to some other interesting ones where we, for example, can add some extra depth to it in the set position. And we might also do a little bit of text animations for each of the letters separately, which might be a really nice one to know about. So when going back to animate and choose all transform properties, instead of just being able to animate the X and Y or horizontal and vertical that we've seen before, it's now also possible to animate the set value or depth for the anchor point, position and scale. And as we saw previously under the Transform Properties section, the prior rotation property when using 2D has been replaced with the 3 individual properties of X, Y, and Z. And all these values and properties are connected to the range selector of both, which means we may animate everything either in here with keyframes or some extra options in that selector. So let's do just that and create a basic text animation using the transform properties. Starting off, I will adjust the Y and the set position properties slightly down and backwards. The opacity I will drag down to 0%. Now sneaking back into our range selector, drag down the offset to -100%, create a keyframe and going forward roughly 1.5 seconds and drag it up to 100%. Let's do a revealing text by changing the shape to ramp up in advanced, adding some ease, 25% low and 100% high. And we have something like this. Just to show some others, smash that randomize order. And to see the separation of characters as well, go to the last keyframe of the offset value and create a keyframe here for X, Y, and Z. Back to the beginning again and give everyone a little 360-degree spin, writing 1 here. And this is what we get now. Moving on, I will get rid of the animator. Then next, I will dive into some of the options and adjustments for the text geometry and the text material. Let's swap the renderer now from Cinema 4D to Advanced 3D, just to be able to see this a bit easier and instead of creating a light. Under the geometry options, we got the bevel style with either set to none as now or choose from angular, concave and convex to be able to get some slight variations to the edges of the text layers. The bevel depth can be adjusted between the values of 0 and 10. Hole bevel depth gives some maneuverability for all letters with a hole in it, as for the A and R in this text layer. Then the last one here, the extrusion depth, is using the depth from 0 up to maximum 1000. Though, if you want to go even deeper, use the set property for the scaling. However though, it will also change the look of the bevel in the front. For the material options, let's change back to Cinema 4D actually again to see a few more options than before. Then add a light spot. Make sure the cast shadows are selected. Adjust it slightly, both light and text, if needed. To get to shadows, let's create a new solid and turn it 3D. Change the viewer to line them up a bit easier to left for now, and we need a solid to be in the very back to the left, the text in the middle, and the light to the furthest right or front. Now, if heading back into the material options and toggle the cast shadows, only shadows or off. Next, there's a property called light transmission, and this one will actually only work in the classic 3D renderer, so it doesn't work in the Cinema 4D or the advanced 3D renderer, which might also be seen under the composition settings. So if we're looking at the classic 3D versus the advanced 3D versus the Cinema 4D, well, I guess you just can't have the whole smorgasbord, I guess, as a whole Swedish buffet at the same time in After Effects. So let's change it to classic 3D for this one. And just like that, cranking up the percentage on the light transmission, the light and text layer will function as a projector and showing a reflection of the text or image in the front of the background. And if you want, turn the cast shadows to only again and only get the projection glued to the background. And no matter where you move your text, shapes or objects or the background, as long as it keeps the same stacking order of depth with the light in the front, text or image in the middle, and a solid or any type of background in the very back. There's an alternative to choose if the layer shall accept shadows from current on, which is accept shadows both from anything in front and the letters here themselves, or only disable. Well, why it's actually there for the Cinema 4D might be a little bit questionable as it's not actually doing anything, but perhaps it's about time that it should. Who knows? For the appears in reflection, let's create one more solid for this one. And flip over the X rotation to 90 degrees to get it horizontal. And I will make some adjustment to line it up with the text and background. So turning off the accept shadows. And dragging down metal to 0 and indicate how much of a surface will change the color dependent on the mirror-like reflected light. The last two changes aren't a must, but more of visual preferences. And there's an option to switch on and off the accept light. Further, at the very bottom, there are 3 important settings for reflection, so let's ramp up the reflection intensity to 100%. Sharpness, we keep at 100%, but this one might be lowered as well to get some really interesting results with increased blur and rougher look. Then roll-off is a controller for the intensity or reflections depending on the angles between the surface and the light, which I will set to 100%. To see the difference and meaning of ambient, I will temporarily change the light source from spot to ambient, and now it's possible to lower the amount of ambience that's affecting the text layer. So undo the light again. Lastly here, for the diffuse, specular intensity and the specular shininess, adjusting the visual look in a bit more fine detail on the chosen amount. Now the per character 3D mode that we are currently working in, it offers quite a variety of different material options for specific parts of 3D objects or text. If we go into animate again, in the middle there's 4 different options, with each one having similar types of properties for fine material adjustments for the front, bevel, side and back. And as we actually already gone through and explained all these 4 before, I will just quickly go through them and show the look of it. Let's go for the front, and starting off with the color RGB. And as normal, we get a new animator with the range selector just as before. So color RGB, hue, 360 color wheel. Saturation, -100 versus 100%. Same with brightness. Opacity, 0 versus 100%. Ambient, without any light, 0 to 100%. We got the diffuse, specular intensity, and shininess. Metal, reflection, intensity, sharpness, and roll-off. Finally, here is another one of those Adobe specials, if you will, and it can get you really confused, this one, and it really did for me. Why? I just can't find out how to get to work and ungrade them, but yeah, they are connected to the previous ray traced 3D renderer. Perhaps there as a memory to honor that are not longer with us. Then we got another text animator, and it's the tracking. For this, we'll just create a new composition and call this one tracker. Then a new text layer and name tracker as well. This animator changes or animates the spacing between characters, as you see, and if we increase the tracking amount, something to be lowered to the negative, and turn the text backward or opposite direction if wanting to. Now the tracking type is set to before and after, which gives us that even separation between the letters, but if I go into the range selector, advanced, and change the shape to, for example, triangle or anything except for the actual square, it's now possible to manipulate the tracking type to either before, which will increase the spacing before the characters, and the tracking type after as opposite to before, and instead increasing the spacing after each character. Then a quick way to change the animation from the current center to either left or right is over here at the paragraph panel, where if we change to left aligned text, the text will just animate out to the right, and of course opposite direction, only to the left with right aligned text. Or there's actually another option, a little bit similar but with a little bit extra control. Going back into the add icon, property and line anchor, where at 50% it's similar to the center text. At 0% it will animate only to the right, and 100% only to the left. And anything there in between those numbers will move or animate either a bit more to the left or a bit more to the right. Then for multi-line text layers, when adding another line of text in the same text layer, we can throw in an animator for the line spacing. This makes it possible to adjust and animate the line spacing as the X value horizontally, or the Y value as vertical movement or changes. For the upcoming text animator, going back into animate and exploring the character offset and character value. So let's add them both. With this one, it's possible to change or animate any type of character as letters or numbers in the text layer to new characters based on any type of Unicode. And the Unicode is an international text encoding standard, and the values used in After Effects are connected to these numbers shown here in the list. By changing the character value first to any number here on the list, for example, value 48, giving zeros in this case, as for now the character range is set to preserve case and digits, meaning if we offset the characters, they will only change between 0 and 9, which will also be the same for letters or anything else. Then turning back the character value to 0, then character value to 1, it's offsetting the value of each character by 1 forward, while also be set to negative and instead change or animate backwards using both character value back again to 48, then offset with 1. It will be the sum of them, giving us the value of 49. And we can also change character range to full Unicode, and thus showing literally anything from the whole Unicode, or perhaps more correctly to that degree that After Effects is actually currently available within the system to show. Which is the same thing if I turn down the character value to 0 to get the original text, then offset the characters forward. So use it, for example, by adding a keyframe where you want the final text to appear. Go to the start and drag up the offset, and we have this simple character animation. Then possibly adjust the character alignment between the default left or top, center, right or bottom. Or with the adjust kerning, which are all affecting the spacing or positioning between the characters. Then last on this property list, the blur gives us the option to blur the text layer with increased intensity the higher amount we choose, either horizontally and vertically together, or unlink the values and blur them separately. As always with these animators, you can combine and play around with the range selector to get pretty much all type of interesting visual looks. And now let's check out the last two options for the text animation. For these I will use the front, the color, RGB, together with the position animator, as these are probably most obvious. Then under selector, concerning wiggly and expression, and as already gone through, the range, and starting off with wiggly. Now we will get this instant mix of quite random coloring for the characters, while also be able to set the position, changing the X, Y and Z values a bit for randomly spreading them out in the scene with a wiggly. choosing from a few different modes, from intersect, add, subtract, min, max, and also difference. Change the max amount of wiggly between -100 and 100%, and same with min amount. Based on characters, characters excluding spaces, words and lines. And it's also possible to adjust wiggles per seconds, thus increasing the speed of which colors will change and how letters will reposition themselves over a second at a time. Correlation between 0 and 100%, where the 0% will be the maximum amount of randomness changing between colors and different positions. Whereas further up to the 100%, it moves and changes in a more similar pattern the closer we get to 100%, where 100% each letter change color and move to the same place at the same time. Temporal phase, in its very basics, is related to time and can be offset to either the negative or positive, and here to the left by full revolutions, meaning a complete cycle or a complete rotation of 360 degrees, or just a normal 0 to 360 degrees within one full lap, here to the right. While the next one, spatial phase, is changed in the same manner, but instead offsets the space or the positioning on the screen or composition. In a nutshell, just use and adjust them both to create variations of randomness in space and time for your text animations. The lock dimensions is especially useful with the scale property, so let's add that one as well. And now when it's off, we may see that the scaling happens without lock dimensions for the X, Y and Z values, and kinda deforming the letters, creating a type of squash and stretch effect, which also is the first principle of Disney's 12 principles of animation, squash and stretch, adding flexibility to objects or enhance realism while pushing together or dragging out the animations, but a little bit dependent on your needs and preference style for each individual project. It might be a nice handy tool to be able to lock the dimensions when you want to keep the proper dimensions for the typography. Last option here, the random seed, gives us the ability to create a controlled or matching perceived randomness. Whereas if this number is set to 0, there won't be any specific correlation between similar layers, so you won't be able to replicate it. It becomes more as true randomness, but sometimes we just want the perception of an actual randomness and want to be able to repeat the same type of perceived randomness for other type of layers. And in that case, tweaking the random seed to anywhere between 1 all the way up to 10,000, the perceived randomness can be matched, repeated, and move or change in a similar pattern, as long as this number and other settings are the same. The final option for the text animator under the selector is the expression property. Expressions in After Effects is a really valuable and handy topic, but it's also a very comprehensive and sometimes a bit complex topic. So as this video is about navigating in After Effects, I will show you where you find it and the actual basic meaning of it and how to use it, but I won't go into the specific details about it. So perhaps that will be for another video further down the line. Then, as soon as we added the expression to the text animator, we get the option to choose what they shall be based on, either characters, characters excluding spaces, words, or lines. So let's first delete the range selector, and the expression selector will be an influencer of the elements or properties we added as an animator for the text. As with the position and color in this case, it's possible to change the amount of influence from -100 to 100% for the X, Y, and Z properties. If we right-click the amount, choose Edit Value, you're able to see it a bit more clearly, and especially here with the width, height, and depth, what type of units and what to preserve or link together. Now, the overall meaning of expressions in After Effects can be to create or link more complex animations together, or just add some different effects and adjustments to a specific type of property. And overall, it's based on the JavaScript language. Moreover, by pressing the arrow down at the amount property, we may view the section for expressions, first showing a text of which property it's affecting or influencing, an icon looking like an equal mark, which gives us the option to turn on and off the expressions, the good old pick whip that we drag to link or reference to a property, for example dragging it to the front color, and some new expressions will turn up here to the right for new reference. And over at this space is where to write actual expressions as lines of text or coding to influence the properties. The pre-written expression or attributes in the form of selector value, text index, and text total is specific expressions for the text animator and will only work down here as an extra with the basic property expressions. And currently this expression gives us a type of gradient look of the text. This expression is applied to each character, word, or lines of the text, and depending on what you choose to base it on individually. The first one here, the selector value, is related to the amount of influence over here, as we also see if replacing this by 100. Text index is now connected to the characters, from 1 representing A in the first word after, all the way up to 12, which is the S in the second word, effects. To show this, for example, keep just the selector value times text index and influence this by 3, so that every third character in the text won't be affected by the position and color animation. And then text total will be the total amount of characters, and 12 in this case. I will just quickly move on to another property within the text layer to show a type of basic expression, just to get a little bit hand of how we actually work in the expressions and how they could look like. So go to transform and add an expression to the position here. To add an expression, just hold Alt if you're on a PC still, or Option if you're on a Mac, and press the stopwatch. Alternative, you can also right-click the property and choose Edit Expression. And it's giving us the same look as for the expression selector, but now specifically for the position instead. We might add any type of expression, but let's throw in a simple wiggle. So just writing wiggle. Either write out the parentheses or hit the tab key as soon as you see the expression in the drop-down menu. And for the amount here, I would just go for 25, meaning that the text will wiggle at the frequency or speed of 20 with a maximum of 5 pixel movement, as in how far it wiggles around in space. And another way of effectively using the same expression is to right-click the position or any other property you animated and choose Copy Expression Only. And then you might mark one or several other layers and press Ctrl or Command again plus V to actually paste the expressions on that type of layer you just marked. If you're not actually familiar with the expressions beforehand, before seeing this, it might be quite a good idea to if you're interested of the expressions further, at least go over to check the very basics in the After Effects user guide in the section about expressions. It can be very handy or helpful to at least get a little bit of basic knowledge around it. But once feeling a little bit more comfortable around it and how it functions, this little icon here beside the pick whip shows you all the expressions available in the language menu, where there's just a massive list of different type of variables related to every type of property to possibly adjust or animate. For this section, the very bottom one, text, is where to find all specific variables when doing text animation, but used in combination with those above. That was actually it for the text animator. Quite a large and a bit comprehensive part, but really nice one to be a bit more familiar with in After Effects. So good job if you're fighting this one through. Continuing our journey down the timeline, the second layer that we see down here, counting the text layer as number 1, if we're actually going in and right-clicking in the timeline, going into new, we can see this one as the first one. And underneath this one, we got solid layer, which will be the next one here. As we already used this one before, we're already a little bit familiar with it, but a solid layer is more or less a single colored 2D object that may be used for adding effects to it. Perhaps a colored background, or perhaps masking out shapes and different type of objects. Another nice thing is that the solids will automatically be saved here under solids in the project panel, so it's really handy if you want to reuse them a bit later on. Next up will be the light layer, used to simulate a bit more realistic type of lighting for 3D layers, creating a little bit more depth in the scene or the composition, while also enhancing the visual dynamics or creating shadows, and overall being used to improve or influence the appearance of colors or textures within the scene. Depending on what type of layer of light we choose under the light options of the spot, parallel, point or ambient, there are a few different alternatives, and how they function with the transform properties varies a little bit. So for the spotlight, one current change or a new property in contrast to before is that the anchor point is now being removed, and instead there's a point of interest, which literally means the point or the spot that the lighting will be focusing on or pointing at. Then controlling the point of interest, either with the values down here, moving it a bit similar to the X or the horizontal axis from the left to the right. The Y or the vertical axis between up and down, or also use the set value, and then you will be changing the depth of field by moving the point back or forwards. Additionally, adjust it directly in the composition panel by just clicking on the point and holding it while dragging it around. For the position X and Y values, you will notice that the position X and the Y values moves just as normally, but while the Z is now a controller for the radius or size of the actual cone, making it wider and larger by lowering the negative of the Z value, and vice versa when the amount is increased instead, kinda focusing and tightening the light stream. Then when we're going to adjust the next one, the orientation, it might seem a little bit in contrast to what we actually have been doing before with the X and Y values or how they actually move. But think of it like having two sticks that you attached the light to, and one of them laying down horizontally as an X value and the other one standing up like the Y value. When rotating the first light, we cannot rotate it around the X value or the horizontal stick. Thus, we will be moving the light up and down, while the other light is attached to the Y value or the vertical stick and rotating around this one instead. So it's just going to be able to move or turn to the left or to the right. And then the position property will kind of move this cross-shaped construction, if you will, of the sticks to the left and right, up and down, or back and forward. Moving on to the set value, which make the light rotate around itself, so spinning around in this type of manner. And same options as well is shown down here, separated below. Under the light options, which we will find for the spot, parallel, and for the point light, there's a few more goodies for us. Just a little quick note here: when we're working with light or we want to add any type of light or lighting to our composition, just make sure that you actually turn on the 3D options for any type of layer that you want to connect the light to or actually see the light with. Moving on, it will be possible here to drag down the intensity and lower the lighting to the negative, while also being possible to raise it, well, almost to infinity. But probably you won't see that much of a difference when going over the 600-700% mark, as the colors are already blown out here. You can then change the color of the light, the cone angle down from 0% or up all the way to 180, cone feather between 0 and 100% for a bit smoother gradient or sharper edges, fall off between none, smooth, where depending on the distance of the depth or the set value, positioning it will lighten up brighter when closer and fade out darker, disappearing from further distance, which is quite similar to the inverse square clamp, but this one has somewhat more rapid fall off or decrease in the brightening when moved away from an object. The radius sets the distance within which the light remains constant, and beyond this point, the light will instead start to fade away. Lowering the fall-off distance will darken or minimize the lighting faster, or starting to dim at the closer point, while turning it up gives the opposite effect. The cast shadows lets us turn on and off the visibility of shadows behind a text or object. Shadow darkness is used for brighten or darken the shadow, a bit similar to the look of using the opacity. And then the diffusion is just like a blur, unsharpening the shadow whenever it's being increased. Parallel light will be more similar to a larger or wider source of light, almost like the sun. And this one is controlled only with point of interest and position. Point of light is not that far away from how the parallel looks, but instead uses only the position property, and the light won't be as strong as with the parallel light. And one of the more noticeable differences here between the two different type of lights, the parallel lights, no matter how far away or close to an object you are moving it, the shadows will always stay the same. Thus, as with the point light, kind of representing the light from a light bulb. Anytime you move it further apart from the object, the shadow will become a lot larger, or increasing the further apart an object is. Then lastly, the ambient light will be lightening up the whole scene evenly from all type of directions. It's also not movable, and the only options are to lower or increase the effect or the intensity of it, and together with the color of it. And to spice up your scenes a little bit more, giving that little lightning flavor to it, you can always try different varieties of lightning, and you can try placing them in a few different locations within the scene to get a bit different, nice, interesting visual look. So just try experimenting, go wild with it. So sneaking up with the camera layer, which goes a bit hand in hand with the lighting. So whenever you're working in a 3D scene or a 2.5D scene, if you will, as we are moving 2D layers within a 3D space, intended to replicate the behaviors of a physical camera, their actions and the movements of that physical cameras. So we can create one or several cameras, right click and new, then choose a new camera, which will make this panel of camera settings pop up. From the default settings, there are a few more fine adjustment possibilities. There are two different types of cameras, the 2-node and the 1-node. And to understand the difference, let's start with creating a 1-node camera and name it Camera Layer 1-node. The 1-node camera, it functions a little bit more like a real physical camera, and it orients around itself. Like whenever trying to use the Orbit Around cursor tool up here from the toolbar, replacing the camera view to default or a custom view. Marking the camera layer in the timeline, which I made as a 2-node camera, we have a new property called Point of Interest under Transform. And with a little point or anchor in the middle of the text. Now that we use the same tool, it may orbit or circle around with a different type of movement, and using that point of interest instead. You might want to try to use the 2-node camera for whenever you're having a little bit more complex movement in the scene, or you want a little bit more flexibility to the movement, and wherever you have simpler adjustments with just an easy movement, it might be worth checking out using only the 1-node camera. Then to upgrade a 1-node camera to a 2-node, just go up to Layer and Transform, going into Auto Orient, then choose the Orient towards Point of Interest, which is actually the only difference between the two cameras as well. With the 2-node camera you have another point of interest to it that gives a little bit more flexibility. I will add another view to the default view just to see the transform movement a bit better. And similar to what we've seen before, change the point of interest down here, adjusting the numbers for X, Y and Z. Or just move it directly inside the composition here. Move the position as well for the actual camera. And just as with the lights before, change the orientation with X, Y and Z rotation here as well. Under camera options, the zoom will be changeable, and watching the zoom effect there, while in the other, view how the zoom kind of moves or focus back and forward in 3D space. Then double click on one of the camera layers and go back into the settings. Let's see how any changes here to the settings will affect the live camera. Under preset, there's 9 different ones of alternatives ranging from 15mm up to 200mm, intended to replicate the behavior of a real camera, and in this case a 35mm camera. Plus we got the custom one, as when manual changes are done to any of the 4 settings here in the middle, which are film size, the zoom, the focal length and also the angle of view. Which might then or can also be saved for later use if you want to use it later on the same settings. When changing the focal length, we also automatically change the zoom in millimeter up here, together with the angle of view in degrees here in the middle, as they are all connected together, meaning that you can change the settings and amount using any of the 3 as a base measure for your camera. And now the focal length measures the distance from the film plane, or the actual sensor in the back of the camera, where the lights hit and creates the focused image, and over or up to the nodal point. A nodal point is this little circle or point in the middle where the light from the outside converges, or with other words, it intersects or meet together. So when we are decreasing the focal length, we get a wider view of the scene and less zooming in, while if we're increasing it, the opposite effect is happening with a more narrow scene, so more zoomed in and a smaller angle of view. Then the film size, indicated in millimeter, is the size of the actual film plane or sensor. And most often it should be best to just keep this one at the default at 36 millimeter. And some people will actually argue here that there's no point of changing this one at all, as there's no physical limitations with this synthetic camera, if you will. And although, as it's actually there might be some kind of reason to actually be able to match up the film size with the real physical camera. Moving on to some of the other alternatives, we got the units to set in either current millimeters, pixels or inches, depending a little bit there on your preferences. There's actually an option to adjust the film size in further detail as well, even though mentioned that we might even need it. Or do we? Either by changing it as now, horizontally, vertically or diagonally. But here again, if it's actually worth paying any attention to it, I'm not fully sure of, so let me know in the comments down below if you actually make sense of it or actually make use of the purpose of it that you can't use with any other type of options. Then at the moment, we currently see the preview mode, as that option is checked. And just uncheck this one if you don't want to see the live updates. There's a few more options over in this area, but they're currently grayed out. And this is because we're not in the classic renderer, so let's change it to that one. Back into our camera settings, we're now able to click on and off the enable depth of field and giving a few more adjustments for this renderer. It becomes possible to adjust the focus distance separately, either moving it further away from the line, indicating the composition size, or closer to the camera. The option called lock to zoom gives us the ability to keep focus distance correlating or following the amount of zoom, so the text or object always will be in focus. Well, as long as the zoom indicated by this line is over at or matching the object's position. However though, if turning it off, we can zoom in and out while choosing to be in or out of focus. Potentially used for some type of nice effects and perhaps extend the blur a little bit when zooming out from an image. Although here when we're working with the focus distance for a layer, it might be quite easy to get lost a bit on where you're actually having the focus for a layer or object. So a little hack here can be to mark the camera layer together with that layer you want in focus. Go to Layer, Camera, then set focus distance to layer. Aperture may be changed to increase or decrease the size of the lens opening, while increasing it also makes the blur of the depth of field a bit more noticeable. Aperture is also related to and correlate with the f-stop value, giving the same type of effect, but it basically means the representation of focal length to aperture ratio. The blur might be manipulated directly on the blur level property, giving anything from 0% blur and all the way up to roughly 1000%. Before it's blown out completely. And in here we actually get a few bonus adjustments to the camera's iris or the lens, and some highlight options when working in the classic 3D renderer compared to if we're working in the other two different renderers. Then back in the timeline under the camera options, instead of just having zoom here as before, there are now the options you saw before in the camera settings, like a switch for the depth of field, you got the focus distance, the aperture and the blur level, plus some extra ones we haven't seen before. Though as these options are identical to the ones using the camera lens blur effect, and that one giving a little bit more extra options, a little bit more splash of spices if you will, and we can see the effects a little bit easier, why I also think it's actually easier to control that one. Let's go for that one instead. Let's use our group panels to the right, go to Effects and Presets, then search for Camera Lens Blur. And I will drag it on top of my chosen image, but If you want the same effect on several images, consider adding it to an adjustment layer instead. Now, under the blur radius, having the same 5 different adjustments for the iris or camera lens, together with the 3 options for the highlights. Sometimes there might be reasons such as more separate control to put it directly on the layer while using the camera lens blur effect. But it also adds some extra weight to a squeaking computer in pain, if you will, and it also drags down the renderer speed quite a lot if you're going to add it on each layer individually, while instead adjusting it directly on the camera might give a little bit more coherent or natural look as you are zooming through the composition. But it's all a little bit dependent on your type of style or preference, and depending on the project, what you choose. To watch the difference a little bit more clearly, let's dig into the effect directly on the layer, starting with dragging up the blur radius to about 10. Then with the shape, we can check out how all the stars in the image will move from being triangles to squares, pentagon, got the hexagon, heptagon, octagon, nonagon, and lastly, decagon. Roundness lets us change the amount between 0 to 100% to affect the shape. The aspect ratio used to either contract or make the blur thinner down to 0, or drag it all the way up against 100 to widen the blur to the very maximum. Rotation let us rotate or turn around the small blur shapes. We have the diffraction fringe, setting it between any of the value between 0 and up all the way to 500, giving the look of a darker center and brighter edges, representing a slight interference pattern of bright and dark bands as when light or waves pass through a very narrow opening, just as an aperture in the camera. To then smooth it out and balance it a bit, drag up the roundness if necessary. Other than that, you can always play around a little bit with the highlight or adding some gain up to 100, and thereby adding brightness in relation or dependent of the amount of threshold, which in turn can be set between 0 and 1, and is the luminosity or brightness limit, where 0 boosts any pixel with a brightness above 0, and 1 takes all normal highlights away. Finally, the saturation also works together and are adjusted with the gain, while it's related to the coloring or decoloring of the layer. 0 will push the colors against the white, and 100 tries to retain all coloring. This was, I guess, another one of those perhaps quite intense and a little bit technical sometimes, and a comprehensive one, but it's really 2 great sections, the lights and the cameras, and very important ones when you're working in 3D space. So really good to know about when you want to start doing a bit more complex compositing. Next, we're moving on to the null object layer. The null object is basically an empty layer with only the 5 basic transform properties connected to it. By creating 2 shapes, say a rectangle with a star inside, instead of animating them both individually or separately, we can use a null object to be able to control them both together. So first, if I want to center the anchor point, marking all the 3 layers together, right-click or press layer in the top menu, go to transform, then center anchor point in layer content. Move the star and null to match up with a rectangle, holding Control if you're on a PC or Option on a Mac to kind of snap it in place. Mark the 2 shape layers, then use the pick whip to link or parent them to the null object. And now suddenly we're able to move both shape layers at the same time using only the null layer as a controller for the two layers. It comes in very handy when using two or more different layers with the same type of movement, and also when you have several different camera movements that you want to control a little bit easier, while also be able to use it for motion tracking. Jumping down to the shape layer, I will illustrate this a bit easier with an already pre-made composition. So I have this under compositions and shape layers. In After Effects there are 5 different types of basic shape layers, and they can all be found up in the toolbar by just pressing and holding to see all the options or all the shapes. In the same or following descending order, we have a rectangle or rounded rectangle, ellipse tool, polygon tool, and a star tool. Then adding one to the composition, just choose one, then press and drag to adjust it a little bit. To scale it proportionally or even, hold shift at the same time when you're dragging it out. Shape layers, just like text layers inside After Effects, are vector graphics, and that means that they are mathematical, so no matter how much you scale them up or shrink them down together, they will always maintain the same details and the same type of good quality. All shape layers have options to add a fill and can be adjusted with any type of color up here. Pressing the blue fill text, there's some fill options available as having none, solid color, linear gradient, and radial gradient. There's the familiar large list of blend modes to choose from, and also opacity between 0 and up to 100%. By choosing any of the gradients, these may be further adjusted by clicking the gradient colored box beside the fill, showing us the gradient editor. Moreover, there's this little blue line and dot. Drag it around to manipulate the direction and the amount of gradient directly inside the shape and composition. One for the fill and the other one for the stroke. Leading us into the next option of the shape layers, strokes. And the strokes are all the outer lines which currently creates the visual look or shapes of all the layers, being adjustable just in the same way as the fill by pressing the blue stroke text or using the color gradient as the current options. One extra variable is the size of the stroke, measured in pixels and adjusted by dragging it up, down, or you can just write in a number here. A small thing perhaps worth mentioning before we're moving forward is that shape layers are synthetic layers, as meaning they don't have a source footage connected to it, and that means that you can't have them or open them in the project panel, as they only exist or live in the actual timeline, if you will. Then a tip: if you create any shape, for example a star, and raise the amount of points with a keyboard arrow up, or the opposite, lower them with the keyboard arrow down, or make any other type of changes, this shape will be saved or exist until it have been reset. So something that's solved by just double clicking the icon and deleting the new layer. As sometimes you can wonder why there's actually this weirdly looking shape coming up every time and not going back to the default, then you actually need to double click it to reset it, so as a little hack. Now let's jump into the first shape layer, the rectangle. And we got a subgroup for transform, which are the basic layer movements that we already seen before. And adding it to 3D space, there's even more familiar variables popping up. Same goes when quickly turning on the render to Cinema 4D or even to Advanced 3D if you prefer. Also having the geometry options plus material options. And same as for the text layer. As these ones are the only differences between the 2D and the 3D or 2.5D, let's head back to the classic 3D renderer and let's dive into the content of the rectangle layer here. Currently, there's only the rectangle one, but when the layer is marked, it's possible to add more shape layers within or connected to this layer, just as more options are addable out here when smashing that add icon up to the very right. adding different paths and other type of variables. But I will come back to those ones within short. Beside rectangle 1, we might play around with the blending, and into the drop-down options the three main parts of shape layers are seen. It's the path, stroke, and fill, plus extra transform properties directly to this specific rectangle, also adding the skewing here. Right beside the path options, there's two small icons with lines. The left one with the left arrow and right one with a right arrow. Left one has the reserve path direction off and the other turns it on. Then there's a difference digging into the gradient stroke, as going to the quite nice option taper and adjusting the start length. It's now in one direction, but as soon as we hit the on icon, we will flip the direction around. Moreover, inside path, there's options to adjust and animate the size, position, and the roundness. So let's do just that. Create a small animation using these three types of variables or properties, while also adding in a little bit of anticipation using the second of Disney's 12 principles of animation, anticipation, preparing the audience for an action. I will turn off the visibility for the other four shape layers and solo the rectangle. First, add a keyframe for each variable in the beginning of the timeline, going forward to half a second, 12 frames here. Dragging up the scale a little bit, plus moving the position back slightly and thus adding some anticipation before moving forward. One more keyframe here as well for the roundness to delay the morphing or the change. Then move the current time indicator quarter of a second more, or 6 frames. I will ramp up the scale here a little bit. Position it to be adjusted down here and drag to the right. And finally the roundness until it's a complete circle. As the movement now is linear or constant, I will mark all keyframes, go to Animation, Keyframe Assistant and choose Easy Ease, giving it a bit more natural look with a slower start and stop. As you probably noticed, the gradient didn't actually follow the movement of the path position, and that is because we animated the path as separate from the other different variables. So whenever we want the gradient to follow, we need to use the main transform properties here in the very bottom for the whole layer, or these transform properties for moving the specific rectangle 1 shape. This animation may be manipulated even further with the graph editor. Now I'm using the speed graph and, for example, changing the movement here by slowing down the stop a bit more than the rest. Some variation to the anticipation, or perhaps slow down the start slightly as well and speed up the mid path. So I just quickly wanted to show a small part of what's actually possible within the graph editor. And I know it can seem a little bit complicated or intimidated almost in the beginning when going into these graph editors, but it's really adding a lot of value to the animation in After Effects, so it's really worth paying attention to. But I will head into this part or this section in full details later on to really see that it's not actually that complicated once you understand the very basic and structure of it. We're moving further down to the gradient stroke options, where there's this alternative for the blending. First, we got the composite, where if I, for example, were to add another stroke here to the add icon, dragging up the width a little bit, it's currently below previous in same group, but might also possibly be turned over and go above the other one. An option to change the gradient type between linear and radial. With radial, there's two new options: highlight length and angle. Let's drag up the Y for the endpoint a bit to see this better. and the endpoint, which is this blue dot, representing the end of the gradient, shown in pixels, offset from the center of the shape, which is just the same for the start point, but the beginning of the gradient to be offset. Now, with the highlight length, the gradient might be offset further between -100 and 100%, or spin the gradient around clockwise by turning it up to the positive. Under colors, the gradient is adjustable just as we saw before. Layer opacity, stroke width, and for these, line options, adding a trim path, giving us the options to animate the path of the shape layer a bit more, meaning we have the ability to change and animate the start and end of the path anywhere between 0 and 100%. Moreover, it's also possible to combine it with offset to create a type of constant movement. The next one, called Trim Multiple Shapes, is a very handy or helpful one when you want to create an endless amount of similar type of animations or movements of path within a layer, and it's giving us similar strength to what we saw before while using the null object as one controller to rule them all. If I first duplicate the rectangle 1, then head down to the trim path for this one and offset it slightly from the other one. Now, moving the whole trim path controller from any of the two inner rectangles, 1 or 2, onto content to add it as a main controller, letting us use the trim multiple shapes to manipulate or animate them both at the same time, using either the simultaneously or the individually for a slight different look. Back again to the line options and zooming in a bit on a corner. The first one up, butt cap. Butt cap. Yep, a little bit weirdly named icon perhaps. No, not that one, I guess. Anyway, it's giving us this motion around the corners, slapping it smoothly around. Round cap will keep that consistent round edges, while projecting cap instead giving us this type of movement around the corners. The line join let us tweak the corners in even finer details with either meter, round or bevel join for everyone's flavor and preferences. Meter limit, this one won't be that noticeable for a normal rectangle layer. So I'll create this quick zigzag shape, if you will, with a pen tool, but now the corners aren't sharp and also cut out of here in the very middle, becoming bevel join. So to change this, just raise the meter limit and that's the actual use of it. Dashes cut up our stroke in smaller pieces when pressing this plus icon. Change the look with butt, round or projecting cap, while change or animate the offset to make them move in any type of direction. The taper is shown in the length units of either percent or as pixels. This variable lets us manipulate both thickness of the start length, giving this cone-looking shape between 0 and 100%, while same goes for the end length in the opposite direction. We may adjust both start and end width and combine them with some easing. Ultimately, there's an option to add some waveform to it actually, so affecting the amount between 0 to 100%. measured units in pixels or cycles, while tweaking the wavelength a bit and make it all move around a bit with using the phase. Now, as we cover the first two of the three basic pillars of the shape layers, both the path and the strokes, next one we'll be heading into the fill, which is the coloring inside the actual shapes. Let's start here by toggle on the visibility for the gradient fill and choose the radial type, since this have the same options as the others plus a few extra ones. Composite, same options as the stroke before, below or above. And to illustrate the fill rule, which basically determines what should be filled or colored or not, and count as the inside of a path when the lines are crossing each other. Let's jump into the Start Tool shape layer, and I will make the fill visible. And currently the fill rule is set to non-zero winding, which is also the default. But as we ramp up the outer roundness a bit, creating some crossings between the paths, currently everything inside is filled or colored, but if changed to even odd and how the fill is counted in relation to the crossings or intersections, those crossings inside the shape will not longer be filled with color. Back into our rectangle, same as with the radial gradient stroke, we may manipulate both the start points X and Y amount and the end points. Drag up the highlight length and spin the angle around, plus colors and opacity. Lastly, in the very bottom here of the rectangle 1 contents, there's just those normal transform properties connected to this rectangle specifically. There's nothing really to add to the rounded rectangle and to the ellipse tool in form of new settings or options, but we got some quick extras for the polygon and the star tool. Going back into the star shape under type, we can actually shift between a star and polygon shape, while also set the points down to 3 and up to, well, let's say enough. You may also do this directly when adding a star shape to the comp by pressing arrow up or down while you're continuing holding the left mouse cursor. Arrow left and right adjust the corner roundness, and lastly holding spacebar helps move it around at the same time. It has a rotation for the path directly, so spinning it without moving the gradient, for example. Change the inner and outer radius of the shape, and manipulate both inner and outer roundness as we played around with a little bit before, creating some different and interesting or perhaps weird patterns, if you will. The rest of the settings here will be the same, or at least nothing that we haven't seen before in the rectangle shape. Then to bring the shapes perhaps a little bit more alive and increase their uses a little bit, we have served a few more alternatives under Add to our disposal. Adding a group, as I had the main layer marked right now, the group will be added here to the main content, thus giving the option to, for example, duplicate both the group and the rectangle as well. Now using this one to add as many groups as we want with separate shapes within just one shape layer and still keep it nice and organized. And at the same time, each of these groups will also have their own transform properties to be adjusted or manipulated. I will delete the group 2 again and go into group 1 and rectangle. And let's say we add a new group into this one, and having marked the rectangle 1 first, or if you missed that one, then just drag the whole group between the content and the specific shape. Turning on the fill again and throwing in just the path and stroke inside this group, well, then it actually becomes possible to use the group transform properties to change or animate the different parts of a shape layer, both together or individually. Next 8 options here that we find on the ad, we might either use them separately, as when adding them to a previous shape, or by creating a new group and build the whole shape from scratch. Let's first create a new group again, then we'll be using a clean path as a kind of base for adding some type of shape that lets us use the pen tool when having the path 1 marked. And I will keep this simple and use the polygon shape as a reference, but it's also usable to draw pretty much any type of shape of your liking or preferences. Then let's add some stroke. We'll be creating a keyframe here in the beginning. Move forward a little bit in the timeline and try match this shape up with the star layer. Including a few more points perhaps, or vertices as they're called. Giving us a toolbox to, for example, morph any type of shape into another or any other type of effect you can think of. A great tool to create a little bit more complex type of animations and merge together shapes to perhaps a little bit more interesting type of objects are the merge paths. 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 A bit tricky one. Let us duplicate the rectangle path and adjust this one slightly. And now watching the effect directly. I will toggle on the visibility for gradient fill and adjust this one as well by dragging out the start and the endpoints. Maybe a bit different fill colors to this one. Perhaps a little bit dark blue on this one would be nice. And now we're in the add mode, which adds the second shape on top of the other one and create one full shape with joined paths. Then the subtract one will take it away as a small bite of the corner, if you will. Intersect, the area shown where both shapes are overlapping, while exclude intersect, invert that option instead, showing all except for the overlapping area. And the last one, merge. The offset paths help us create these repeating type of patterns that we can use to, for example, backgrounds by increasing the amount a little bit and perhaps adding some more copies. Then dragging down the copy offset or animating by dragging them out of the screen and back in again. Then out for a transition or moving patterns. Change the look a bit by choosing a different line join here between the meter, round or bevel. Pucker and bloat help the creation of some engaging and interesting shapes and animations, and by moving the value up to the positive or down to the negative. Looking a bit differently for all the 5 shape layers though. Use the repeater to give the shape a few more copies. Then the offset and animate them. Either composite below or above, Then adjusting and animating it all under the transform. The normal variables that let us manipulate the anchor point, position, scale and rotation. And a cool thing here is split opacity, which giving us this possibility to change start and end opacity, setting this kind of gradual transparency in either type of direction. The round corners, I guess nothing way too crazy here, and something that's already been included for these shapes as the very basics. But perhaps it could be useful when you're drawing some shapes with your pen tool and you want to round off the corners a little bit, making them a little bit smoother on the edges. We have the trim paths. This one we already seen and gone through before, but it's a really nice one to add a bit more life to your animations and make the movements appear in a more nice and creative way. With a twist, we can make our shapes dance a little bit, if you will, and spinning with the angle or round and twisting the center up and down or back and forward. The wiggle path throws in the options to more or less offset the path in a zigzag pattern. It's a little bit similar to the wiggly that we saw previous in the text animator, making it possible to adjust the wiggle size or details as inserting more of the wiggles and raising the number. We can also change the points between corner and a little bit of that silky smooth. Wiggle per second, let us animate the speed of the wiggle movement. Correlation of pattern, as with no correlation or similarity at all at 0, and all the way up to 100% for full correlation and full identical movement at 100%. The phase over time is temporal, and scene space is spatial. Also, the random seed matches to layers using the same number, only showing the perception of randomness, if you will. And for this animator, I will first solo the star layer, hiding the other one, and center the layer. Now, if we add the wiggle transform, then instead of wiggling just the path, it will now instead wiggle the whole movement using the 4 transform properties. Then ramp up the position, the scaling, and also the rotation a bit. And if we're playing this now, we have a looping or endless animation, creating a type of wiggle or movement within the amount of 0 and the maximum choice for each property. And as the random seed is at 0 now, it's as random as possible. There's no correlation between the movement. If we were creating 2 different type of movements, like if I duplicate them, but instead choosing, for example, random seed at 1 instead, it will have this identical movement with the illusion or perception of randomness, as already said before. And that's almost it for the shape layers. We'll be just wiggling in for the last add here. And this one, together with the previous section, the text layers, is also quite a comprehensive but a really great one in After Effects. You can do so much different type of interesting animations using the text layers and the shape layers together. So hopefully it should provide a lot of value moving forward. Let's finish off here with the zigzag. And this option gives you the ability to set or create many interest-looking patterns. And perhaps currently a little bit like a snowflake, if you will. Then moving around the values a little bit for the size and ridges per segment. While Also give a little bit of change to the points between corner and the smooth. And that's it for the shape layer. I hope this helped shape your skills up a little bit within this section. And next up, we're going into the adjustment layer, just as the null object, is an empty layer or transparent overlay. But instead of most often being used as a type of controller, this one might be used to attach any type of effects or adjustment to one or several layers. And the adjustment layer will affect everything it's stacked on top of. So let's say whenever you're placing it in the very top of the timeline, it will affect everything underneath. It's a really great one whenever you don't want to stack the effects directly on a layer, or you have a multiple of different type of effects that you want to add to a multiple of different type of layers. Then instead of adding each effect to them individually, you can just use the adjustment layer to affect them all. So for efficiency and simplicity, and perhaps two to rule them all. With the Photoshop layer, there's nothing more to cover directly on these drop-downs in the timeline, since all this been covered previously under the layer style section. Although one of the good things with a Photoshop layer is the option we may reach when right-clicking the layer, going to Open, then Edit Original, whereas giving the opportunity to edit it directly in Photoshop if needed. So if I make any changes here in Photoshop, for example just dragging the line a little bit here under the text, then press Ctrl or Command plus S to save it, there's now a direct change inside the composition of After Effects. Moving on to the content-aware fill layer, this is quite an interesting one in After Effects that uses AI or artificial intelligence to help you subtract or add different type of object or things inside your footage. For example, I used this one when I created the content-aware fill for the other AI image that I added to my composition before or previously. So let's check it out by moving that layer under the fill layer, and we'll be using the same scaling as before, which will be 150%. And we now see how this one matches up as a kind of extra layer to cover up or subtracting some unwanted parts, while also adding or expanding the image a bit to cover the full composition. So whenever using this tool, just select any type of footage, and I will just choose the previous image I used to try to recreate the effect. A thing to bear in mind here though with this tool is that sometimes you might need a few extra attempts or tries before you can actually get the desired result you're after. And with a bit more complex or complicated footage, it's still a little bit challenging sometimes. And for not overloading your computer or time schedule as well for that part, try to keep the content-aware fill for the smallest duration possible of your footage. It's not really a full-time sprinter yet, if you will, so it's optimistic, but you should keep it to as concise as possible, as it works best just on a short amount of duration of your clip or footage. But then, once we're there, we're ready and have marked out the chosen footage by firstly masking out the area that we want to apply the content-aware fill to. Let's change the mode from Add to Subtract, and let's recreate that area. The tool is reached here in the grouped panel section. If you can't see it, go to Window in the top menu and choose Content Aware Fill there. At the very top, we got the fill target, that area that will be affected by the fill as everything with transparency or alpha. The alpha expansion lets us smoothen out the effect a bit. If we, for example, didn't make our mask just wide enough, it lets us add a little bit more alpha to the content-aware fill, just a bit more to work with and sometimes giving a little bit better result. Now, before I show you the fill method, you might be sitting there and wondering where to actually use this effect, where the button and icon is to actually get the tool to function, and for sure I did for a long time in great confusion. And if it looks just like this for you, something seems to be missing. Well, if so, weirdly enough, it just comes down to a little bit of adjustment for the actual panel in itself. So just dragging down and expanding the actual window, which reveals these apparently hidden features. And hey, it's quite a funny one and perhaps a bit somewhat obvious as well when you see it if you already didn't see it directly, but it sure drove me nuts for a while. Anyway, moving on with the fill method, and depending on what you're removing or adding, choose between object, surface and edge blend. Then for object and surface, there's a lighting correction to add. For object, with subtle, moderate and strong. With surface, also there using subtle, moderate and strong. Then set it to subtle, moderate or strong, a little bit dependent on how much and how intense the light is changing in the composition or in the scene. Base the range of the content-aware fill either on the entire duration or just for the workspace, but remember to keep it as tight as possible. For moving clips or footage, before on the left and after to the right, with a basic object fill method, which works best for removing or eliminating moving objects. Next up, we got the basic surface fill method, and this one is best used for static and flat surfaces. Finally, the edge blend, and it blends together the edges of surrounding pixels and works best to kind of remove objects or non-texture or smoother surfaces overall. And every time the content-aware fill being used, there will be a new separate fill layer that's created at the very top of the timeline. Plus also a folder in the project panel where the fills are collected or gathered automatically. With the option Create Reference Frame, we get thrown right into Photoshop again, where we may add some objects to our image. And that's all for the content-aware fill layer. And the next one and last one will be the Maxim Cinema 4D file. And I will just quickly have a quick glance on this one, as it's actually a separate program to After Effects. I won't get way too deep into this one, so perhaps that's for another deep dive navigation, but not in this video. So if you're interested of this one now, then you have to check it out on your own. Anyway, this is what the layer will look like, where I just created this simple text layer inside the program. And if this is something you want to dive deeper into, there's this really great Cineware help guide, pretty much like the After Effects user guide, but one for the Cineware. Another massive one, but so are the possibilities with the Cinema 4D. Perhaps combine some tutorials, dig into the help guide a little bit and explore it further down the motion design line. And whenever you're ready for it, just right-click the timeline, go to New, and create a new Maxim Cinema 4D file. And that should take you directly into a free sign-up and get you started with the software, as long as you actually have the After Effects software already it's included in that price. And of course, as always with After Effects, there's always a few more options, tools or properties hiding, and here in the timeline we can access a few more of them if right-clicking directly on a layer inside the timeline, but with some slight differences here on depending a little bit on what type of layer we choose. You will see a few different type of options or alternatives. To show these, let's go into the pre-made comp called Shape Layer Connected Rectangles, and we got the 3 semi-connected or stacked rectangles here. In the Shape Layers drop-down menu, I've created a mask on top of the large rectangle using the Subtract mode. And right-clicking the Shape Layer directly, pretty much everything will be grayed out for the first 2 mask options that I want to start with. Plus, we're not getting the same options when actually right-clicking directly on the mask in the timeline either. So instead, right-click inside the composition to get all options available, or firstly mark the mask in the timeline, then pressing layer up in the top menu to reach both mask and the shape path. Letting us add a new mask to the layer directly, while the next 4 options are the same as we both get served and seen before in the timeline. Not mentioned before is the reset mask, which change any mask back to the original or similar to the one you get when pressing new mask. Remove mask and all mask, basically just deleting them here instead of marking and deleting in the timeline. I guess it could be useful when you're having a bunch of different masks that you want to delete, or your timeline is just completely cluttered or filled with different type of layers and masks, and it's just easier to find one of them and then use this function to delete them all. Then moving on to mode, the inverted and locked. Well, this is just pretty much the same as we've seen, or literally the same that we've seen before, but the motion blur is a new one here. And have it the same as the layer or control it separately with on and off. And if I were to turn on the layer motion blur, say I create a keyframe for mask path in the beginning of the timeline, then let's move a few frames forward while dragging up the mask path to the top left rectangle instead. And currently, as it's the same as the layer, we get this motion blur at the very edges when it's animated from one side to another. But as soon as we choose off, there's actually nothing to it. So just sharp and crispy wedges. Then we got this feather fall off, and there's 2 options, either smooth or linear. With this smooth and linear for the feather fall off, I actually haven't seen any difference whatsoever when using these 2, no matter what type of thing I try to use it on. So if you know if there's actually a difference, or you have seen a difference, or there's actually just intended to be a difference but there's not, let me know in the comments down below if you know. Next one, concerning mask locking. It's related to the uses of multiple masks at the same time. If I were to make 2 duplicates and spread them out a little bit, similar to as clicking in a timeline, it's possible to lock and unlock all masks directly here, except for the marked one. So use this feature to hide locked masks. And this feature is actually a really nice one, especially when you're working with several different type of masks in the composition, and instead of seeing this type of wireframes or the outlines of the mask everywhere cluttered in the whole composition, you can use this feature to only show the mask that you're actually working with and hiding the other one. So it's just really nice to keep it a bit more neat and tidy or organized and see what you're actually doing a bit better. For the next option, head into group 1 of rectangles. We're right-clicking the rectangles after marking the group. We can group shapes, which is actually already done, or ungroup them to set them free individually again. The same options are seen when right-clicking in the timeline. So let's grab the rectangle 3, small instead, and go into its options, marking the path. After Effects uses 2 different types of paths for its shape layers. It's the parametric shape path and it's the Roto Bezier path. Currently, we're seeing the default parametric shape path, where size, position and roundness are changeable as before, but we may also mark and convert or change it to Bezier path, giving us the options to move the path differently through each vertex or these actual blue smaller rectangles in the corner instead. Potentially manipulate the path further choosing the Roto Bezier and automatically get this bent shape, but let's stick to the previous one for now. Now, whenever we want to animate a path inside After Effects, for example, we want to morph a certain type of object or shape into another one, there's a few different rules that follows that depending on where the vertex point or vertices is set out or positioned, the behavior will be slightly different or the result will be slightly different. Currently, this rectangle path is made up of 4 vertex points, where there always is one first vertex, and it's indicated by this larger double rectangle, meaning that the animation or movement will start and first prioritize this point. And I already created a keyframe here in the beginning. I moved forward a few frames and dragged the rectangle down here in the very left corner. And at the moment it's a standard position movement with nothing usual happening. But let's say we set the first vertex to the top left corner instead. We just created a rotation to the left instead based on the first vertex. And throwing it down to the bottom left corner instead. And now we will be getting this path of first scaling down and then up again before it's reaching the end destination or target in the composition. This one is a really valuable thing to know about whenever you doing some type of animation using paths in After Effects, as the movement differs a lot depending on where you have put the vertices, and wherever you see a weird type of movement you wonder what's actually wrong, why it's behaving or moving like this, you know that it might be the first vertices that is set in some type of weird way that makes this type of problematic movement, if you will. Then why not adding a small animation with the gradient to the movement and animating the endpoints of the medium and large rectangles to try and match the color with the small rectangle. Looking a bit something like this. And thus, we included a bit of the 8th principle of animation, secondary action, where smaller movements complement the main action, adding some depth to it. The last thing here, let's move forward the frame, marking the path, right-clicking the layer again, and adding 3 transform points. And this letting us move the rectangle around or scale it, change the anchor point and rotate it to adjust anything quickly directly inside the composition as related to the transform properties. Quality, all things we've gone through before here, except for the 3 ones in the top that just let us toggle visibility and unlocking several layers at the same time. And the rest here we already gone through before and already seen in the timeline earlier. While the transform properties are the standard ones in the top, some new things are that the footage is flippable now, horizontally or vertically. You can center the footage in the middle of the composition and center the anchor point in the actual footage. Then we got fit to comp, or by width, or height. Just some really useful or helpful features that whenever you're having footage with different type of sizes that you want to scale and kind of mash up together, this is just another faster way of doing it. So let's take the composition for the text layer, and under time, the remapping we seen earlier under the composition section, but when I create 2 position keyframes, moving the comp out of the scene, use the time reverse layer, it will now move into the screen instead as we change the time order. And with the time stretch, just as before when going through the columns in the timeline, this one will expand or shorten the whole duration of the layer. Then with the freeze frame, we may stop the time and still any moving video or footage to just show the current specific frame. And same effect can also be applied, but instead for the last frame of a layer. This one can be really useful whenever you want to animate a kind of a still frame from a video, or perhaps you want to extend the still footage from a layer. Then this option, which is currently grayed out now, the align video to data, and this one is of use whenever having a so-called motion graphic JSON file or an MPG JSON file. I haven't dived way too far within this subject, but in its very basics, it either lets you offset or align a video by using data values from a matching separated file. Next up, we got the frame blending, and same options here as explained in the composition section before, just another way to find them literally inside the timeline. Then toggle 3D layer, guide layer as mentioned before, just a reference and not included in the final rendering. Then we got the environment layer, and this is quite a cool one. With this one you can actually use any type of video footage or still images and take the reflections of that layer and onto any other type of layer you like. So have the text layer, After Effects visible and 3D turned on. Let's combine it with an image. Just first make sure that you're actually in Cinema 4D for this one to make it work. Right click the layer and turn on the environment layer option, which is now indicated with this little teal outline basketball icon, if you will. Then on the layer you want to see the reflection on, head into the material options, ramping up the reflection intensity to 100% here. Rest of the values you can play around with for any type of adjustment you prefer. If you like any type of movement in the reflection, you can either insert a video clip or perhaps add some movement like a wiggle expression to this, perhaps to the orientation property of a still image, to get some really nice varieties of different cool effects here. For any type of layer you have in the timeline, it's possible to add some handy markers to it. Basically, it's a way to add notes or color codes or just another way of navigating a bit faster in the timeline between specific points of these specific markers. Let's right click the markers, where you will see the specific time, but also add if it shall last between a certain amount of time, plus add any comment to it and perhaps label it with a color, or you can also choose if you want it to be either a comment or as a segmentation marker. To be honest here, I actually haven't seen that big of a difference between these two type of markers, except for the possible name when you're actually clicking into them. But the former one here should be intended for comments or workflows, and the latter one will be for the ranges or for segments, according to Adobe at least. Although there is a set of different base color or default color on them too, to separate them a little bit. So the duration of a marker might be changed directly in the timeline by alt-clicking a marker and dragging it out to split. And to add markers for the whole composition with no layer marked, go to Layer, Markers, and Add Markers. Or just press on this icon to the very right, and alternatively drag and drop it giving us a kind of raising number in the comments automatically. Then we can right click it and similar options will appear here. But instead of named as a comment or segmentation marker, we are presented by an option for so-called protected region instead. This literally means that this area will be protected no matter what. If you're changing, for example, if you do time remapping on the layer or if you change the duration of the layer, then anything outside of this area will be affected, but not the one in this protected zone. Adjust it with the right half of the marker and move the area with the left side of the marker. Going into a pre-made composition, let's add a composition marker here, then back into our main comp again. And if I want to see the same marker here, we just need to right click the layer, go to markers and update markers from source. Then last ones, if we right click any marker, going directly to the marker, we can delete them or lock them. The work area, as mentioned before, is the space between these two blue markers, letting us work in more smaller sequences or smaller parts of the timeline. So instead of actually needing to rendering the whole timeline, anytime we make a small change, we're just doing it for that work area, that little part, and it goes a lot more faster and efficient. And there's also a few more things that we can do with the work area, as by right-clicking it, and we're able to lift work area. So when no layers are marked, it will lift or trim all those parts of those layers in the work area. While if one or more layers are marked, only those will be affected. Extract work area will instead remove or ripple delete that whole area, whereas the end of the work area will become the new beginning of the timeline. It's also possible to trim comp to work area and thus changing the comp duration, trimming it down and becoming only that area. And just similar to how the markers were used previously, we are able to create protected region from work area to not affect this area with any type of changes. You can either reach it here or go up to composition and responsive design time, where it's found in the very bottom. There's the further possibility to create intro and outro, meaning a protected area will be created, either 15% of the whole composition, starting from the beginning with intro and forward, and the opposite from the end with outro. Moving on, we already covered the blending mode and the layer styles before, so the next ones up are the effects. I will give a good overview about the effects in After Effects, but I won't go into the specific details about each and every one of them, because there's just an insane amount of different effects and presets in After Effects. So going into each of them will probably go or need another navigation book or navigation video guide by themselves. So looking into the effects here, we have a big sparkling list here with different categories that by themselves contains a bunch of different effects. So if we were to add a simple effect to just show this off a bit, going into distort and choosing the, let's say, the mesh warp, getting a new panel called effect controls popping up, which will function as a kind of folder for each effect. It will be adjustable and possibly animated for each specific layer. Going into effect again, you see that the effect controls are now marked and showing, and the latest effect added will also be showing in here. Possibly remove all, or go into manage effects, where you can turn off or enable different type of effects and plugins. The next one coming up here it's a really interesting one that can make anything move to the beat of the music. For this, I will add a music file to the timeline, go right click, keyframe assistant, then convert audio to keyframes, thus giving us this new layer with a bunch of keyframes for the left, right, and also both channels. Just both will be enough here though, so I will delete the other two. Then for a layer to be animated to the beat of the music, just pick whip that property, which will be the scale here for my case, and connect it to the slider for both channels. And as you can see, there's a little bit of scaling issue at the moment, so to fix this problem, head into the expressions and find where it says temp within the brackets and add value plus before that one to balance out the expression, if you will. And now we got this kind of cool bounce or hits to the beat of the music. One way to perhaps go even further with this is to either shrink or expand any type of keyframe to the beat of the music individually. And to do that, let's mark the scale or whatever property just pick whipped. Right click, go to keyframe assistant again, then convert expressions to keyframes. And now the expression disables and becomes replaced with keyframes which are individually adjustable. Then I will just randomly grab a few for now and then increase them just a little bit, giving us this. And the next one, the create keyframes from data, is another one of those linked directly to an MG.json file. So if you ever get your hands on such a file, you can create the keyframes directly from the values of that file or the data values. And just to show this quickly, I converted a random CSV file using the following website that I'm linking here in image. So that website or the link might be worth a shot if you don't actually have a direct MG.json file and you wish to have one. Throwing it in the timeline, going back into keyframe assistant, and now we may choose the option create keyframes from data. A bit similar to before, I will just pick whip the scale, but now to the sine 1k per line. And getting this a little bit funky animation, which is dependent on the numbers or values within this CSV, and finally the MG.json or MG.json file. Continuing with the audio amplitude layer and both channels, go into keyframe assistant. We got some different easing options for the keyframes here. We got the easy ease as used before. Going into the graph editor and the speed graph currently, which again I will show and explain a lot more in detail a little bit later on. And what we see here is a representation of the behavior of the scaling, and all the small hills or the mountains, if you will, that's going up are the positive values measured in units per second for this audio file. Then having the holes or slopes, if you will, going under the 0 to the negative. With the easing applied, we kind of have rounded off or smoothened out the values going from one frame to another. So for each of these keyframes, we start at 0 units per second every frame, and then slowly increasing if we're going up or decreasing when going down. At the very peak of the hill, the units per second is the very highest, and the very opposite is true for the negative at the lowest of the holes. By zooming out now, we see this kind of waveforming looking graph, just a smooth audio waveform. And say we undo this easing and go back to linear keyframes, presenting this a little bit choppier linear movement with the same units per second from one frame to another, but with each frame on different levels and jumping directly to that level instead of just an easy ride, if you will. And this is basically how the speed graph and the graph editor works like in general. And anytime you're changing the easing between keyframes, you're also changing or manipulating the whole type of animation to both the feel and look of it. So it's just a really important part of After Effects in animation in general, And as I said before, I will go a lot more into detail and show and explain this one a bit further down the line. Going back to the keyframe assistant, let's also check out the easy ease in, which literally means it eases or gradually decreases in value or speed into the next keyframe, indicated by the sloping curve, while almost directly or very fast at least increasing in value or speed in the beginning of the keyframe. If I undo this and apply the easy ease out, instead we will get the complete opposite leaning curves and effect of it. Again, undoing this keyframe assistant, and let's choose the exponential scale instead. Now we got this exponential or gradual increase of the values over time. Moving on to RPF camera import, which is currently grayed out, and that's because this one needs a specific type of file format called RPF or rich pixel data, and also for being able to import camera data. For example, whenever you're working with another type of 3D program, just like the Autodesk 3D Max, for example, and you want to sync or link that type of file or the camera settings that you're using in there into After Effects. By marking, for example, these 3 separate text layers, there's a valuable option to sequence or offsetting the layers, meaning those underneath will be pushed to the right to start when the layer above finish. Overlap the sequencing and choose a time here, either without a transition or by including a dissolve font layer, creating this kind of fade out effect on prior layers. Or using a so-called cross-dissolve front and back layers, thus giving both a smooth fade out and a fade in for the upcoming layer. With the last keyframe assistant option, I will create 2 keyframes for the scaling of text layer navigating, just increasing the scale a little bit. Before, we saw the option to reverse the whole layer and kind of pushing the keyframes to the very end of the layer in opposite order, but this one instead will keep the layer in place and just quickly swap place of the keyframes, time reversing them. Let's get rid of some layers and move on to the track and stabilize, where I will throw in a video footage for this one. If you're using this tool with any type of moving objects, people, or anything else moving within the actual scene, then normally it's quite good rule of thumb to be masking out or roto brush these people or objects first. And roto brush meaning pretty much a automatic way of rotoscoping or masking out, but more on that one later down the line in the video. And then we just want to go right click the layer and choose track camera. While this is analyzing, there's a little side note here, as the tracking function sometimes can be a little bit hard to get to function with myself included, and I didn't want to start analyze. And I tried all type of different options, went from purging to resetting to reinstalling and just any type of options available. And then weirdly enough, I found this a bit malfunction for an ASL F-link in the activity monitor on a Mac or in the task manager if you're actually on a PC. So that's a thing that might be worth checking out if you tried all those options and this one included and you still can't get it to work, and also perhaps as a bit of an upgrade overall when especially when you're working with a bit more complex scenes. It might be worth checking out the plugin called Mocha AE instead. Then if we actually get it to work and with the layer tracked, we're viewing up here the amount of frames tracked in the footage and composition, a bunch of different tracking points for attaching different things to. Either move around to find one point or a spot of 3 tracking points, or you can also press, hold and drag around an area to select several different points at the same time. There's an option to change the shot type, and if the camera is actually completely still and you don't know or need to put the exact angle of view, referring to this one here under your camera options, then just keep it at fixed. You may use the second one if you have a variable or changing zoom, for example. And if accuracy is not enough under those, use the specify angle of view to increase it, but a bit dependent on the actual camera. Show track points either as 3D solve or as 2D source. Render track points lets us choose if wanting to see the points only when the effect is selected. If you can't see the actual track points being too small, or you just think they are way too big and clumsy, then you can either drag the size down to under 100%, or you can enlarge them all the way up to 10,000% if needed. Similar sizing for the target as the mixed red coloring circle or bullseye between 3 or more points. We may create a separate camera directly and adding a bunch of keyframes for the position and orientation properties following the tracking movement. I will delete that camera for now and head over to Advanced Options in the Effect Controls. The solve method used for analyzing this tracking was the one called Auto Detect, as in letting After Effects decide by itself what's the preferable or the best option for extracting the camera movement from the motion picture or the footage, as in motion tracking. What After Effects then decided was the best is seen under method used and thus typical. Something to look out for is the average error value. Basically, this is the error difference between the track points of the 2D source and the 3D solve. And we always want this as very low as possible. If it goes above a pixel or two, considering checking other solve methods. For example, trying the mostly flat scene if the footage is fairly flat and basic. Or you can check out the tripod pan if there's only rotation within the scene and there's no position movement. Or you can go in and delete or erase some of the tracking points inside the footage. Another option, if you're not happy with the results, maybe with a bit more complex scene, is to mark detail analysis. However, though, that requires a completely new analysis from the beginning. Moreover, you can hold the auto delete points across time marked and delete some points in the composition. And same points will also be deleted for the whole clip, as for all features and objects. While if it's instead unticked or unmarked, it will only be for that specific time frame. Lastly, choosing if we don't want to see and hide warning banner if it says to reanalyze the footage. The same options are found if clicking down on the layer inside the timeline, go to Effects and 3D Camera Tracker. But there's one more option here, which letting us turn down the effect opacity. And selecting an area to track, just dragging over a few points when the effect is marked. Right-clicking the area, there will be a few more necessary options. As a first thing to do here before you actually adding anything to the tracking points, make sure to first set ground plane and origin. The ground plane is the area here that we select and tell After Effects that we want this as a flat reference point, as a ground. Although you will be using this similar to wherever you want to put the reference point within the scene or footage. Then the origin lets us know that this point is the center of the composition. So if you right click again and choose the create text and camera, as we just set the ground plane and origin before, the origin or position property is now set to 0 in X, Y and Z space. Whereas if we wouldn't do this first, the reference point would be quite lost in space, so to speak. So it always needs a little bit of guiding beforehand. But now this can be adjusted slightly. And suddenly there's a 3D text as part of a footage, glued to the tracking points. Now let's undo this, and looking at the other two options, either add or create solid and camera, or null and camera. I want to add the shape layers, connected rectangles into this footage, so I will drag it up in the timeline and make it 3D. To link the position, drag the pick whip from the comp file while holding shift to move the layer to a location of parent. A few minor adjustments here and just something to show how any type of objects or text may be attached to the scene. Let's say that's just not enough. We want to add a little bit more flavor to our scene. Well, except for adding actual 3D objects, we can add a little bit more depth to it by adding some light and shadows to the scene. Again, you want to find some really good tracking points where you want to add a shadow. So right click and create shadow catcher and light. Then set them up as you prefer, adjusting both the light a bit and the shadow catcher in a somewhat nice position. While turning down the opacity just a little bit for the shadow catcher. Of course, this could be fine-tuned a lot better with the actual scene, like setting and matching the color direction or changing the material to just blend in a little bit better with the scene, but that's something for you to experiment further with a little bit. Finally, the last options seen here are just the same ones as we already been through before, but pretty much just a pumped up version, if you will, letting you add as many text layers, solids or nulls at the same time, equal to as many points you are currently marking. And that's all for navigating the camera tracker, and it's just a really nice way to spice up your scenes a little bit extra. And as I mentioned before, it might be worth checking out the Mocha AE plugin if you want to take your tracking to the next level as well. Now, before moving on, if you perhaps want to support this video and future ones coming up, keeping me a bit on track and navigating a stable course forward, then there's a link in the description down below to caffeinate me with a $1 coffee. If you ever come across some shaky footage that you want to stabilize, the warp stabilizer is most often a really good weapon if you want to regain some control and stability of it. Choose Warp Stabilizer VFX, which will automatically start initializing the footage or the actual start to analyzing the process for the footage, showing you the percentage down here and what frame of the total amount. You should already see quite a bit difference, but this can be taken even further and perhaps change the result, or you can try eliminate the camera movement completely with no motion. But let's go back again to smooth motion, which is something changeable in finer detail as well with a smooth adjuster. It's actually just going, or is changeable between 0 and 100% over here, but instead it can also be increased all the way up to 1000% if you go directly on the percentage number. Keep in mind here though that the the default one at 50% is already quite high and a little bit dependent on the clip and what you actually want to accomplish with it. It might be better to go down and start around 10-20% and then work yourself up from there instead to create a little bit more natural and sometimes even better looking clips. With the default method subspace warp, After Effects adjusts the footage in all ways possible it thinks are necessary for stabilizing a clip. Anything from positioning, scaling, rotating and perspective, while distorting or deforming and twisting the footage. If this becomes a bit too overwhelming and too much, then try only position as method or position, scale and rotation. With that, having the preserve scale to check on and off, depending a bit if we want to prevent the stabilizer from scaling in and out or back and forwards in the footage. Then there's the method of perspective, which also introduces some distortion or deforming again, and using a 4-point corner pinning when stabilizing the footage, and compared to the subspace warp, which instead uses a multiple of different reference points in the footage for a bit more detail control. However, though, if you're ever coming across or getting some unwanted keystoning in the perspective, keystoning meaning a type of weird looking tilting distortion, or you're getting some unwanted warping with the subspace warp as a type of bending distortion in a weird way, then you can always go down to the bit more simpler methods instead. Every time a higher method can't find enough areas to track, it will drop down or lower to the method underneath. Heading over to the border section, there's an area called framing. Currently, this is set to the default as stabilize, crop and auto scale. And as there is no compensation for additional crop and scaling, the whole footage will move around showing the whole frame and edges. This is something that you might want to do or might want to consider doing if you want to do the cropping yourself separately to perhaps get an even better result. Then with stabilize, crop, we're also throwing in the ability to crop or trimming the outer edges. Back at default one, we see the auto scale added and also changed down here, while fine-tuning its maximum or throwing in some action-safe marking, pushing in the scaling with a given percentage. And the additional scaling can be ramped up all the way to 10,000%. But this one is without the actual extra resampling though, meaning it won't change the actual resolution or the pixel dimension, meaning it won't add or remove any of the pixels when scaling, just like what happens when you're scaling with the normal transform scaling. Then the fourth, framing, stabilize, synthesize edges, will create new pixels for the blank spaces when the edges are moving, and it's based on the frames before and after the current one. Diving into the advanced options and start with the synthesize input range. Connected to this mode, we may adjust in seconds how far back or forward in time it shall collect pixels from other frames for the missing frames. The synthesis is tweakable for the edge feather, thus smoothing out the edges where the new pixels line up with the old ones. With synthesize edge cropping, cutting or trimming off bad edges are done manually for each side of the footage. I will just quickly change the method and framing back to default, and the detail analysis may be turned on. This might be a good option to try if your warp stabilization ever failed, or when it actually does, then it will increase the search area a little bit and involving a few more elements in the scene. But it also comes in the exchange of a little bit speed drop and a little bit more data. We got fast analysis, which is on as default. And you can tick this off to go back to the earlier, slower version if you prefer. But I'm not sure if unticking or unmarking this will actually give some benefits in form of quality, just pretty much a slower tool for working in, so I can't see that much use of actually doing it. Rolling shutter ripple, which have an automatic reduction and an enhanced reduction. A rolling shutter ripple is when a whole image is not captured in an instant. Instead, just a quick gradual part. But if there's movement simultaneously or at the same time, distortions or ripples like wavy jello-like movements might occur. So whenever you have an image or a footage that contains these large ripples, then you can try use the enhanced reduction to better remove these ones. Moving on, we got crop less or smooth more. And this will balance the percentage of how much weight each of them should be given. Giving it a little bit less cropping, but with more smoothness, and vice versa on the other way around. The objective in Warp Stabilizer is used to determine the aim or the focus of the effect, where the default and normal use is the stabilize. This is also changeable to reversible and reverse stabilization, something that is used together in a footage to add effects between them, and it's also a part of the whole stabilization process. So this meaning that first you change to reversible stabilization to make the footage steady, then duplicate the effect, add a reverse stabilization to introduce the shaking back, which basically just takes out or balance out each other. But now instead it's being possible to throw in any type of effect between them too. So let's do just that, and we will add an CC light sweep to this one. And to be able to see it clear, to see the difference clear, pump up the intensity a little bit. As seen, the effect now look like it's a part of the footage, instead of moving around with the actual camera. Then let's undo and delete that one. Moving on to apply motion to target. Something that we may add to any type of footage or image layer. So for example, choosing the text layer, navigating, and now the same motion is applied to that layer. Maybe wanting it in the actual footage, and then we will have to change the objective to apply motion to target over original instead. We might adjust or animate the position of the text layer or your actual object if you're not happy with the placement, as normally you would do under the transform properties for that specific layer. There's an option beside saying source, which is showing the current source layer. If we're hiding this footage and showing our text layer, perhaps adding a simple mask to this, and throwing on some glow effect as well. Why not? Changing to mask now instead, and then that will be included in the footage. Last option throws in the effects as well. Next option here, this is a really great one when you can take a little bit more control over the footage of what you actually want to stabilize and what you don't want to stabilize within the footage. Perhaps with some moving objects in it, or when it's not just behaving in the way that you want it to behave. Here the show track points come in very handy, whereas we will be seeing all the points After Effects are currently tracking in the footage, and if for some reason we think they're too small to see, we can just drag up the track point size a little bit here to make them a bit bigger. But anyway, just as with the track and stabilize, marking our track points by pressing, holding and dragging over those points we want to delete for each object or talent or whatever we got. Similar to before, having the auto delete points across time should make this process a little bit easier, but you will still getting these new points on almost every frame to be deleted. Sometimes it's unfortunately what it takes to get that really great footage, so just move along and keep that scrubbing going, I guess. It might be a little bit of a time-consuming process though, as you actually need to scrub through the whole footage manually, but it can really do some wonders for your stabilization, and especially if it's not working correctly, and perhaps even as a replace or at least as a complement to masking out or doing the roto brush beforehand. So might be another way to try to be a little bit more effective and get some better quality of it. Next search, we got the track motion, for which I will be using the following footage here. Track motion let us track any type of motion or movement within a footage, and then use that tracking data to apply mainly to another object to follow that same type of movement within a scene. Once we apply the track motion tool, this little track point will appear containing two boxing outline squares with a little plus inside it. The area in the outer box is called the search region and is where the searching happens for locating the track feature as points or patterns. And you want to make sure that it's big or large enough for containing the whole feature of the object for the motion tracking, but still keep it concise or small enough to not take too much renderer time and keep it as effective or efficient as possible when doing the tracking motion. We want to press, hold and drag in one of the corners to adjust its size, and to scale it in proportional or proportionately, just hold shift at the same time while you're doing the scaling. You can move just the box but anchor to the smaller box while using the lines, while moving the whole track point pressing inside this search region. The area within the inner box is called feature region and should be placed over the element or object to be tracked, which is something that needs to be consistent over the whole duration of the footage or the whole tracking time. And same movement here for corners, but pressing inside the box will move everything except for the little plus in the middle, and instead we need to press inside the feature region for that one. And that little plus is named attach point, which is the center point that you want to connect or hook the object or feature to when you're doing the track motion. To track this footage, it's quite a good idea to find as a high contrasting areas as possible to be able to attach the tracking point a bit better. And if this is not possible, it normally might be quite a good idea to prepare the footage a little bit better before you start doing the motion tracking. For example, by increasing the contrast of the footage in specifically these certain areas that you are working within or that you want to do the tracking for. And you also want to try to find an attachment point or somewhere in the footage that every type of movement in any type of direction will be unique. So no matter if you're moving up or down or to the left or to your right, there will always be a little bit of uniqueness, and that makes it a little bit easier to do the tracking. Adjusting the tracking point to a potential good fit. I will be creating a basic track motion using only one tracking point here, and with just the position and the track type transform. So once everything is set up and you're ready, just hit the play button over here to start analyzing forward. If potentially needed, there's an option to analyze forward just one frame at a time to the right, and on the left side either analyze backwards automatically or one frame at a time here as well. You need to keep an eye out for the tracking point staying in place, and if it's not, it's necessary to go back again in the footage or the timeline, kind of adjusting the tracking point as needed before you start analyzing again. And whenever the footage is completely analyzed, we just created a bunch of keyframes that follow this specific movement. And by going into the alternatives for the footage, the option called motion trackers just been added now, where the path of the keyframes for the tracking point can be seen, while having the X and Y position now for the future center for each frame. The future or the inner box size shown in pixels. If the outer box, the search, is offset and by how much if so. Plus we get the size of it just underneath. Confidence is related to how well After Effects think it's actually doing or tracking the actual footage. So anytime the confidence is very high, it's a positive indicator that it's actually analyzing the tracking very well. And if the confidence is low, vice versa is done. While this is a little bit dependent on each type of footage, so it might be a good idea to always do the tracking first and then go back to analyze the confidence level and potentially find some problematic frames that you might need to analyze again. Then you would just raise the confidence level just a little bit on those problematic frames to get a bit better motion tracking overall. To be able to adjust this for the tracking, just head over to Options in the Tracker panel and choose one of the 4 options in the drop-down menu as an action After Effects should take each time the confidence is below your specified or given number. The Continue Tracking is the default one, and the tracking won't care about the confidence level at this one. Stop tracking to abort, then reevaluate manually before starting again, while the Extrapolate Motion estimate the future region's position. It won't create any new attachment points keyframes to anytime the confidence level is being too low. At the same time, it will also be deleting them for all prior tracks where the confidence level goes below the actual minimum there as well. Kind of like making educated guesses based on different type of patterns. Lastly, the option called Adapt Future track as normal until or if the minimum confidence level is challenged or has dropped below. With this process, we will be using the last frame or feature and ignoring all the problematic or bad ones, those with a bit lower confidence level, and instead use the prior ones that was a lot better and with a higher confidence level, and ignoring those problematic ones. A little bit similar to what's just mentioned, this process can also be done separately by taking the Adapt feature on every frame, accounting or taking note of the future just one frame behind the current one, instead of going all the way back to the first frame in the very beginning. So it will kind of move along all the time, just one frame behind, and take account of this one. We then got the subpixel positioning, and whenever this one is ticked on or marked, the tracking will be a lot more accurate, as it's not just based on pixels now, it's based on fractions of pixels, or very small parts of pixels. We may enable track fields if using an interlaced video. Interlaced, meaning a type of video that is split into 2 halves, and it's only showing every other of these lines to create a full frame, doubling the frame rate when doing this. Next, we got Enhance Before Match. By using this method, we make it a little bit easier to track an image or footage by either blurring it or sharpening it. For example, removing a bit of those grainy, noisy parts of an image or footage. Moreover, we can change channel depending on the feature or object we're tracking. As if it's having a clear coloring, we can use the RGB, and with a different type of brightness, we can choose the luminance. I'm referring to the brightness or the light intensity of an image or a footage, meaning how bright or dark certain type of areas are, without considering the actual coloring. While if there's similar coloring in the object and its surrounding, as less contrast, you can try the saturation instead, meaning the intensity or the vividness of coloring in a footage, as in how pure or how diluted the coloring will appear in the footage. We got the tracker plugin with built-in as the standard and only one in After Effects. And we can then also change track name in the very top. Heading back to our drop-down timeline options, just a Y and X position here for the attach point and also an offset for it. In here, it's possible to add a bit more track points or trackers, either before or after tracking, by just duplicating them. Now, when we're actually having the tracking data ready, we perhaps preferably want to attach or apply this to something. Thus, I will create a null object, name it tracking null. Go to edit target, choose the null tracking, OK, apply an X and Y dimensions for this one. Now the tracking data is attached to the null, and we're able to line up any type of text or footage to this motion. I will adjust the text layer a little bit and then just drag and snap it to the anchor point of the null, while placing the logo over here to kind of follow the same movement. Lastly, just mark both layers and pick whip to parent them to the null object, and yeah, there we go. We just got ourselves a little nice tracked motion in the footage here. This was the most type of basic tracking that you can do, but you can also try to perhaps throw in a little bit of rotation and scaling, giving you one of those extra track points to place at another part of the footage. You might want to try to place them on different sides of the actual feature or object that you are trying to track, or with the same depth in the scene related to the camera. And in general, the further distance they have, the better the results will be. Then there's a few different types of track types, with the transform one being the default, that was the one previously used, and a little bit similar to the warp stabilizer. We may use the track motion to stabilize an image, but will instead steady or stabilize just a specific object within the footage. Something perhaps quite obvious if I were to do another tracking with the stabilizer and apply the tracking to a layer. Seeing now that our object or talent still in the frame while the rest is moving around a bit. But without the actual compensation of the scaling, distortion and the warping that we just saw previously with the warp stabilizer. Although still a rotation and scaling can be included to experiment with if you like. I will be using the following video clip here with a green screen for the upcoming parallel and perspective corner pin. And this function is a little bit similar, as both have the 4 corner pins for tracking corners of an object, just like a screen, and both tracks skew and rotation, but only the latest mentioned track the perspective as well. There might be an argument to go for the parallel corner pin tracking here at times, using the parallel basic 2D, but I just haven't found the reason yet for this one, either in quality or in less time. So the perspective corner pin should probably most often be your first choice here. And whenever a scene or an object is too complex to track, then the Mocha AE should be your best friend here. Anyway, with the corner pin tracing, using the perspective on a screen in this case, but it also works really well on any type of flat areas or flat surfaces that you want to attach something on. Again, this will need a good contrast to work well, so place them out. Once that's done, just hit play to analyze. And with our image, video clip or whatever we want to replace the tracked box with, instead of first creating a null, just choose the footage directly on Edit Target. And finally, apply. I will be using the previous clip we just worked on to apply it to the track scene. Adjust the scaling a bit if necessary to fit the whole area. And there you go, a full basic screen replacement with the track motion corner pin. Finally here, the raw let us track and collect any type of tracking data to be able to use it on different type of properties, by for example copying and pasting the keyframes from the tracking data to another property to replicate that movement. However, though, it can't be used to a specific target within the actual tracker, only with data separately. The last option for the track and stabilize is the track mask. Create a mask around a talent. We might also add a little bit of feathering to the visual, and by right-clicking, going into Track and Stabilize, the option will currently be grayed out. So just go directly onto the mask, right-clicking, and choose the Track Mask. Now we're able to track either only the mask position, possibly also adding one more property to it in 4 separate adding steps, as with the rotation, scaling, skewing, and lastly the perspective as well. So using perspective on this clip and now track selected mask forward. Just make sure here to keep an eye out if the mask slides away. So if that happens, go back and adjust it a little bit if needed. You have the ability here to track several types of masks at the same time within a scene or a composition. And one thing to keep in mind though is that you always want to try to aim for getting an object or a feature that have the same type of dimensions throughout the whole scene. It makes it a little bit easier to track. And then you want to apply this to anything from a type of layer with some type of movement to it, or an adjustment layer, or as a track matte perhaps. And for the second last option here, we got a little bit of face tracking with the outline only. And this is a better tracker for directly when you want to track any type of face. So you might want to choose this option if you're only tracking a face separately, and the whole face should preferably as well be quite, have good lighting on it, so with the whole face lighten up, if you will. And this can be a really nice feature when you're trying to get some different type of adjustments to the face than what you're actually doing with the background. For example, if you're having maybe a different type of lighting to the face, or a different type of color adjustment to it, or color correction to it. If we ever need to go into further details with this one within the actual face, that we can track only the specific eyes, the nose, or even just the mouth, then there's an option called Face Tracking Detail Features for that one. Let's choose a video clip of a clear face, and then create the mask tightly around the face. And start the tracking, which is something giving us several different tracking points to spread out all over the face. And as soon as finished analyzing, these tracking points are now made up as a new effect. And it can be found either down here in the timeline, under the layer options, or up in the effect controls. The face track points have been divided and categorized as keyframes within left and right eye, nose, mouth, and also cheeks and chin. By clicking into each of them, it's broken down even further in face details. Then, to get some even deeper measurement and control, you can try find a frame that have a neutral resting position for the face. Go into the face tracker panel and you want to choose the set rest pose. And then finally the extract and copy face measurement. Adding fine details of how the face will offset in X, Y, and Z, its dimensions like scaling, orientation, plus more specifically for the eyes and the mouth, all compared to the rest pose as we saw before. And this is something that you might want to consider using when you're trying to extract some tracking data to use for animating inside the Adobe Character Animator as an example for using this. And that was actually the last part of tracking in Adobe After Effects. It's quite a large and comprehensive section, this 4 type of different tracking methods, but they are really great to know about, and you can use it for a lot of cool and interesting stuff. Next section, let's continue with the following video footage that we just used. And under Open, in the very top, we got the effect controls as seen previously. Just quite nice to quickly know where you can actually find it and reopen it again if you happen to close it down by mistake. Under that one, just going directly into and open layer. And just a few details here first on how to actually navigate within this window and how you can find all the stuff and what they actually mean and what they do. Then a little bit later down the line I will be introducing some cool stuff as the Roto brush as well as a type of automatic rotoscoping. And it's kind of uses AI or artificial intelligence to, in a more quicker and effective way, masking out objects or people or anything that you want to extract or separate from the background. What we see here now is quite similar to what we've seen before at the normal timeline in the bottom of the interface, but introducing a new timeline now instead for this specific footage, and it's covering the whole length of the layer. We then got the time navigators for start and end, and it's letting us zoom in and out while adjusting how much we need to have visible of the timeline. Then just as the current time indicator below, there's a time marker over here for navigation, which kind of moves in connection to the one below. Down to the left, a few icons with a person or person-looking icon on, representing some different type of alpha modes or transparency modes. The standard toggle alpha as the first one, same as we saw under the section for composition earlier, but now we also have 2 more alpha added to this list. To be able to show you these different type of modes, I will start by creating a mask around the talent, and it's also another great thing that this actual view or window is really great for. Here I will just create an extremely rough mask around the talent and then switching over to the alpha boundary. Currently nothing changed, but if we're jumping into the mask options and ramp up the feather a bit, it's now possible to see just the feathering of the mask as a color while keeping the full view of the actual footage. Additionally, adjusting the opacity of the color or change the actual color itself. It's just a really nice tool if you're working with several different masks at the same time and using the feathering while still keeping a good full view, if you will. Then with the alpha overlay, a color will be added to the alpha or the transparent area, which in turn will be adjustable for its opacity and the coloring. Just really great when you're masking out or subtracting a few different objects at the same time from an image, and just with a quick glance that you want to see a bit easier what's actually been removed or not removed yet from the actual image. And then if there's actually only a part of the clip that's needed, like between the 3 and 4 seconds here, you can always set the time marker there while using the in and out points or left and right brackets to set the whole duration preferred. And currently we're in the mask view, but we may also turn this off if we don't want it on. The motion tracker points is grayed out since it's connected to the tracker panel over here, and turned on choosing the track motion that we just went through previously. With the anchor point path, it's possible to see the actual way or the movement whenever changing an anchor point property. Something that can also be seen if I were to create one keyframe in the very beginning for the anchor point of the layer and another one a little bit forward, moving it a bit downwards. And there's an option to show or hide rendering in current view. We first like to choose the Roto brush tool up here in the timeline, then quickly drag over the talent, and this green coloring will mark what's going to be roto brushed or pretty much masked out of the frame. So just something I will do really quickly now to just give you a little glimpse of what this option is actually doing, and then I will go a lot further into detail on the whole automatic rotoscoping as the roto brush a bit later on, as already mentioned. Then by pressing and holding the same icon in the toolbar, there's another option popping up called Refine Edge Tool, and it's a handy tool for making those fine adjustments on the edges to make the roto brush a bit more accurate. This feature or this tool is really helpful, especially when you're working with a little bit more fine details, as for example when you are using the roto brush on a hair, or when there is a little bit rough edges and you need to smoothen out the edges a little bit, then this tool is really handy for that. Anyway, what we just did and viewing now is showing under the Refine Edge X-ray, and it can also possibly be either turned on or turned off. As a final thing in here in the layer panel to actually see the composition, or with other words, to bring forward the comp related to that window, you can just press this icon down here. Moving back to our Photoshop layer again for open and open layer source. Opening a new panel for the footage, kinda exposing the original source before any changes were made, like the layer styles in this example. And as the very last option here, the Edit Original kinda throws us directly into Photoshop for making any type of adjustments needed in there. If you ever need to find a specific type of footage or file in your computer and you just can't seem to find it anywhere, it just went completely missing, even though if you have complete, organized and neat order on your computer, of course, then there is a little bit of a rescue or a little savior, if you will. Right-clicking the layer, go to Reveal and Reveal in Finder, and it takes you directly to this missing file or footage. Or if you just have tons of footage in the project panel, then you can smash the Reveal Layer Source in Project to quickly reveal it as well. And to find its connections, you can use the project flowchart, where you can find what composition it's in within the project panel. Or if I just write in some, say, nonsense here, creating an error in the expression for a property, the reveal expression errors will help you find it if there's something behaving a bit weirdly. Next up, we're having a quite nice option that's letting us creating some editable text directly from a Photoshop layer. If we have our PSD file layer in the timeline, first right-click it, go to Create, and now there's an alternative called Convert to Layered Comp, as we need the actual PSD file to be inside a layered composition to get it to work properly. Head into the comp by double-clicking the layer, and if we repeat the process, it says convert to editable text instead. Keep in mind though that changing the actual settings within Photoshop, as for example if you want to change the settings to rasterize a text layer within Photoshop, it won't work, as it will only come up as an error message if you do this. So just keep in mind to keep it a little bit basic there, or simple. After this, the PSD file will behave similar to just like a normal text layer, where the text can be renamed. We can change the source text, the path options, and adding, for example, any type of animate as we seen earlier, either from this new file or as a normal text file. Then right-click, press Create, and let's choose the Create Shapes from Text, opening the door to change and animate each character by itself as a separate shape layer. And at the moment, there's only one layer containing all characters or all letters, as in this case. But found separately under Layer Options and Content, we're welcoming the alternative to animate them all individually in here. For example, adding some stroke to the C, or go to Add and throw in basically anything, just like previously with shape layers. However, though, there's a little problem here if you actually want to animate the scaling and the position for each letter or character separately or individually, as this will now scale or rotate from the anchor point of the whole shape layer. And another problem is that anchor point doesn't snap in place when moving it using the pan behind or the anchor point tool to center it for the letter, as it normally will do when you're having the main shape layer level. But another way to go around this could be, for example, using expressions. Another way we can do it is to throw into rulers centered horizontally and vertically. And do it all manually. Then even a third alternative here, though, although not the same as we now know, but it is to duplicate the layer as many times as there are characters, and then delete all other characters except for the current one. And then center the anchor point for each and one of them. This alternative is letting us animate each of the characters on the main transform properties now instead. But the best option here is probably one of the first or the second one, the expressions, or just do it manually with the rulers instead of the third one here. But at least there's an alternative if the first two doesn't work. Create mask from text works just the same, but instead of separate shapes, it creates individual masks for each of the letters or characters to be used just as with the normal masking. For the next part here, I just quickly created or animated a small basic palm tree inside Adobe Illustrator to show you the next section. So let us throw it into the timeline, letting us create shapes from vector layers. And depending on how your file looks in Illustrator, some adjustment might be necessary here, as color it a little bit more appropriate with the eyedropper. Using the AI file as reference. And for changing all group names to represent the image a little bit better, to find everything easier. Now, being able to animate all the groups as normal with shape layers, but individually for each group. The groups will be dependent on how the paths are separated within Illustrator, but we also have the option to reorganize any type of groups in our specific order, just as we saw under the group section before. And we can also change where we want all the paths, so from one group to another. If we want to reorganize them all, we can also do that inside After Effects. Last one coming up, and it's the create keyframes from data. We already been through this one before, and it's specifically tied to the MG.json or MG.json files, where we create keyframes from data values. I will go back to the Photoshop layer again, and the next option we have here, it builds a little bit on the upcoming camera section. So just a few quick things for these options before we go into that one. But let's say that we want to change the camera a little bit with the orbit around cursor tool for this layer after we actually put it in the 3D space. So right click the layer, camera, and create camera from 3D view. Then turning on the text layers to 3D as well, and extending the basic camera layer to this point. Now showing as the top of the hierarchy, it will have the same camera angle as the Photoshop layer have. It might be really useful when you're having several type of different cameras with different type of angles in different type of compositions, and perhaps you want to view one camera angle in one composition as the same view as you have in another one. Then you can do that quickly by using this type of tool. And for the upcoming camera alternative, I will just create a quick and basic camera movement for this one. So keyframing the point of interest and the position of the camera. Then use the tools to move in the camera. The orbit around, create this orbiting or kind of spinning movement around a curved path by adjusting the position. Then the pan under combines the position and point of interest to make it move sideways and up or down, while the dolly towards cursor tool lets us adjust the perception of depth, going a bit closer or further away from objects. For the next alternative coming up here, you could possibly use this on just a normal layer, and a separate camera layer will be created. But to actually see the effect of this a little bit better, let's go for a pre-made camera movement. Right click the layer, go to camera and create stereo 3D rig. Thus 3 different compositions are created, one with the main composition stereo 3D and 2 separate ones, one for the left eye and the other for the right eye. And scrolling through the timeline a bit between the keyframes where the animation is happening, we see this slightly distorted or separated effect. So what we just created here is a so-called stereoscopic 3D rig, and it basically creates 2 different type of camera views, one for your left eye and one for the right eye. And the combination of these two kind of try to create a perception of depth to mimic a real life moment, as in combination with different type of sizing, blurriness, and stereopsis. Stereopsis meaning the actual difference between objects or their spacing between each other. And together this creates the perception of depth, like almost as if you're watching a screen and the object's almost popping out at you or shrinking into the screen. Perhaps as you've been to a film or a cinema watching Avatar, whenever you're having this fancy blue and red glasses on, and it almost feels like the screen comes to life, if you will. If you actually try to watch this small 3D moment again with those red and blue anaglyph glasses, it should be a completely different stereo experience. The effect might be understood a little bit more and is also controllable under the effect controls. So furthest up here we got the configuration, whenever the placement of the main or master camera shall be center, as in between the left and the right camera, or you can use the hero left for the left camera and the hero right for the right one. The stereo scene depth is the main controller of the amount of stereoscopic effect which should be applied, whereas at 0 there's nothing, and the higher we increase it, the more of the effect will be applied. And increasing this effect kind of spreads out the two cameras and creating this type of separation between them two. And thus also the amount of the perceived depth in the scene. So meaning how much the objects actually appear to shrinking into the screen or popping out of it. And it kind of replicates the distance between the eyes, if they are going or expanding further out or shrinking together more into the center. And thus the objects will be appearing more distance or closer together from each other horizontally. But just don't go way too crazy with this effect. Coming up, we got some so-called convergence options. Convergence here meaning the actual point of where the two cameras, where the right camera and the left camera meet. So just as this little point where they intersect or meet. And by taking this on, this will add a so-called toe-in effect and mimicking the kind of slight angling of our eyes when looking at an object in real life, giving a bit further control to it. As a bit of rule of thumb, this should be used with a little bit of precaution whenever you are trying to mix up real-life cameras or real-life footage together with some digital creations, as a little bit of distortions will be introduced. So as a good rule of thumb, it might be a good idea to only use it on actual digital creations, as in 3D objects within After Effects. Moreover, we're able to control if the converge shall be to the default camera point of interest, to the camera position, or just to the zoom distance. Plus, adjust it a bit with the offset of the set to both the negative and to the positive. There are some alternatives for the 3D glasses effect, where the left and the right view can be changed either to none, the stereo 3D controls, the default one at the main composition left eye, and here versus the right one below. Either purely the original and the source layer, perhaps if masks are used, or if you're using both effects and masks. Possibly also add even more convergence with the scene convergence to it. Dropping down to under its options, as the percentage is currently red here, it means that there is some type of expression connected to that value. Bear in mind though that this is only recommended to use when you're not actually already using a convergence cameras as with an offset above, as both of the ones will be counted to the final rendering, and preferably it should be used for live cameras or live footage. But then it's also doable to adjust here for the vertical alignment if needed, to the negative and also to the positive. The units showing in either percentage of the source or pixels after preference. Then swap left right can temporarily invert the effect or changing the order of what is perceived as popping out of the screen versus sinking into it. And it seems to be there almost as a type of controller for any type of misalignment, or as temporarily change the perception just to check if there is actually something weird or something odd or wrong in the actual scene. Under 3D view, we're currently at the balanced color red-blue. With this effect, we can actually open and connect directly to a TV monitor and start edit on that one if it actually supports 3D. Thus, there's a few choices in the top that should match your screen view, as stereo pair side by side, over under, or the interlaced upper L or lower R. And for the difference, used whenever you're working with, for example, parallel live cameras instead of an actual convergence camera. Anytime you want to find the convergence plane a little bit easier, meaning the actual point at directly on the screen when objects appear to be directly on the screen within an actual 3D space, seen by those objects or certain areas of them are turning black. We got the red-green LR, which means that the left view will become green and the right view will become red, while instead the red-blue LR gives left view blue coloring and the right view a red coloring. And same things happening below with the two balanced ones as the two just mentioned, but this makes an extra effort, if you will, to trying to reduce ghosting as a kind of double image effect and shadows of it. Ultimately, adjust how much balancing and the overall effect opacity under the compositing options. I will just delete these bad boys here. Then we're off to the create orbit null. Let's throw in another view from the top. Now, instead of orbit, now we're able to control the camera separately. For example, with easier control for the rotation as the camera is parented to the null. Then with the null positioned at the point of interest, it will rotate in a perfect circle around the object. This can be a really nice thing to have in your toolbox whenever you are trying to create more complicated or complex type of camera movement, or you have many separated movements connected to different null objects. We got the create cameras from 3D model. With this one, it's supposed to, or at least it says on the Adobe user guide, that you're supposed to be able to extract the camera data from a 3D program, just like Blender or some other similar things. For example, when using an GLTF file or an LGB file. But I just couldn't get this to function myself, and I asked in the community forums, and no one really seemed to know about this effect. So it might be one of those that's actually up and coming, if you will. But for now, I just couldn't get it to work. But if you manage to get it to work and function, so please let me know in the comments. In the next scene and composition, I created a few objects placed in different positions of the depth or the set value. So with the top view, seeing the camera, which I will make sure that the depth of field is set to on. So by changing the position here of the camera, either by going back or forward, the object will become blurry and a little bit out of focus. A possible solution for this is to go into camera and link focus distance to point of interest, and this giving us the ability to change and to animate the position while still keeping a constant focus on a specific object or part of the scene with a point of interest. By marking the camera and another layer together, you can go into the camera again and choose the link focus distance to layer, and that focus distance on the camera will now always be following and adapting to that movement of the layer and always keeping in focus. We can set focus distance to layer, and we've gone through this one before, so nothing on that. But the last option here is pretty much just a basic camera reset for any type of changes you've done and want to go back to the default. The pre-compose, we mentioned this one a little bit quickly before. However, there's a few quick options to pay a little bit attention to whenever you're going to pre-compose a layer inside After Effects. I will throw in the palm tree from the Illustrator again inside the comp and create just a simple animation for the scaling. Then, choosing the pre-compose, we can just leave all attributes in the main composition, creating a separate comp as a source to the current single layer. Meaning that the keyframes we created are here outside in the main comp, but if we're actually entering the comp, there will just be the source file strapped down or rubbed from its keyframes, if you will. Let's undo it and pre-compose again, and thus giving us the next option to move all attributes into the new composition, and either for one of them or several type of layers, where we also have the ability to check for the so-called adjust composition duration to time span of the selected layers. The comp time matches the layer. Finally, just if preferring to open new composition directly or not to. Thus, we're moving the scaling keyframes with us into the new comp and cutting the time to the length of the layer and directly opening it. Next one, the invert selection, can be a nice one. You have loads of different type of layers and you know that you don't want to mark a few of them, and then you just mark those ones and invert the selection instead to mark all the other ones. If we continue the thought of having this cramped or massive timeline filled with layers, there might be times when layers children start running missing from their parents, if you will. So whenever this happens, find them again by choosing the select children on the parent layer. Next one coming up here, it's a really great one or really nice feature that letting you adjust or animate any type of properties just a lot faster and a lot more efficient and easy in After Effects using the so-called essential graphics. I already created just a simple shape layer and added some fill and stroke to it. Plus a text layer on the top using the layer styles bevel and emboss, and also the color overlay. Now, instead of going back and forward all the time between different type of compositions when you are trying to animate similar type of objects, text or other visuals, then there's another way to do this by gathering all the properties I want to adjust and go into the essential graphics panel with this one. This can be, for example, such as the source text. We can do the color in color overlay, plus the depth and the size for the bevel and emboss. So either just right clicking on them and choose add property to essential graphics, or you can just drag and drop them directly into the actual panel. To the source text, you might choose the edit properties to enable the custom font selection, do the size adjustment and also the Fox styles. Whenever you're having similar properties, just go down to add formatting and add group. And I will put these ones under a text group. Plus, here we're able to add a comment if we also want to add something that needs a bit further explanation. Perhaps whenever you are working with a team or also when you're trying to create motion graphic templates, which is a massive bonus when you're working with essential graphics. The actual possibility to be able to save the templates and use them for later inside the Premiere Pro as a so-called Mogot file, which lets you adjust the things in a lot more easier way and repeatable way inside Premiere Pro. Very handy, very useful. But first let us create another group called Box and just throw in some stroke color and the width here, while rounding it off with a little bit of fill color as well. And one of the great things here with the essential graphics is seen if I were to go back into the main comp and drag in the essential graphics composition here, then changing its name to the matching essential properties, perhaps. And suddenly there's a new option called essential properties with the same properties to be able to adjust them directly inside the timeline without the actual need to enter directly inside the actual composition. For example, if you right click the text, go to edit value and write something like essential properties, or do the adjustments over at the right in the essential property panel. Let's go in here and let's change the color, increase the size of bevel and emboss a bit, and why not also changing the fill and stroke color. Also decrease the stroke a little bit. Normally, when we are changing or working with a composition, making any type of adjustments in there, we are also changing the whole source and any type of copies that we actually have of this source or of the composition. As we actually can see now, when entering inside the composition of the essential graphics, the source is intact or has been preserved. There's nothing happened to it. Then, if we prefer changing the actual source, we do that up here in the Essential Graphics panel. And I will lower the stroke width to 20, but if I go back to my main comp, there won't be any changes to the stroke width, as all changes done here under the Essential Properties will kind of override those within the actual source under the Essential Graphics. For example, as the property of bevel and emboss depth is not manipulated, if I were to change this one in the source, it will also change as it's not overwritten under the Essential Properties. We got this quite handy tool called pull or push, where we kind of pushing something into the actual source, any type of property value, or extracting or dragging it out from it. Might sound a bit complicated, but I will show you in here. To actually show you this one, I will add another comp view to be able to see them separately. Now we have these rectangular boxes in the timeline with arrows going either downwards or upwards. So the left icon with an arrow down indicates a pull from the primary comp. I can directly pull or drag in any type of properties from the main source, either separately for a whole group or just everything at once. While the right icon with the arrow up creates the opposite effect. So every property is changed here, we're able to push or throw onto the source layer, if you will, both in the source comp and the actual Essential Graphics panel as well. I will just quickly show you this within the same composition in here. So let's pull everything back from the main comp or the actual source. Let's duplicate it and then just adjust the Essential Properties layer a bit. Now, instead we're having two different comps and objects to be able to control separately, but still connected to a main source, and thus letting us change the properties for each of them and still keeping the source intact. Super useful anytime you want to work both quicker and more smooth or easier overall. Whenever you're having a multitude or several different similar objects that you're working with, it's just a lot more effective way of working with. A few more things to mention inside the Essential Graphics panel are, for example, the naming in the top, where we can choose the primary as the source, or which composition shall be the master or the original for adding properties to. You might want to solo support the properties to quickly know and show exactly what properties can be added and are supported by the Essential Graphics. We can set the poster time, which means that the image here to the left as a thumbnail is changed depending on where the current frame in the primary composition is at. And another great feature is the ability to create mogarts, as mentioned before. So going into the Essential Properties and export motion graphics template, you can choose the destination of where you want to save it, if or if not to include a video preview, while having the warning for compatibility is quite nice, especially if someone should actually use this only in Premiere Pro and they're not having After Effects, so you actually know what and what not to add. Then hit any type of keywords you like and finally hit OK. If you for some kind of reason getting any type of warning message or an error message letting you know that it's something wrong, just make sure to go through the whole project and check that all your compositions are actually the classic 3D. And you also want to make sure that you don't have any unsupported effects or unsupported plugins or dynamic link footage that's something wrong with. So just check through those things, and when that's done and everything is working properly, you should have your MoGat ready, or your motion graphic templates that you can use both in here in After Effects or inside Premiere Pro, either for yourself or for your team, client, or anything you can think of. A really great feature in After Effects. To actually open the MoGat in another After Effects project, just first go to File, open Project, then find your file location, and lastly extract it. You can also open any project while going to File, Import, and File. Then just find your new After Effects file and hit Open. Give you the options to use and change the same properties directly here again in the central graphics for another type of project. Or we can also go in and do the changes for a new version of our MoGat file if we need to make any adjustments for it. Another interesting and possibly also handy feature is whenever we're adding an edited clip to our timeline, right-click it and choose Scene Edit Detection. And this will give us a little box of different alternatives. Bear in mind though that it might not always be exactly 100% accurately, so always go through it a bit afterwards and see if you need to adjust anything. But overall it can be a really nice method to save a little bit of time for you. Anyway, let's start off by create layer markers. And here After Effects will create a marker for us anywhere on the layer that it can detect an actual scene change on the layer. Let's undo this and check out the other ones as well, giving us some alternative to, for example, split layer at scene edit. And for all these cuts, it's keeping them as normal layers or create separate compositions for each of the scenes. We're finally there, where the smooth animation magic happens within After Effects, the graph editor. And we dipped our toes a little bit within the subject before, but it's probably it is one of the most important parts, together with the keyframes, of course, for doing great animations within After Effects. So let's dig into it. Let us start off here with the very basics. So going into a just pre-made comp I made earlier, a graph editor main comp, and then into the linear path. Let's opening up to show the keyframes in the layer, pressing U on the keyboard, and this will expose all the keyframes and currently this position animation. An important thing to understand here, whenever we are talking about the speed graph, the graph editor, and when we are talking about keyframes overall, is a type of interpolation. And interpolation, Adobe explains this as the very process of filling in the unknown data between two known values of data. In this very specific case, the two known specified values are the two different keyframes set up here in the composition. One to the left, where the green box is currently at, while the other one to the very right and represented by the smaller blue box or cube, if you will. The dotted line in between here is part of the interpolation process, whereas After Effects have filled out that unknown data between those values or the keyframes. The interpolation can then further be broken down to a few different type of methods that help manipulate or change that type of unknown value in the middle between those two known values or keyframes. And they're also connected to the temporal, as in time, and the spatial, as in space or position, type of interpolation. These two different type of interpolations. The spatial interpolation, it's represented by the whole blue line to about where the space in the green box will move to, while instead the temporal interpolation is kinda all these small little blue dots on that same line. So if temporarily deleting the last keyframe here, we can see that the dots becomes further apart. And thus we're speeding up the whole moment here, as it need to reach that same point at within a shorter span of time. If we would do the opposite instead and actually dragging out the keyframe, there will be more dots added and instead will be slowing down the whole movement. As this is a linear path with linear keyframes, all the dots will have the same distance and thus also moving with the same speed. But if I were to press the F9 to add some easing to it, we'll be seeing the dots a lot further apart in the middle and closer in the very beginning, meaning we have now changed the temporal interpolation to start slower and then speed up against the very middle and slow down again against the very end. Now, if I undo this again, then let's see them together instead in the main comp. And let's add one of the ECEs in here to show. Thus, this one will instead be easing or slowing down into each of the keyframe. And the opposite effect will happen if you choose the ECEs out, as the easing will go out smoothly from the keyframe and really fast into, or at least faster into the next one. Thereby we're changing between different type of methods between the temporal interpolation or the timing interpolation, only affecting the movement between the keyframe, but still arriving at the keyframes at the very same time. And the spatial interpolation stays the same. If I then going into the ECE's comp, the spatial interpolation might be changed here by, for example, either dragging the keyframe in the composition a bit closer or further apart, or just to a completely new location. But we're also able to change the whole path and bend it using the pen tool. So just by pressing and dragging over the keyframe, creating a Bezier curve as a form of the Bezier interpolation and counted as pretty much the whole base for all interpolation in After Effects. But let's undo this, plus change the comp again to speed graph now. And finally, armed with this knowledge, let's actually dig into that graph editor. When entering the graph editor, there are two different graphs. This one, the speed graph, which is the default one for all the spatial properties, for example, as position, and then the value graph, it's a default for all the temporal properties, just as the opacity property. And let's start off with the very first one. So up at the top, everything will be the same as normal. So just what to be aware of is the numbers to the left here on the vertical axis. This will be ranging from 0 in the very bottom and up to 2500 pixels per second. Then these two curves, as two mountains, if you will, or just whatever you might happen to imagine them as, indicate by what speed the animation is moving at by a current time frame. So in the very beginning at 0 seconds, we're standing still and moving with 0 pixel per second. but around half a second, we're moving at our fastest peak of more than 2000 pixels per second. This can also be seen in the temporal interpolation, where the blue dots are placed tighter in the very beginning when the speed is also a bit lower, but gradually they're spreading out a bit more as reaching the very peak of the curve or of our mountain. Descending fast in the beginning, but becomes a little bit tired and slow down at the bottom valley, and then stopping completely. To view the difference between the linear keyframes, we can just go out of the graph editor. Let's mark the keyframes while holding either Control if you're on a PC or Command if you're on a Mac, and this will be turning them linear, thus giving us this flat graph with an even speed of roughly 1500 pixels per second from the very start to the end. But let's undo this as well. And now the interesting and so valuable thing with the graph editor is that we can have optimal or full control of the spatial and the temporal interpolation for each keyframes. There's this little line connected to it with a small yellow circle or dot at the very end. By marking all keyframes, we're able to use the handle on the left to influence the velocity or the speed by anything from 0 to 100%, whereas 100% being fully dragged out in the middle of the two keyframes and giving this kind of snappy motion with a slow start, a big speed ramp, then a bit of slowing down again. While we can also further see this by right-clicking the keyframe, choosing keyframe velocity, showing the keyframe type as in which specific keyframe and at what time. We got incoming and outgoing velocity, plus we're also able to directly influence it by value numbers in pixels per second, its percentage, and also add a continuous or lock outgoing to incoming, meaning it will lock the speed between them two, but it won't affect the actual influence. This is a handy one for changing the base points of the keyframes. For example, if changing the spatial interpolation again and curving the path, seeing the animation kind of come to a stop at the second keyframe. By raising the base point of the keyframe, we kind of keep the movement going the whole time, and it's just slowing down, but it's not coming to a full or to a complete stop. Thereby, we're actually changing the temporal interpolation from Bezier to continuous Bezier, and we're changing the spatial interpolation from just a simple linear to actually also continuous Bezier. That might sound a little bit confusing, but I will show you. So if I right click the keyframe again, but now choosing the keyframe interpolation, both the temporal, as in property changes over time, the blue dots, and then the spatial interpolation, as in the shape of the path, the blue lines or path we just curved, and have now turned continuous Bezier. Thereby the two yellow handles on the keyframe are now connected and move continuously or at the same time. So let's undo this, and Suddenly, the temporal interpolation is just Bezier, while we can now move the two handles individually, and they're not connected anymore. And go back to keyframe interpolation once again, and thereby the spatial interpolation is linear, as in moving in a straight line. So picking up the pen tool, then holding Alt or Option while dragging out the keyframe handle to the very top, this will change just the outcoming spatial interpolation. Thus, inside the keyframe interpolation, we have now changed the spatial from linear to Bezier. And another option and interpolation is the auto Bezier. For this one, let's delete the third keyframe and turn these two into linear, while adding a new keyframe in the very middle here. Just dragging up the position a little bit. By dragging out the right linear keyframe, only the right side of the path or the temporal interpolation is now affected. Though by turning the middle keyframe into an auto Bezier keyframe, holding Ctrl or Command again while pressing it, the timing will now change and kinda smoothen out even for the left path, so as when the same keyframe is being moved. To change the spatial interpolation, you can just choose the pen tool and click on the keyframe, and it will automatically smoothen out to now a spatial curve instead. Now just hold on a little bit more for the last keyframe, and we're stopping into the hold. And this keyframe will hold or stop any type of movement until the keyframe afterward. So as we can see, it's making the green box jump directly from the second to the third keyframe now instead. Let's toggle hold keyframe. And we're at the last option here, the rove. And it's kind of smoothening out the speed graph, which currently is at lock to time. But swapping to rove across time, they will spread out just like a linear temporal interpolation. That's pretty much the basics of the speed graph and keyframes within After Effects. Next, I will be showing just a little bit about the interface or the panel icons within the graph editor, and then we're heading over to the value graph and checking out that one as well. On the eye icon down to the very left, we're finding the show selected properties, and this is showing us the graph only when the actual property is marked or selected. By ticking the show animated properties, as long as the layer is selected, we will see the curves of it, and throwing in another animation as well will be revealing them both at the same time. With only the last alternative selected, the show graph editor set, by ticking this little icon between the stopwatch and the property name, we kinda include this property in the graph editor set, and thus only bringing out those ones. By choosing the auto select graph type, After Effects will kinda choose or default back to that type of graph it think is the best or most suitable for whatever type of property you're currently animating. Edit value graph I will come back to soon, and then back again to the speed graph. With show reference graph, the opposite graph to what we're currently in will show up as a kind of reference, with its values being on the very right vertical axis. If I add a music track and smash the show audio waveforms, it's a little bit easier to see where to directly put any keyframes for audio levels, plus directly adjust the curves if needed. The show layer in and out points introduce these bracket or arrow looking icons at the beginning and end of the layer, which might be just a little bit clearer if I actually drag in the layer start and stop just a bit. It's just making it somewhat easier and quicker to navigate around inside the graph editor. By adding a marker to the layer, choosing the option show layer markers, it's letting us see all those markers on the graph or curve. Show graph tool tips is this little box popping up when hovering over the curve. Plus, we can choose to directly show expression editor in the bottom of the graph editor, while also allow keyframes between frames for even greater detail timing. But if we're actually going out of the graph editor, it won't be possible anymore as it would just move frame by frame. A really nice handy tool for whenever you are doing those really fine-tuning or almost micro animations, if you will, where you need to go into specific details, then this might be a nice option to have that control. Then the next icon, we kind of got an outline cube with some more cubes attached to it, as in show a transform box when multiple keys are selected, and this kind of lighter highlighter area in the bottom. With a magnet icon called snap turned on, keyframes kind of snap or glue onto different type of important or focused areas in the graph, like the current time indicator with the keyframe values, times, and indicated by this orange line turning up. We then got the auto zoom graph height, and it lets the panel adjust automatically when turned on if the graph, for example, peak above the current top. With the two graph icons on the left, we might toggle visibility while either focusing on just one of the keyframes with the left icon, or we might also zooming out for all of them on the right one. Next one here, we've seen it before with the position keyframes, and it's just a really handy one when we are coming in for the next graph, the value graph. The separate dimensions kind of splits position values in X, Y, plus the set one if we're actually turning on the 3D space as well. Marking the keyframe in the middle and smash this icon with a little diamond shape and small arrow down called edit selected keyframes. We can now see and may animate the specific values in all type of dimensions, plus able to choose what type of units to display it in. Under the edit value, we're getting the same alternative as just we saw above. Go to keyframe time, pushes the current time indicator to that marked keyframe. Just as with the layers, it's also possible to label and organize any type of keyframes a bit dependent on the color. And I will label these two keyframes red. And by choosing select keyframe label group, open up to select those red label keyframes on select layers or on all layers. For example, if you might be working on multiple layers and the keyframes there are grouped together and you want to have them animated together. Or we also got the same options but specifically for only those keyframes visible in the actual timeline. Then with two or more identical keyframes, like a copy of the one in the middle, there's this way to select all the equal keyframes. Let's rewind or undo this, and the next option will be select previous keyframes or following keyframes. And that's actually it. The next 5 there, long gone, already done them, over and out. So moving on. There are a few different icons to quickly change between a different type of default keyframes. So by highlighting them all, we got a bit of option that we're able to convert them to either to whole, we can go back again to linear, and perhaps we want to turn them into auto bezier, the easy ease, the easy ease in, or the easy ease out. And finally, we're moving into the value graph. And everyone might have their favorites of the two different graphs in After Effects, and mine is actually the speed graph, but at the same time I would never rule out one graph over the other one, because there was always animations that might be preferable in the speed graph, while other type of animations will be preferable in the actual value graph. So it's just a good rule of thumb to have a bit of an open mind within these two type of graphs, and not ruling out one over the other. So use them both and try to be a little bit more flexible, and you will have greater access to make better animations. But now, actually going into the value graph, let's go to the value graph box composition. And I created this, very classic jumping ball movement, but twisted it slightly, if you will, with a box. So the most obvious pattern with this animation is for the Y position, the vertical movement. And as we're watching the graph curve in the value graph, it's more or less a complete replication of the path in the composition, but if you actually are flipping it upside down. This is one of those really clear example where I actually prefer the value graph over the speed graph any day, because it just makes so much more sense and is more visual, logical, if you will, to use this type of animations with the value graph instead of the speed graph. And if we're actually turning over to the speed graph to have a look on the same motion, it might just be a little bit tougher to actually recreate or create this type of motion. Taking us to how this ball actually moves in a type of curved line forward, the Disney's seventh principle, the arc, movements kind of following a curved path rather than straight lines for creating a bit more natural type of movement. In the value graph, instead of using the pixels per second over time as with the speed graph, now presented with a vertical axis showing only the pixels and how that value changes over time. And I'm currently working in a standard 1920 1080 pixel composition, and that's exactly what the values in the value graph will be showing and representing now. So my starting point for the box is at 0 pixels, as it's at the very top of the composition. And then hitting the bottom close to 1080 pixels, because it's moved through the whole vertical of the composition. Similar to the X position or the horizontal movement, starting a bit under the 0 pixels, since we're actually outside the actual composition. But moving forward in with the current time indicator, the box kind of moves to the right with the curve going higher or closing in on the 920 pixels as the maximum value of the composition. Just similar like in the speed graph, we're having the same type of handles to be able to adjust the curves with. Moreover, we're serving a bit of scaling to this and showing the values of scaling, the red X horizontal and the green Y vertical separately as overlapping to give a bit of a squash and stretch look. By turning the layer into 3D space, we're also adding a blue line for the set position or the depth to control as well in 3 different type of separate dimensions together. And yeah, that was actually it for the graph editor and the keyframes in After Effects. And perhaps it's a little bit tough one and a bit complicated at times, especially in the beginning, but hopefully it gave you some value here and a little bit of clarification and some hope perhaps. So hopefully setting you up for some really nice animations in the very future. Before heading over to the next section of the project panel, there's a few quick options kind of left under this horizontally lined sandwich, if you will, to the right of the timeline tab. We've already been through all the top ones previously, but one of them called Show Catch Indicator, and letting us toggle on and off this kind of green indicator for the cache. We can also turn off the rectified audio waveforms if you perhaps prefer this parallel or reflected view of the waveform instead of the rectified, which kind of only shows the positive or the upright values. Personal preferences with this one, but I just haven't found any reason myself for actually turning it off. Next 3 we already been through, but we got this one called Enable Auto Keyframe. Quite valuable if you want to try animate a little bit faster when you are changing between new layers and properties. Instead of first going in and clicking on the stopwatch every time you have made a change to the values for the first keyframe. Now, instead with this one, just as the normal procedure, whenever you're adding the second, third, or even higher keyframe, even the first keyframe with the auto keyframe will be created automatically when it's adjusting a property value. So you don't need to click that stopwatch every time even for the first type of keyframe. You can see this by this new red colored stopwatch icon, which indicates that the option is turned on now. We can then turn off the live update and to be able to move objects a little bit faster, only viewing the actual outlines of it on the way to reaching its goal or the target, while holding the mouse cursor at the same time. Then temporarily switch it off by holding Alt or Option, while just dragging it at the same time. With Use Keyframe icons, it's just the normal icons when adding these 3 keyframes to a property, but we may change this to the keyframe indices and instead giving us these kind of numbered keyframe icons and a little bit dependent on their order from the furthest left on the layer as 1 and ascending or raising going right. And finally, no, not finally, the last 2 already done, over, out, zip, nada. That's it, we thought it through, we got it all there. The whole timeline, the whole in-depth navigation of After Effects within the timeline. So, hey, if you made it through this far, sick, good job. And as always, if I potentially missed something within the timeline, just give me a shout in the comments down below. I will be throwing in the last visual memory as well for this section for our canvases, and thus completing the final image of the whole timeline. Now, moving on to the project panel, which can be found up here on the left-hand side as a default in the interface. And just as a short or quick reminder after the introduction in part 1, the basic navigation, this function is just like a library of all our footage and layers we're able to use within our project. And we're able to add and show files separately, or we can structure them in these type of different folders together. Or you might want to organize in ascending or descending characters and alphabetical order. So starting in the very top left corner, the only new thing here that we haven't actually seen before is the thumbnail transparency grid. And I will go into the logo folder and mark this AI icon, which is now shown in with a black background. However though, if I were to turn this into thumbnail transparency grid, that view will change to a transparent one instead. And more than just showing the thumbnail here, there's some basic info about each file, a little bit dependent on what type of file it actually is. And presenting its original size in pixels, its colors, and other specific things summarized for that file. Already mentioned before, but it's worth mentioning again. Use the search field to quickly locate files in larger or hopefully not messy, unorganized projects. A little hack here is whenever you're having a lot of keywords that you are searching for regularly or you're using some type of keywords a lot, press the magnifying glass icon and the little arrow. So now it will be showing us a list of the most recent ones already used at the very top and underneath all the saved keywords. So when often searching for impossible to find footage, as an example, and smashing enter, now holding shift and pressing that search word at the same time will add it to the saved list. And you can just hover over it and press the backspace or delete if you want to get rid of it and delete it. In this list you can save up to 10 different type of keywords, and it works just as well here as within the actual timeline. So you can do the same type of action and saving the keywords down there as well. Then having this connected gray box icon or the sandwich icon showing our project flowchart on the very right. To the very bottom left, it's possible to interpret a footage within the project panel, meaning how After Effects will handle the properties of any type of files that you have in your project panel. So it can be anything from a video file, footage, or perhaps as an audio file. So let's start by checking out the AE icon again, the After Effects icon, and we got the main options coming up first with the alpha at the very top. So you can choose if you want to ignore it and it won't show at all. There's a straight unmatte. It will be as a separate RGB and an alpha. And then we got the pre-multiplied, matted with color, as in blended with a specific background color, and found here on the right of it. We may let After Effects use a standard guess of kind of what they think is the best interpretation, and possibly also invert the alpha. Then with the frame rate, either use frame rate from file or conform as a change to another frame rate. It's recommended here to only try to make smaller type of adjustments on this specific point for getting good results. Under this one, we got the drop frame, and it's currently grayed out, and it's only adjustable when actually having a frame rate or changing it to the frame rate to 29.97 or to 59.94 in specific. This one is intended to drop the frame number to get a bit more better accuracy with the time within the time code. It can also be turned off and then changed to the non-drop frame, but this will instead offset the time code. With the start time code, either use the source time code from file, or you can use the override start time code. There might be times when your file might have another type of time code or an offset time code that doesn't match up with the time code of your composition, and then you can use this type of method or feature to match them up more properly so the time code matches up together. A similar option for the whole composition is found under the composition settings down here with the start time code. Concerning the fields and pull down, we got some separate fields. This is something related to the interlaced or the non-interlaced video, something that I went through a little bit before within the section of the track motion. Turned off, we're using the non-interlaced or the non-separate video as a full frame. This can also be changed to either if you just want to show the upper field first or the lower field first. As an interlaced video is separated in upper and lower type of fields going in horizontal lines. And anytime you're choosing to show the upper lines first, all the odd numbers or odd fields will be going first. And if you're choosing the lower field first, you got the even numbered fields showing first. With the interlaced options, preserve edges, which increase the image quality of all the non-moving areas. Some tips whenever you are rendering for an interlaced broadcast video, avoid using way too thin of these horizontal lines because there can be some flickering occurring or blinking, if you will. Although blurring it can sometimes help solve this problem a little bit. And you also want to keep the action and title safe on to be within the limit of these. And you should always check for the color values. Normally try to range in the bottom range of going down to around 7.5 up to 100 IRE maximum. And I will go in and explain those IRE numbers and more about color values in more depth later on when coming to the section in the top menu using the lumetri scopes. We got the remove pull down. Without going way too deeply technical about this one, it basically removes the 3.2 pull down, as in any time you're trying to import a film with 24 FPS or frames per second into a video footage of 30 or more correctly 29.97 frames per second, it kind of takes it back again into 24 FPS, or more correctly there, the 23.976 FPS. As in its very most basic terms, it's convert film to video footage and just getting the FPS correct there. It may be selected in this drop-down if the pattern used is already known. Otherwise, you might choose the Guess 3.2 pull-down for a standard film transfers, and then the Guess 24 PA or pull-down for 24p digital footage stored as the 2997 FPS. Yeah, a little bit technical, but then, alright, moving on to the other options. We can set the pixel aspect ratio, meaning the actual ratio or proportion of one pixel's width and height of it. Either as a standard 1.1 square, or just choose one of your needs in this drop-down menu. Plus you can also add in some loop with a choose a number, being able to repeat the footage more than once. Next up, we got the footage color, and we're moving on to the color tab with color space and preserve RGB, and used to disable color management, not to be affected of any changed color space. Interpret or understood, as linear light is currently turned off, it kind of default to the native color space instead. Instead, we're turning it on to where the pixel value correspond a little bit better to light intensity, as it's giving a bit more realistic and accurate type of blending or compositing, while it also using an output for a 2.4 gamma encoder space. And it's recommended to use this one in the 32 BPC float or bits per channel, as in the color depth, not in the 8 or 16 BPC or bits per channel, which can be adjusted over here. Leading to the third option of choosing the linear light interpretation on only the 32 bps. So preferably either have it turned off here or have it on for 32 bpc. The gamma refers to a type of non-linear operation used to encode and decode the luminance or the actual brightness in image and video. In its most basic meaning, it's either making them either darker or lighter. The encoded as the actual process of converting data into a specific type of format and space as within the color space. Currently the override media color space is grayed out, and to enable and change this, go into the color project settings, change color engine to OCIO. Giving us this massive list of color space options to wherever depending on your needs. This is really just scratching the surface of color and the interpretation of colors, but I will go a lot more into detail about this type of subjects a bit later down the line in the top menu section of the Lumetri scopes, doing some color correction and setting up some grading. But if you do want to learn more about the color, check out for example, the user guide as well, and perhaps some other different type of sources, just to get a bit bigger picture about the coloring. And with the very next folder here, or the folder icon, you can either just press it to create a separate folder, or just drag any file onto it, and it will create a new folder with that file or files in it. We got kind of a rocket icon and taking us directly into the project settings. Whereas use the Mercury GPU acceleration, or the graphics processing unit acceleration, which just gives a little bit better performance overall for several type of effects whenever possible. And as I'm currently on a MacBook, it will show and be named Metal. But if you're sitting on a Windows instead, it might say OpenCL or CUDA instead of the Metal that I'm showing right now. And sometimes as well, it might not show at all if your computer is not actually supporting it. So, and sometimes there might be some type of misfunction or problems within the graphics and not showing accuracy, then it might not show at all. Whenever that's the case, you have the option for the Mercury software only instead. It might save you, but it just takes a little bit more extra time. Under the next tab, we got the time display, the style. Another alternative for changing the time code, giving a footage a start time to use media source, using the time code that's embedded in the footage or set to 0 as a default. Then possibly change the default base or the frame rate, which is currently set to a standard or default of 30. And of what I understand, this is not really that big of a game changer, as it's already set within the actual footage or the composition setting, so it shouldn't really make that big of a difference. Even if you will set it to the 30 now, it would actually be overwritten with the comp 24 FPS if you're using that or whatever you're using seen in the display here. Similar to any type of images that doesn't have a set FPS, they will just default back to the last composition settings for those FPS. So if you're having the composition settings at 24 FPS, those images will default to 24 FPS. Moreover, we're able to change the display style to frames instead of the time code, and it will change both here in the display to the very left and also for the time bar up in the timeline. Another option is to add the feet plus frames in either 16 or 35 millimeter, showing feet to the left and frames to the right. This type of measure kind of refers to the old school physical film, and 16 or 35 millimeter is the width of the film strip and feet will be the length. Lastly here, the frame count means displayed timecode value for the starting number. So it will go back to the source as a default, or it will go to 0 if there is none, whenever you're setting it to the default timecode conversion, or change to always start at 0 or at 1 frame if you like. Jumping over to the icon on the right of the rocket, which now is saying 32 BPC or bit per channel, the color depth of the project. Throwing us into the next tab of the project settings, color. And we saw this window just rapidly before, but under color management, the color engine, we're able to kind of swap between the Adobe Color Manage and the OCYO Color Manage. And OCYO standing for the Open Color Input or Output. Color management is a type of system that ensures the color accuracy, that colors will be shown in the same way on different type of devices as in cameras, monitors, or different type of printers, for example. It just ensures that anything you see on your screen looks the same on other types of screens or within print. While then the color engine is the kind of tool or system that helps the conversion between the actual different color spaces. So it's interpreting or mapping the colors correctly, if you will, on different type of devices or different type of output formats. First, default option, the Adobe Color Manage and Adobe Color Engine, the ACE, uses an ICC profiles or an International Color Consortium as a kind of neutral color management system intended to function on all operating systems and software to define, store and convert color data across different type of color spaces, just like the RGB. And then we got the OCIO Color Manage, which uses the Open Color IO system. Another type of method for managing colors, and preferably whenever you're working with, for example, with film, or you're doing the VFX workflows or motion picture production, whenever you're having a little bit more complex colors and you need a bit more custom management needs for your projects. This one, the color engine, uses the ACES, or with other words, the Academy Color Encoding System, and it's just a standardized color management system used in the film industry for very high precision. After Effects uses the 1.2 version as a standard, but you can possibly also try the 1.3 CG or the Studio as well. Lastly, of what I heard, or more correctly what I read, it should include, here quoting, some new features and enhancements setting the stage for the ACES 2.0, such as the ability to set the rules in the config file to an assigned color space. But if they actually is doing this or not, I'm not fully sure of if it's actually optimized for it yet or not. So might be something that you want to try check out, and if you can see some nice differences, as always, let me know in the comments down below. There's also a custom option to either select and reload any type of custom variations. Moving on to color settings and bit depth. If we're ever working with an OCIO and ACES, we kind of want a 32 bit per channel float, but might be changed to 16 or 8, if preferably whenever we're working in the Adobe Color Managed. The 32 here will give a lot better color accuracy, but the 16 and 8 will kind of work with all effects and presets in After Effects that the 32 sometimes won't. And the 16 and the 8th one will also work a little bit faster, but is not really optimal for those a bit more complex coloring, as with the motion picture production or any type of VFX workflows of film where you just need very accurate type of coloring. We got the 3D LUT or the lookup table. Then the actual interpolation is referring to how a LUT, also known as something to apply to a footage to change or enhance the footage color or the tone, the whole feeling of it. It's like you're adding a separate file with a filter to it to kind of interpolate it or filling in the color values. There's also an option using the trilinear method and a newer one as well, terahedral, but that one will need a GPU acceleration. It's intended to smoothen gradients and giving a bit better looking results whenever you are applying some LUTs. The working color space, the whole color environment where all the color operations are happening, as it's It's kind of making sure that it's a consistent type of appearance of coloring throughout all your different type of footage. Choose from this list over here, whereas show all if needed, and perhaps set it to none or based on your final output to maintain a little bit of accurate colors throughout your whole project. Then being able to change display color space to determine how colors are shown in the monitor and ensuring they appear correctly. This setting kind of helps you preview how your project will look like on different type of screens without actually affecting the color data within the composition. I will swap the color engine back to the Adobe Color Manager again, and now we're able to change the assume working gamma to either the 2.2 sRGB or, with other words, internet standard RGB, and it's mainly used for standard type of monitors or web content viewed in kind of brighter environments. While then you have the gamma 2.4, the Rec 709, suited for kind of like the television or any type there is a little bit of darker viewing conditions. Then overall, for the linear light footage, the linear light will be converted to gamma encoded values using either 2.2 gamma or 2.4. And as soon as setting a working color space, this type of gamma option will be grayed out. But instead, we may choose to enable linearize working color space and then automatically using a 0.1 gamma, which is intended to more accurately reflect how colors blend more naturally and make correct halos and fringing when high contrast saturated colors are blended together. We can actually use only blend colors using a 0.1 gamma, and we may also compensate for scene referred profiles. It's a feature in After Effects that kind of helps the accuracy of color management for correctly handling all type of media with scene referred profiles, such as in real type or real life camera footage or live footage. It adjusts for differences in the gamma and lighting conditions between the scene where the footage is captured and the actual environment where it's being viewed. You should keep this one enabled in general to just try to avoid a bit of the gamma errors or maintain a visual consistency all over different type of displays for your footage. But there might be times though when turning it off might help when you're trying to perhaps render an older project and you just want to maintain that older look of it. Next tab we got audio. We're able to change the sample rate, which defines how many audio samples are captured per second, down from 22.050 kilohertz as the type of frequency or the number of times a sound wave oscillates or with other words moves back and forward per second, up to all the way to 48,000 kilohertz. But here the 44.100 is kind of the music standard, if you will. But the 48 it gives a bit higher quality, and you also have a bit more maneuverability or a little bit extra flexibility within the editing process. But it still comes with the price tag though of little bit extra file sizes and also some more computer processing. Moving on, we have the expressions engine, which processes code that kind of automates animations. And there are two different types. We have the JavaScript engine, which is the newer and faster one of them, and it's based on the modern JavaScript. And then we got the legacy extend script engine, which uses an older version. You might want to use the JavaScript engine anytime you're working with a current or a new project, and as it would just give a more modern type of coding and better performance overall. But there might be times when you're working within an older project before this actual method was there. So to actually get the compatibility with those older projects and those older scripts, perhaps, you can always default back to that old method. Last icon here, just a trash can that will delete all selected project items. And moving a bit to the right, we're kind of having all the label colors and names such as the type, file size, We got the frame rate, in and out points. We got some tape name, which is a type of metadata used to identify the media source file whenever you're working in some type of video production, and especially those, if you will, kind of old school projects when going back to the physical tapes, as in more outdated formats perhaps. Furthermore, we may also find our added comments here. We got the computer file path, plus we have any type of video info, as for example the resolution and the pixel aspect ratio. Either add any type of footage to the project panel, either by dragging and dropping it, or just go to File, Import, and choose any option here as you prefer. Just a good tip here before importing any files within the actual project panel, which I found out the hard way many times, is to keep yourself organized on your computer, on your folders and everything on the actual computer first, before starting to import into the project panel. Because anytime you start to change around the folders on your actual computer later, After Effects will have a hard time finding those files. So then you need to go and relocate all those files again on the computer. And it can just be a hassle sometimes when you're working in those older projects and you just have no idea where you actually put those files on the computer. So it's a good idea to, just a little tip, to keep it nice and organized first on the computer before you actually start importing into the project panel. Allocate one or multiple files. Either directly from libraries or in the group panels on the very right. Projects from Premiere Pro. We got the vanishing point, .vpe. It's a file format used in After Effects to be able to import any type of file that contains some 3D data from Photoshop. A placeholder is a temporary stand-in used to kind of represent unavailable or unfinished content, allowing you to kind of maintain a whole project structure without using the actual real footage. So you can apply any type of effects to it, any type of changes that you like, and then whenever you're ready, you will just replace this with the real footage, just kept intact until you do the actual replacement. Very last option, the solid, and it's just including kind of a custom-made solids to be used whenever you feel they're needed in a project. Right-clicking a composition, you can possibly head directly into the composition settings. And we touched a little bit on several aspects here before, but an important thing to mention under the Basic tab is of course the preset format, which currently is in the HD 920 1080 pixels 24 FPS. But it might also be changeable to a whole list of these different type of preferred options. May also be custom made or changeable over here with either a locked aspect ratio or just by freehand, changing the vertical and the horizontal separately. We got the pixel aspect ratio, and just as in the project settings, this one is adjustable from the normal square pixels to a few type of different options. Although the standard square pixels will be the default one and also the one used most of the times, you still have the options a little bit depending on your footage to go in here and adjust the settings. And the rest here we already covered before, both in this tab and in the 3D renderer. However though, there are a few new features we haven't checked out in the advanced tab. So to show this, let's first open the comp, the shape layer connected rectangles. So by adjusting the arrows and thereby also the anchor of the composition, we're able to scale the comp using different type of reference points of the anchor in relation to the position of the objects inside it. By ticking the so-called preserve frame rate when nested or in render queue, it keeps a composition's original frame rate. So anytime it's being, for example, nested or moved into another composition, it's preserving that type of timing effects, if you will. For example, when doing some jerky hand animated movement or drawings that you want to preserve the timing of, then this effect can be really nice. And sometimes it's more effectful or efficient as well than doing the posterized time. We also have the preserve resolution when nested, ensures that a composition is maintaining the original resolution anytime you're trying to put that composition into another composition. So it's kind of preventing some unwanted changes of the clarity or within the details. Next up, we'll be giving us a little bit more detailed controls for the motion blur. If I first change the position a bit for this shape layer, going from left to right within 2 frames, and making sure that the motion blur in the timeline is on, the first option, called the shutter angle, controls the motion blur by kind of simulating the exposure time of a camera measured in degrees. Lowering the angle will reduce the blur, and it's making fast moving objects a little bit sharper and all the way down to 0 degrees. While instead, if you were to increase it, the angle adds more blur all the way up to 720 degrees if we want to add that much blur to it. We also have the shutter pace, adjust to the motion blur's start in relative to the frame's beginning. If I were to put the current time indicator at 0, we see that the lower values down to all the way to negative 360 make the blur stay in place and move after the shape, while higher values like all the way up to positive 360 cause the blur and its position to move ahead as a false start, if you will. The samples per frame will determine the minimum number of samples for a motion blur, whereas lower values can make the blur look a little bit less smooth, and all the way down to 2 samples if you like. While higher values will improve the smoothness, but at the same time it will increase the rendering time, and you can go all the way up to 64 samples. The adaptive sample limit will set the maximum number of samples for the motion blur, so it's allowing After Effects to kind of adjust dependent on the layer motion. Whereas lowering this limit, it kind of reduces the rendering time, but at the same time it may also decrease the blur quality, and vice versa up to 256 samples. Moving on, in the project panel, we're able to open our compositions in the essential graphics. And let's use the palm of the Illustrator file and create a new comp from selection, giving us a new comp with that one inside that we just clicked on. Then let's replace with pre-comp, which is a feature enabling kind of turning a layer into a comp and make any type of adjustments as add-on effects, etc. to the source and immediately affect all those comps. For example, when creating a small scene like this one, we'll be duplicating a few files and arrange them a little bit to look somewhat decent. Adding some small scaling animation. and perhaps throwing in a bit of afterglow effect as well. Next up, create proxy, which is a form of temporary file intended to replace that original source or the original footage to be able to do the rendering a little bit faster, especially when you're working in really high resolution footage that just really drains your computer of a lot of energy. As in when the computer just doesn't love all those hundreds of layers in the timeline. So you can either create a still proxy from an image or a video. Perhaps you want to use it as a type of reference image for a video, or you can also always throw in a movie proxy, as whenever your processor or your computer just had enough of all those 4K plus videos. This will set up the file in the render queue to render out our new proxy file for a temporary replacement. And by dropping down on the little arrow on the left, we can be viewing all our render settings for the proxy. To change any of them, you can just click either on the other drop-down arrow, choose between some of the presets, using a predefined or a default type of configuration that determine how the composition will render, a bit dependent on the typical use case, or just create a custom one yourself. While being able to create render settings templates, this allows you to create and save your custom settings as a template for any type of future use. This is just very useful whenever you're having some type of render settings that you are using frequently or very often. Another enter as well to the render settings is by pressing the blue text, and it gives us some precise adjustment for how we want our proxies to be rendered. For example, dropping down the quality and resolution to kind of optimize the speed in the composition. You might want to drop these ones as low as possible, but without going way too crazy, and draft quality and a quarter of the resolution, somewhere around there might be quite good start. So we have a bunch of different type of options depending on the specific need to either turn on and off. Plus, checking out time sampling concerning frame blending. We got field render as when using the interlaced formats. Choose to include motion blur, time span, plus frame rate. Then for the output model, drop down on the arrow and you can see the settings here as well. And this one will determine how frames shall be rendered or processed into what specific type of final output folder. With the render settings, there's another drop-down arrow giving us the most common output models as presets. We can change to any type of custom ones as well. Or perhaps we want to make template here as well for multiple different uses. Press the blue text to enter the output model settings. The format specifies the type of file your rendered output will be, such as a QuickTime or a AV or AVI file, both when you're rendering proxies or as well when for the real final rendered outputs. And this choice will impact the whole file compatibility and as well as the sizing and the quality. So it's especially important for the final renderer or the final output. And this specific type of format also is directly linked to unlocking some specific type of compressions and codecs. So you should really know what type of format you need for what type of specific action. Moreover, for choosing a video output in the current settings, we're able to use channels like separate RGB, alpha, or both RGB plus alpha. Heading into the format options, the video codec is currently animation, but I normally prefer the ProRes here instead. So the 422 will be quite a normal good use, especially for the final output. One directly intended for proxy, and for those higher quality project, either a minimum of ProRes 422 with a high quality, or we can go all the way up to those really high quality at 4444 and the XQ version of it. But these files will be quite massive, so it's just when we really need it. Then we may also change to the popular compressed codec like the H.264, advanced video coding AVC, and a few more options will appear with this one, such as a specific type of encoding settings profile for different type of constraints and controls depending on at what level. Bitrate settings, the CBR, as a type of constant bitrate, keeping the data rate consistent for each frame, no matter what the actual complexity of the frame is. So sometimes this can be a little bit inefficient as it's using the same type of data rate for example, a black screen when there's actually nothing there compared to a very complex frame. So it can sometimes be a little bit more inefficient and taking more space than perhaps might be necessary. The VBR, or the variable bitrate, one pass, adjusts the data rate a bit dependent on the complexity within the scene or within the actual frame. So if you have one frame here that's a little bit more simple, not as complex, it will use less data on this one. While on this one here, this other frame that's a little bit more complex, it will put more data into this one. So it's just a little bit more effective or efficient than the CBR. But at the same time, it takes a little bit longer to encode it, but it also gives smaller file sizes. And it's a bit dependent on the project, but normally as well, it will result in a better quality. Finally here, we may possibly adjust the keyframe as in a so-called iframe, not the one we've seen before that we went through before, the actual keyframes to change the properties, but instead a whole frame encoded in its entirely. We may set it to 1 for every frame, or we might also raising it a bit to skip a few and raising the number for less visual data. Thus, we're also creating smaller file sizes overall, but we'll get a decrease in the quality. Anyway, I will choose the Apple ProRes 4444 for this one, for the sake of showing the next one. So this option currently gives us the depth options of either millions of colors or all the way up to trillions. However, the options available are influenced by the project's bit depth, a little bit of the output format's capabilities, as well if you need to include a type of alpha channel in it, and also with actual render settings that's been chosen. For example, when the channel is set to RGB, the depth says trillions of colors now, but if I were to change the channel to RGB plus alpha, it will automatically add a plus in the end and indicating an actual alpha channel will be included in it. There's the possibility to change color between the pre-multiplied math or straight unmatted or clean. If we want to, for whatever reason, we can always be giving a helping hand to resize the width and height, or just change to a preset format and choose its quality. Crop the rendered output if you only need certain parts of the image, perhaps just half a video for a reference. Then it's done over here by changing the margins or cropping from all directions if needed. Finally, choose to include a separate audio, on to create one, whether there's actually audio on the file or not, auto only if there is one, or just turn it off. In the color tab, just as seen before under color options, rounding it off with doing some final adjustments for the output, preserve RGB and linear light. Now for this proxy, I will change the format again to the Apple ProRes 422 proxy to save a little bit of some otherwise massive file sizes. Lastly, the output to, how to name the file, or just click the text to write it manually and save it on your drive. And as soon as we're ready with all the type of settings, any type of adjustments, we're done, over, out, hit that render. The current render shows us this type of blue progress bar to indicate when the rendering is complete, plus in percentage, total frames, and the frames left. Under info, getting a little bit more details of the whole process, if you will. Either pause or stop the render completely. In this bar below are a few more options. You can also get a notify whenever ready for those really long time renderers. We might also log errors only. Then once the render is complete, you should have a separate proxy file, plus be able to see the file in the project panel with this new little grayish box, if you will, to the very left of it. Now be able to toggle the proxies on and off by just clicking this box icon. Now, when a proxy is created, we could just right-click any type of footage, press Set Proxy and File, and that proxy will now overlay that footage as well. So, very handy. And that part was perhaps quite a tough one and a little bit of info bomb as well, if you will, but it went as a combination with those lightweight proxies versus those final renderers or those final outputs. And it's just really crucial or really important to actually understand these things. So with all the final renderers. So anytime you have your own project or you have a client's project with their specific needs and preference, you just need to know how you can balance out the file sizes versus the actual quality. And also mentioning the file size, I always like to keep a few extra SSD disks as giving a little bit of extra space on the computer. And most importantly, also for those backups, those very, very, very important backups. So if you don't have any SSD disk already, I put a link in the description down below with my favorite ones that I'm using. And especially as I like being on the run and just being around with the computer at different type of places, it's just, those are super nice. So check them out if you haven't got any already. There's also a few other type of different render order, which according to Adobe, and I will quote, within each raster or non-vector layer, elements are applied in the following order: masks, effects, transformations, and layer styles. For continuously rasterized vector layers, the default rendering order is masks, transformations, and then effects. This is another one of those important things to know about to actually be able to display the correct visual that you're actually after within the final renderer, as it's directly impacting how the composition will be calculated and kind of displayed. So by ignoring the render process, it might lead to some unexpected or weird visual looks. So if you encounter any problem with some type of weird look of the final renderer, then it might be the render order that's not really correct. Later on to that same type of file, if you make any type of changes to it afterwards, you can always go back to that previous interpretation. So I used a file or a footage as a layer within the timeline, and just as an example, I applied a few animations and effects to it. Sometimes the files need an update. Perhaps you need to get a little bit better quality or a high resolution version of it. And to keep all those existing changes, you can just add an upgraded version, right-click the footage and choose Replace and File to be able to add a new version. And a quick way, if you already have the file inside the project panel, you can just hit Alt or Option, then press and drag the new file on top of the old one and it will be replaced. Then with our Illustrator or the Photoshop file, we might do a replace footage, and with the layer comp, we're creating a new composition with the actual source file, plus a version of it in this folder with just the size of the actual object. And this just allows for a little bit more flexible type of animation and a non-destructive type of editing. And also for those a little bit more complex files with Illustrator and Photoshop, it's just another more efficient way of handling them, as you can go animate them on separate layers. And it's also a lot more easier to update them. We're also able to replace footage like before with a placeholder. And if further using a solid instead, that will allow you to assign a color to it. Perhaps this one just can make it a little bit easier to keep track and organize all your elements within the composition while keeping those temporary layers and making those color coding to just find them a little bit easier. And at the same time, it just drains a little bit less on your actual system on your computer and just a little bit less render time. So a bit more effective. Whenever some changes are done outside of After Effects, as for example, whenever you're working with an Illustrator file, the reload footage will help you add that new, fresh, updated version of it. We got the license, which is currently grayed out. From what I understand, it's directly connected to the Adobe stock footage. So whenever you need to add, or if you want to use that one and add a footage where you actually need the license and permission to it, here you will find that one. Moving on to the reveal in Finder. And we gone through this one before. If you have the software, Adobe Bridge, you can just press here to reveal it. Whenever we have a footage and want to find that file or layer inside a composition, you can smash the reveal in composition, choose an option to find its hiding place there. Currently, all solids, adjustment layer and null objects are saved in this solid folder. And if I want to, I can change this by right-clicking any other folder, choose the solids folder option, and will now be saved there instead of the previous one you had. Finally, just a simple file rename, the same as pressing enter on the keyboard. Adding the very last part to our shelf inside the visual memory image. That's about it for the project panel, and next we'll be heading into the group panels on your right side of the interface. For this section, I will continue using the All Panels workspace, going through each and every panel here that's not already been mentioned before. And if there's anything not being mentioned right now, that part will come up a bit later on under the top menu section, under the actual window parts. To show the first panel, the properties, let's use the very first text layers for navigating in After Effects again, seeing just the same values up here at the very top, just as we did before in the timeline under the transform options. So we got text, where we're able to change to any type of text font we like or prefer. And if something is actually missing here, then just head over to the Add Adobe Fonts to choose between almost an unlimited amount of different type of fonts for your needs. Filter to show font from Adobe, or you can just show favorites at the very top. Text layer will be the only actual layer that having some new properties that we actually haven't seen already before, as we see that most only have the transform properties and some type of different options, especially for the camera and the shape layers, but kind of just another way of accessing it or finding it over here. Then either just choose one, or you can scroll out here to go through them and see the look of each of them in the composition at the same time. Pick a font style of your preference. Offer adjustable font size. You can set the leading as when two layers of text kind of exist to manipulate the distance between them, if you will. Then mark somewhere between two characters to set the kerning between them as this type of matrix value. Set tracking for the whole layer or just a part of the text, spreading out the distance between the characters or the letters. Change the fill color to anything we like, either by just pressing directly on the color box or using the color picker if you prefer that option. Same with stroke, which we apply by ticking the box. Adjust the sizing a bit, which is measured in pixels. And by zooming in a bit, we're just revealing the difference better, changing from line join meter to join round to join bevel. Having the stroke over fill, but if you prefer, you can also do the fill over stroke and the same adjustment, but for all of them. Those are just the same as was shown a bit earlier in the video under the timeline section, and just a little bit more evident or easy to see when their actual letters are, or the lines of the letters are kind of crossing each other. Moreover, there are properties for manipulating the vertical scale or the horizontally one as well. Use baseline shift to move selected text up or down relative to the baseline, and it can be useful for fine-tuning text positions like aligning fractions, for example. Next, we got this little interesting icon called zoom, I think, and it's reducing the space around one or several characters by a set of percentage without actually altering or changing the character itself. So let's create a new text layer here and name it text. Mark half text, and with the two large T icons, changing all caps and small caps with a 1 to the right of it. You can use the left superscript to raise characters and the right superscript to lower them. And whenever the so-called ligatures are turned on in After Effects, as in the chosen or specific letter pairs merge into a single glyph, glyph meaning a type of symbol or a purposeful mark, based on that actual font design. And anytime you want to see what type of ligatures are actually available, you can always refer back to the documentation of that ligature or a character palette. Similar applies whenever we're working with and typing using Hindi digits. Just mark this box over here. And by going up and smashing that line sandwich icon again in the very right corner, it opens up the possibility to add some extra Fox bold or italic to the text. And for the standard vertical Roman alignment to function, we need a vertical text, as changing the way of typing in this type of way instead. If you need some part of the text horizontal, in a vertical text, the Japanese style, don't know about this pronunciation, but Tate Shu Yoko options let you do just that. All the middle options outside use icons, but with the Use Smart quote turned on, it gives us these rounded quotation marks. And if we were to turning it off, they become straight instead. Slightly difference. Show font names in English if you happen to use the CGK text as in Chinese, Japanese or Korean. Now, whenever we're using the text box and normally a word way too long for the text box will break and continue on a new line underneath. However though, if you're marking the no break, it will prevent words from splitting to a new line and instead continue horizontally on that same line. Could be useful perhaps whenever you are writing long dates or long words and you want to keep them together and not separated. Then this is a nice one. While the reset character will bring back the text or characters to default. Paragraph. With these text line icons, you may align text either left aligned as now, center or right aligned. Even if the actual text perhaps a bit weirdly moves left in the composition. And add indent, meaning the space or gap inserted at the very beginning of a line of text. Using left aligned text to indent left margin and opposite align to indent right. Again, if copying and pasting in the text one line under by using the indent first line, adding a little bit of space inwards for the first text above. All these indents might be useful whenever you want to create kind of type of a structured list, or perhaps you want to emphasize the very first line within a paragraph. And they're commonly used in when formatting citations or bibliographies as a type of list of different type of sources. Now let's add one more line of text, mark the one in the middle, and here we adjust the spacing above or before the paragraph as the marked text, pushing the last two lines either downwards to the positive, or we can push it upwards to the negative. Or just use the one below to add space after paragraph, thus moving just a line under or after. If you ever need to write from actual right to left, instead of what I'm using, the left to right, then just hit the icon to swap here. At the moment, the default way of writing text is by clicking in the composition to create a point text. That may also be changed to box text if needing to specify a certain area or box to write text within. When writing in a text box, normally a quotation mark or a hyphen will be included inside the text. Going into the sandwich icon by ticking the Roman hanging punctuation, these punctuation marks will instead be placed outside the actual text box. Just a quite nice tool for creating just a little bit more clean and symmetrical boxes whenever you're using aligned text. Slight difference, but just a little bit more clean. Jumping over to leading next, where the top to top leading measures the vertical space from the very top of one line of the text to the top of the next line, while bottom to bottom from the very baseline of one line of text to the very baseline of the next line. But with these two, I actually haven't found any difference whatsoever changing between them two, and haven't found anyone else that done so either. So if you actually have found it or seen a difference between them two, as always, please let me know in the comments down below. Coming up, we got Adobe Single and Every Line Composer. To show the difference, let's go into the composition of Single versus Every Line Composer, with Single Line on the very left and Every Line to the right, with the same type of size text box. We're seeing a bit of a difference in how the text is composed, and by going into the two different type of text, we'll be pushing down the Adobe word in the middle. So for the single line, only the lines after the word will adjust to the change. But with the every line composer, both the text before and after will be adjusted and optimized. So it's a little bit dependent there on what you think is the most nice and preferable. And to finish off this part and perhaps start a little bit fresh again, all these changes can also be reversed by marking the right paragraph and hitting Reset Paragraph. Now taking it back to the very default single line composer again. Jumping down to our very next panel, there's a panel just giving us a very good amount of info regarding, for example, position and the color values. So let's start by going down to 8 BPC as the very most basic bit depth in After Effects, and open the info panel. On the left side, given the values for red, green, blue and alpha. Nothing showing now or currently on the RGB, and with 0 on the A, it means that the last point was with full transparency, of which the background is at the moment. However, when instead pointing the mouse cursor over the white text, it will now show 255 on all, the highest color intensity of the 8 BPC. To the right of the color values, an X and Y value is indicating where the mouse cursor is currently pointing at. So by raising the color depth to say 16 BPC, there's this massive jump up to a maximum of all the way to 32,768 for color intensity, serving as a much broader and more accurate type of color values ranging between 0 to 1 on a normalized scale. Same as the one for the 8 BPC, but this one just got a lot of more different values in between to give a bit more accurate type of representation of the colors. Thus, changing this to 32 BPC, we can see that some values go even beyond 1. And we can really view the effect of this one whenever throwing on, for example, a glow on top of a layer. You just see this ramp up a lot. So using this info when we're actually in the 32 BPC can give a really good indicator of pure accuracy of the color codes, what they actually are, and perhaps when we want to do some color matching, we can find out quite easily and accurate what those colors are by using this info panel. At the bottom of the panel, having some direct info on layer's name, got the duration, the plus in, and also the out point. And nice little extra here, whenever we're having two keyframes in the timeline and want to see the actual distance between them two, you first want to mark the first one and then hold Option or Alt at the same time while clicking the other one. And now you should be seeing the actual duration or the time span between the keyframes down in the bottom of the panel. And this can be quite nice to actually measure out the proper duration between them two. Transitioning into a smooth track where the audio panel will show us the previous sound level in decibels. Keeping within the green is a good indicator normally for normal levels. Up against the yellow, we're getting that a little bit louder and almost going a bit closer to potentially clipping or a type of distortion going beyond the maximum capability, if you will. While the red one is a kind of loud danger zone for clipping and distortion, which you normally want to avoid. These three controllers let us adjust both the stereo channels together and temporarily increasing the preview audio up to 12 decibel or down to minus 12 decibel. You can do it separately as well, control the left channel by itself and the right channel solo. So yes, just quite basic stuff whenever you're working with audio in After Effects, but at the same time it's probably not the first choice or your first cup of tea, if you will, to actually be doing your audio inside After Effects. But it's just a little nice extra to actually have there if needed. We touched a little bit on the effects and presets before, and I will include some variations of effects further down the line. But this section you have to go and explore a bit yourself, or a lot yourself, because it's just a massive one with an endless variations of different effects and presets. So that would take more than one video to actually go through all and each of them. So make sure to check them out yourself, because they're really awesome. Both the ones inside actual After Effects and third-party ones as well. But anyway, here you can see a bunch of different effects and presets, from anything like the basic animation presets, the transitions, color corrections, the text effects, and just so much more. At the top, there's this great search function to navigate a little bit faster to find everything within this column. Then a nice feature is that we're able to actually save any type of animation presets. So, for example, I have this pineapple particle animation. The very first part of it consists of two types of effects. I got the CC ball action and the CC radial blur. And with a little bit of adjustments I've done to the settings, plus some keyframing, whereas the scatter and twist angle for the former, and the amount, little bit of tweaking there for the radial blur. At the second half of the animation, I again used the second principle of animation, anticipating the movement of the pineapple leaves, going a bit upwards first, exaggerating the impact by kind of splashing out the pineapple's parts out of the whole screen, and yeah, just a massive exaggeration. I then put a CC radial fast blur on this one with some keyframing. And then going into the pineapple all pieces comp, I actually masked out each and every one of the pieces for this effect. Then pre-composed them and animated them as well using both the position and the scaling properties. Explode out of the frame. This also leading us into the 10th principle of animation, the exaggeration, intended to enhance emotions or actions to make them a bit more dynamic and entertaining. Marking these effects, we go to Save Animation Presets, find a new location within your user presets of the After Effects folder, and then just press Save. Next, that preset can very handy be found here under the Effects and Preset, and we're able to apply the preset with the effects and keyframes for any type of layer we wish. So, super useful one. We can organize the effects and presets by categories. We have the Finder folders, or alphabetical. Then show only 32 BPC or GPU capable effects only. And either show or hide effects and presets individually or together. If you're ever wondering where an effect or presets are hiding on the computer, Then you can just go in and mark any effect and then reveal in Finder. Update or refresh list while diving into the manage effects, and we're able to search for or click on any effect we like to enable or disable for whatever type of reason. A last little tip here, if you're not really that familiar with actual effects and presets within After Effects, then a quite nice thing can be to download a software called Adobe Bridge, which can also be found in the Creative Cloud. So once you have it, or if you want to get it, go into the browse presets, and with Bridge, it's a really handy thing is that you can possibly be previewing almost any type of effects and presets by just finding your folder for them. So go into any map for an overview and then press preview on the very right here to view it, just to get a little quick glance of how the effect will look like. Sliding into the very next panel, the libraries. Adobe's kind of digital library or storage, where you can access any type of assets a little bit more easier and faster by just maintaining them in here. And it's also really good for whenever you are perhaps working in teams or different projects with other peoples, and you want to kind of share those assets together, then this is quite a nice feature. So we have a search field to find pretty much anything we need in a library. And we're in the current library now, but this arrow lets you swap between the Adobe stock or all libraries. You can create new library, name it, and insert any type of assets you might need. For example, I have the Adobe Color 2021 here, just to see a bunch of different color themes or color theme palettes. To make it a bit easier to navigate, you can filter any options on this type of funnel icon and sort and group the assets together depending on your needs and preferences. For the icon to the right with a slash and 3 dots called Path, I will go into Graphics, get 2 assets here and press the folder icon in the right bottom. Or right click, choosing the new group from selection. Group them as 1. Then another 2 assets as well, and naming these group 2. And throwing group 2 into group 1. If I now toggle the icon for path and moving out of the previous tree view, there's slight difference in how they map and are presented. Perhaps nothing crazy revolutionary, but hey, at least it's there if you need it. We may also swap between the current grid view and list view. We're able to duplicate any items if needed or just delete them. Plus directly copy or move them into a new group or folder. With an item selected like this icon here, just right click and find Familiar in Adobe Stock if you want. Either drag the item directly to the project panel or just press Add to the project. Edit will be throwing us directly into the original software like the Illustrator for this icon. Add a description whenever you need to track yours or other people's assets. Especially since it's just quite easy to wonder sometimes why that they ended up in that place to begin with and what they actually do. Either when you're working with other people in different type of projects or in your own projects when your own personal memory might be lagging a little bit. Get info on any asset for a little bit more details if you want. Then any type of grouped asset is is very easily ungrouped again. Finally, if you want to share any private assets, just hit the profile icon to the very top right, taking us directly into the Creative Cloud. Here we can choose any type of assets and sharing them on this blue bottom saying, well, in Swedish, dela, as in share in Swedish. That's about it for the libraries, and we're checking out for the next panel a little bit of smooth symmetry, if you will, in the Align panel. Let's mark the 3 text layers in the timeline and either align layers to composition or via selection. We're able to align these left, horizontally, and right or top, vertically, and also bottom to the composition. While changing to selection instead, it will be looking like this, aligning the text to the outer edges of the layer furthest out. With one layer selected, only align layers to composition will function, while selection for 2 or more selected. To distribute layers, we need to add another one and possibly also distribute top, vertically, bottom, left, horizontally, or to the right. A quick way to align any type of layers without actually needing to throw in the grid or the ruler gloves. The character and paragraph we already been through going over in the properties section, so pretty much just another way of viewing that section with the text marked but separated and without actual transformation properties. We got the tracker and content aware fill, which shouldn't be any news by now, and as we already covered these before. Instead, we're diving straight into the paint and brushes panel to apply a little bit of paint strokes to a layer using both color and alpha transparency. And I will be using the following footage here and checking out how to apply the very basic brush tool for some animated strokes. So I will be using my own footage and together with the clone stamp tool to kind of clone or copy different parts of the scene or the footage to cover up other ones. Then finally the eraser tool, going back to that first footage again, using the alpha to delete or erase some parts of the footage. Then to further use these tools, we're heading into the layer panel of our footage. Then using the tools up here in the toolbar to select what action we want to actually do with the brush tool, with the clone stamp, or as well with the eraser tool. Once one is selected, the paint panel will show us a few different type of alternatives available. Whenever having the out to open panel selected, the panels will open automatically if these weren't open already before. Plus we're able to toggle the visibility on and off on the icon here left of it. Set the opacity to determine how much of the effect you want to apply as a maximum. The flow is set to adapt the speed of how much the effect will be applied, but a little bit easier to understand this is perhaps as in how much or how many times an area or part will be exposed when going over it with this type of tool. Since the more times you actually go over an area, the more of the effect will build or add on to it. Then this little icon on the left, which is currently a white circle, shows what type of brush is being selected and the actual size of it measured in pixels. And you can just click on it to be able to swap over to the brushes panel. We're keeping all the type of presets of different shapes and different type of sizes for all the brushes. Plus underneath is also possibly manipulated by the diameter, and you can change the angle, which is for the actual elliptical brushes in the bottom to rotate around. The hardness will be adjusting the smoothness as a type of gradient alpha down to 0% or full hardness at 100%. Spacing may be dragged down to eliminate the gaps between the actual strokes and raised to increase them a little bit. Then if we have any type of custom brushes or just any brush that we like and think that we might going to need again or might use again, save them here, name them, and they will pop up again in this brush window later on. And the last option, called Brush Dynamics, this one is specifically for those using a pressure sensitive digitizing tablet, whereas there is a drop down to change the brush size to either off, pen pressure, pen tilt, or stylus wheel, with a minimum size from ranging down from 1 to up to 100%. And it's also using the same drop down options for the angle, roundness, opacity, and the flow. Smash that top right sandwich to create either a new brush, you might rename it or delete it. The same options are available if you right click a brush, and just a few different view options such as the text only, a small or large thumbnail, we get a small or large list, plus just a basic reset if something is messed up at the bottom. We're able to manually set the standard foreground and background. Or just use the normal color picker. Use any blending mode and set the channels to either RGBA, RGB, or the alpha. And for this brushstroke animation that I will be creating, I will choose only the RGB and neglect or not having the actual alpha, because I don't want a kind of see-through effect. And it's also something that you can actually use just as the eraser tool whenever you're using the alpha, as kind of erasing or getting a see-through effect. Moreover, we're able to control the duration of the stroke between constant, meaning the stroke lines will be there from the current time indicator until the very end of the layer. We got the right on, which functions just as a recording of a stroke. This will kind of record and replay that stroke that you are painting within the composition with the same speed that you're actually recording it. It will replay at the same speed. Single frame makes a duration last for just one frame before disappearing again. While the custom can regulate between 1 frame and higher, and let us set this one to 3. Now, every time we click to make a stroke, a new brush stroke will appear under the options of the layer. This stroke has its path, thus making it an adaptable vector that you can scale up in full size without losing the quality, while you're also being able to animate with a start and end to paint on. Then those settings we saw before are also changeable here afterward, and pretty much all basic transform properties to also be animated. Strokes may be manipulated in duration, the start and end point, or you can also move them around to anywhere you like in the composition. A tip whenever you are painting on any type of footage and you want to change the actual brush size, so then just hold Command or Control, then just press and drag the mouse cursor upwards to kind of scale the brush up, and press and drag downwards to make it smaller. Just a quicker way of scaling it up and down. Now you can just paint over your footage wherever you want the strokes to be. Move ahead 1 or more frames, and just repeat the process for whatever your preferred pattern is. Finally, giving us something like this. Let's get the eraser tool next. Everything here will be familiar with the settings, except for not having the actual blending modes. But instead of this, the blending modes, we got the erase options instead. With paint only selected, creating a type of eraser stroke over the painted strokes to erase or used to be fade them out a bit, and it's using the stacking hierarchy in the timeline. Thereby they need to be above the paint strokes to be able to function or have the perception of erasing them. The paint on transparent, which knocks out the background, we're able to use this in an opposite order to reveal the image instead. And we could also go into the painted stroke from previously and change the channels to RGBA just to see only the stroke without the actual background or the alpha. The erase last stroke only lets us delete or adjust a type of fading to the last stroke without creating an actual new paint stroke, just changing that previous one. Lastly, the erase source and paint with RGBA, and we also got the single frame duration to create a bit of revealing animation using transparency on this footage layer, while adding perhaps another background layer to be able to see it underneath this one. The option erase source and paint just makes this process a little bit easier, as we're actually able to see the eraser strokes whenever we are animating forward. And this is that final visual look using the eraser tool as an animator. Now moving on to the clone stamp tool, having the same options at the top as for the brush tool, but a new section is revealed down here as well. We got some 5 different preset options to customize ourselves for different type of uses. Possibly swap what source we want to clone or copy from, either the current layer or we're able to add another source. By using the current layer and holding Alt or Option on the footage, thus we will be changing the source position down here from X and Y position, which alternatively can also be done manually to line them up a little bit. Then press wherever wanting to clone from as a source and just drag over the mouse cursor to apply that source clone to perhaps hide an object in the footage. Then let's add the little palm tree here from Illustrator to the timeline again and choose this as the source. Open another viewer to see them both. Now, if I first set the source position to wherever I want the cloning to start from, with aligned selected, we're now able to use multiple clone strokes to insert one text or object. But if deselecting this one, then a new clone will start and be created each time we let go of the mouse cursor. Whenever you want to clone a really large object using several type of different strokes over it, using the align will be a preferred method. And anytime you want to do several type of different small objects using just one stroke, then ticking off or unmarking the align will be our preferred method. Using the lock source time, it will open up to set up a specific frame as a source time to be able to clone from. If keeping it to default and unselected, there's a choice to offset or use a source time shift instead of going backward and forward to set a specific time frame to start cloning from as it's adjust forward. The last option, clone source overlay, presenting us with an image used as a reference to get an indication of how the cloning will look like. And it's also adjustable between the 0 to 100% opacity. With the next two panels, the motion sketch and the smoother, we're able to quickly record any type of movement, as in the spatial type of movement and speed, and creating a motion path of a layer by dragging the layer around within the composition. I will use this one as a type of background layer. And then place the object layer in the very top left corner, where I want to record the whole motion sketch. Set the duration. And then start by adjusting the work area. Capture speed at 100% for same playback as the speed you're recording, and we can also raise it to over 100% if we prefer, and playback will be in slow motion anytime you're raising the bow, and if you're lowering the value instead, it will be vice versa effect, or the opposite effect, that the speed will go faster. Choosing the smoothing to adjust how tight we want to put the keyframes. The higher the number, the smoother the motion path. As long as we don't go way too crazy about it and raise the number too much, because then we might break the actual curve. So you need to kind of try it out a little bit and balance it out in a proper way. If we want to see the wireframe as in those thin outlines around the object, or if not. And if the background should be kept visible or transparent when we're doing our motion sketching. Whenever we're ready, just hit Start Capture and paint your type of little art or the motion path within the composition. Now we are presented by these created keyframes for the position property of the layer. If you're still not fully happy with the look of the curve and the motion, it's not really a full Picasso yet, if you will, head over to the smoother panel, and there we can set the tolerance to lower it to add a little bit more spatial keyframes in there, and we might also raise to remove some instead, smoothing out the curve a bit. To use the currently grayed out temporal graph, we could add 2 keyframes for a little bit of rotation. Then right-click, go to Keyframe Assistance and choose Exponential Scale, thus giving us the option to smooth out this temporal rotation curve as well. Next up, the Wiggler, which I will apply to our motion sketch layer as well. So let's start with the position property. Here we're able to manipulate both the temporal and the spatial path, as in timing and space. The noise type, meaning random deviation or a changed course. Changes between smooth with more gradual changes and jagged as a bit more abrupt, jerky type of movement. What dimensions to manipulate as only X or Y, and all the same for the equal course to all dimensions. last one all independently, using a different set of deviations to all type of dimensions. To add a third dimension of the set or the depth as well, just apply the 3D space for that specific layer. Frequency means how many keyframes as deviations added per second, while the magnitude is the maximum size of them. To finish off, I will be adding 2 keyframes to the opacity and create this kind of flickering effect using the temporal path wiggler. Or you might want to add it to a glowing effect, just like these ones, using the same settings. For the following panel, the mask interpolation, let's go into the pre-made comp called Smart Mask Interpolation, and I created a small text using masks from text. So just set a few keyframes for each letter of the mask path, just after half a second. Then at the start, manually squeeze them together in different type of directions. The M squeezed from the very bottom going upwards, A is the opposite, while with the hole in the middle is squeezed together in the very center and then going outwards. S having all points going from the center and out. And finally K is pushing out to the right from being pressed to the left in the beginning. So just take all the keyframes and drag them in there and move a bit forward and go back to the default. All the keyframes have been eased using Easy Ease. Then speed graph, dragging the curve a little bit like this. Plus rounded it all off with an opacity animation from 0 to 100% to hide any type of visible lines in the beginning. Easing it with a graph will be looking a bit like this. So the mask interpolation is basically a type of transformation from one point to another, or one type of shape into another type of shape. We're able to kind of manipulate or change that type of interpolation process to create perhaps a little bit smoother or a bit more just different type of animations, morphing a bit back and forward between each other within the actual Smart Mask Interpolations tool panel. And at the top we got the keyframe rate, which specifies the very rate of how many keyframes we like to insert per second. You can choose Auto to match the composition frame rate, or set it yourself anywhere between 15 and up to 60. More keyframes are not always necessarily better for your animation, it just tends to make it a little bit more smooth, but at the same time it will also increase the render time. Then check the keyframe fields for doubles rate, or keyframes as when animating for interlaced video. You can use the linear vertex path, which let the first vertex keyframe move straight to the second vertex keyframe. And whenever it's unselected, they can move along a curved path instead. So just to demonstrate this, let's duplicate the layers and separate them. Using linear on the top, while marking the keyframes on the layer below, and uncheck linear, then apply. Now, seeing that several keyframes were added in between the first two, and if I were to preview this, the motion will be completely different. Now using a curved rotating interpolation instead. Same thing here, is not directly any type of interpolation options that kind of better than the other one. It's just a bit dependent on your type of visual preference or your type of visual taste for how you want the animation to look like. Let's undo this. And moving on to the bending resistance, adding 0% to the top layer and 100% to the bottom. 0% will make the path animation or the interpolation bend a bit more than stretching, and vice versa when you're doing up to 100%. Undo both again, then add 0% quality to the top and 100% to the bottom. 0 here means that a specific vertex in the first keyframe needs to match the same vertex in the second keyframe, and so on. While 100 gives the first keyframe vertex the option to choose between any of the vertexes in the second keyframe. As we just saw that the interpolation difference is not really huge, but it makes a small difference and raising the quality a little bit. But at the same time, we're pumping up that or increasing that render time again as well. If I undo that again and go to almost the end keyframe here with the add mask path vertices, there are 3 different options to choose how we want to place the new vertices for the mask path. Pixels between vertices is regulated by the pixel number on the left from 1, giving 1 vertex point for each pixel, or raising it to get fewer vertices in between. Whereas a lower value of this normally tends to give a little bit better interpolation result. The total vertices amount for the whole interpolated mask path, while percentage of outline will add vertices dependent on a percentage from a lower percentage, kind of inserting the maximum amount of vertices, and all the way up to 99% to insert fewer ones instead, or pretty much none here if you raise it to the very max. Matching method can either be set to auto or only curve and polyline. Auto uses curve if any of the 2 mark keyframes have some type of kind of curved path to it, while polyline if it's not. And polyline is basically a path kind of made up of connected straight lines of sections. So basically, polyline will be applied to only the straight section of the segments, while the curve for all the curved ones. Something that can be seen by, for example, adding a curve to the top mask layer and a polyline to the bottom. The M with the straight lines will interpolate better with the polyline, while the S in the top layer interpolates better with the curve with its curvy path when applying it without the use 1-to-1 vertex matches, and using width for the one in the bottom. Now this option matches each same numbered vertex between the 2 paths. Overall it works best, this option, with an equal amount of vertices. Ultimately, the first vertex matched, turned on, makes sure that the 2 paths of the first vertices match together. And if I were to turn it off, it will look for the most suitable one. So to get that little bit more smooth morphing type of motion with masks, it can be a great tool to give a bit more different type of adjustments and variables for giving that a little bit more smoothness. But if you instead prefer that perhaps a little bit more snappier type of look that we saw in the very first animation, it might be better to go for a little bit lesser keyframes and do your adjustments in the actual graph editor instead. So a little bit dependent on on what you actually need at that type of moment, but two nice tools to have in your arsenal. I will be adding a new footage into the timeline here for this one, and the very last option showing in the group panels, the preview panel. A few icons at the very top, where the ones furthest out on the sides let us move to first frame and the last frame. One more step in, we're able to sneak forward to the next frame or just backward to the previous frame. In the middle, a play stop icon. Set the shortcut to any of the following options in the drop-down menu showing here. We might toggle the eye icon on and off to include or exclude video in the preview. Same with the speaker for audio. Tick the box for showing overlays and layer controls. As these go into view and view options that we're able to turn on and off as well. The line and arrow icon on the right is clickable to either play back a preview once, or you might want to loop it as well. Tick the cache before playback to force After Effects to render the whole work area or the duration before the preview starts. Set the preview range to only work area or work area extended by current time, which is dependent on whether the current time indicator is before, in between, or after the actual work area, and the entire duration for the whole timeline. But I guess there shouldn't be that much of a reason to actually preview outside of the work area, since what the name indicates, that's actually the area that you should be working in, so just not that much of reason to preview outside of it. We got the play around current time. Sets a type of so-called pre-roll, meaning before the current time indicator, and the post-roll, meaning after it. This one can be quite nice to use together with changing the play from start of range instead of just current frame. When, for example, anytime you make perhaps some very small changes and you just want to see the new effect of it compared to or related to that short amount of time just before it, you can choose a specific frame rate between anywhere from 15 up to 120. Or just go for auto to adjust the composition automatically. Then we might want to skip over 0 frames when previewing, or cut out each section of, for example, 1, 2, or 5 frames. Thus, we're dropping just a little bit of that type of smoothness in exchange for just a greater type of render speed. Regarding the resolution, we got the very same type of options just presented earlier in the composition settings, but we'll override these and function a bit separately. Now, see all previews in full screen if we want. If caching or play cached frames unmarked, to just stop both caching and playback. While marked, we'll stop caching and replay playback from the start of the range. Have the move time to preview time checked whenever you're preferring the current time indicator to be moved to wherever you stop the preview. Quite nice to tick off anytime you're trying to loop the playback and you don't want to go back all the time to get that current time indicator to the very beginning. So just a bit more efficient way of doing it. Last option, well worth mentioning, is the one connected to the preview. Going into composition, preview, it's the one called cache frames when idle. Automatically pre-renders all the frames in the actual background or behind the scenes when you're not currently working on something. So it's just another way to speeding up the playback or the preview. And so just quickly throwing in the very last piece of our grouped panels visual memory. That's pretty much it for the group panels. And next we're moving on to the very toolbar in the top. And there is a few things not mentioned in the actual group panels that we just can't see in this window. So those ones missing will be coming up a little bit later on in the top menu section under the very window parts. The upcoming section will be about the toolbar in the very top, and it's a place where we're able to quickly find some different type of valuable options that we might use for our animations or for compositing overall. So starting from the very top left corner, the house icon takes us back to the home page again to open up project, recent or new ones. On this little light bulb, we have the Learn tab, and just having a direct access to some different type of helpful library of tutorials. Next, this arrow-looking icon called the Selection tool, which is the one we use to move any type of object within the composition. And the icon might actually also be able to or use to reset the scaling of any type of layer by just double-clicking it. Then to show a type of snapping function with this tool, let's go into the snapping comp, which basically just includes a start shape layer, 2 text layers, and a collapsed comp of those text layers in 3D space. So without having the snapping here, nothing will happen when I, for example, drag the star here over the text layers. However, by turning it on, the snapping on, the layer will now snap or attach to the main points of the other layers, just like the anchor points, the sides, and the corners. Very useful for quickly matching up or stacking layers on top of each other. Very efficient. And we're also able to take it even one step further using the snap along edges, extending beyond layer boundaries, to snap at the same points but anywhere in the comp, referenced by this dotted red line. Then the very last icon on the right, if I were to hide these text layers and turn on the visibility for the comp instead, with the same layers in 3D space, and just making sure that the comp is actually set to 3D as well, plus the collapsed transformation with this little icon here marked, and finally also the star shape layer put in 3D space. With normal snapping, we will just snap to each major point of the whole composition. But instead with this one, whenever we're turning on this short name tool, if you will, snap to and show features inside collapsed compositions and text layers. Yeah. Suddenly, it's now possible to snap the star to each major points as well for each of the layers inside that comp. So also super useful. The hand tool just quickly let us navigate around the composition, especially useful when you're not seeing the whole full screen of the composition. While the zoom tool helps us see a little bit better by zooming in, just like a nice pair of glasses or a magnifying glass. Or if you want to zoom out, then you just hold Alt or the Option key at the same time. The next 3 icons are already shown and explained earlier under the camera section on how to move in 3D space. But the little thing to mention, the orbit around cursor tool, and it's that we're able to kind of simplify the movement a little bit using this one instead of using the default one, the freeform, to constrain horizontally, only orbiting sideways, or we might want to constrain vertically and just orbit up or down instead. Next type of bent arrow icon is a rotation tool, and it's letting us twist or turn any object in a comp. And you might also want to double click it to just quickly reset the rotation instead using this one. Pan behind tool has been mentioned previously on just how to move the anchor point for a layer. And you can also double click this one to reset anchor point to default. For all the rectangle tools, those shape layers, just press and hold the mouse cursor to be able to see all the 5 options. Then we got the pen tool. We used this one before though when for example creating masks, when we did some motion path or different type of shapes. But one thing to mention though, or point out about this one, is the option of ticking on and off the Roto Bezier, meaning without it we're creating these straight lines. But let's say we're first undoing this and marking that option. This curved path will now be directly appearing instead. We can also just press and hold to revealing a few options that we haven't been accessing here before. And for this one I will create a quick mask. And with the add vertex tool we're able to click and add any type of new vertices directly on the path. Then we might also want to use the delete vertex tool to remove them, or you can also choose convert vertex tool. Just by clicking on any vertex it will transforming them from a corner vertex to a rounded one with those nice Bezier handles. This small rectangle on the left indicates our choice of tool. And then the very last one here, the mask feather tool, will create that type of feathering seen earlier, a bit of smoothness, by just clicking and dragging on the path to expand it a little bit. The T icon, as in the text tool, lets us just create either horizontal written text or a vertical one. Brush, clone stamp and the eraser tool. We dug into it under the paint and brushes section before, so enough on that one. Next up, going straight onto the highway with a kinda self-driving rotoscoping, using the lovely roto brush tool and the refine edge tool. Something just quickly introduced beforehand in the actual layer panel or the window section, but now we just heading in full details. For this one I will be using a 5-second footage of myself here, with the goal of adding this text behind me. So first thing to do is duplicating the layer, as the text will be inserted between these 2 layers a bit later on. Then double click the top layer and the duplicated version to be able to enter the layer panel. Now choose the Roto Brush tool in the toolbar, if you haven't done already, to be able to make a rough painting over our subject, or just whatever we're currently working on and might be needing to use the Roto Brush on within the layer or within the actual scene. So just pressing and dragging over here, while the rest will kinda more or less take care of itself and be filled out automatically. And everything we see inside this marked area will be included and everything outside excluded. Although it most likely won't be completely perfect on the first attempt, so you might need to resize or add to the marked area, and then you can just draw over that part again with that green plus inside a circle marker. And if too much have been marked and you need to erase a little bit, just hold down Alt or Option to be able to subtract using this red minus inside a circle marker, if you will. To just quickly be able to change the size of the marks, you can hold down Command or Control while pressing the left mouse cursor and just dragging either up or down to be able to scale it up and down in a more quick way. For all those a little bit tougher areas, just like for example the hair or some fur or just some more small fine details, it's where we can change to the refine edge tool and just giving us a little bit of final touch or a little bit more flexibility just at the edges of the hair. And here the white color means that the area is fully included in the frame, the black is fully excluded, while the gray is kind of somewhere there in between, giving a partial or type of gradient transparency. Now, once happy with the rotoscoping, just hit spacebar or preview, and the clip will start analyzing forward, frame by frame, also known as starting the propagation. A tip here is to consider that part of your footage that is kind of most accurate and most stable. So it doesn't always need to be the actual beginning of the clip, the very start. You can go anywhere within the clip and then you can analyze forward or backward afterwards. If at any time the mark or the roto brushed area is drifting off a bit, then just head back again to just before that frame. Adjust if needed and then just start analyzing again. Now we're seeing our progress in this green bar underneath as a range and direction of automatic so-called propagation. As soon as it's ready, just press freeze. Then you can make any type of adjustments to the matte afterwards. And whenever it's locked and you need to unlock it or you need to do any type of readjustment or changes to it, then just hit the button again to kind of unfreeze it. We might also toggle the visibility of the render, both on and off, just down here left of that freeze icon. And let us toggle on the alpha to actually get a bit of an idea of what just happened. So now showing only the subject or myself without any type of background. We remove this one. Note that as there is a little bit of lack of contrast between the actual hair and the background, which makes it a little bit harder for the rotoscoping to do a proper job sometimes. So just a little trick that you can do there if you're not actually already choosing those type of footage that got big contrast in the beginning between the object and the background, then you might want to try to increase the contrast a little bit going into, for example, the curves, and just change the contrast a little bit between the actual subject, object, and between that background that you are trying to separate with. Moving over to the effect controls for the roto brush, there's quite a few helping settings and adjustables to tweak or improve our matte a bit. So to start, we're currently at the newest version, the 3.0 next gen roto brush, where the quality is automatically set to the very best. As a default, you're definitely best off using the most updated one, the 3.0 within this case, as just giving you the best type of render speed and the highest accuracy as well, the best quality. But you do have the option though to go back to some prior versions if for whatever reason you might need to do that. Like the 2.0 and then choosing quality between either standard or best, or you can go all the way back to the very classic 1.0 if you prefer that one. If you're ever having some trouble keeping the propagation accurate or more precise, you may go into its settings and adjust the search radius. I will go forward just a little bit and pressing View Search Region plus the Enable Classic Controls. Worth checking out if you're ever experiencing any trouble with the line segmentation results, how the tool is kind of separating or outlining parts of your footage to give a little bit better accuracy. Showing this green box around me and a yellow area expanding around the marked propagated area. Dropping it down to a bit lower amount will decrease the search area, while a raising value will do the opposite. Something a little bit handy to kind of pump up a little bit if you have lots of fast moving objects around in your scene, to just get a little bit kind of better hold of it. But it do comes with the price of a little bit higher rendering, as you have a bit more details to do the analyzing of the propagation with. Next, the motion threshold determines how much motion that roto brush need to detect before start making some adjustments to the boundaries. As when you're lowering the values, you're also being able to capture a little bit smaller or finer details and movements. Motion damping, which reduces false movement detection by tightening the boundary in areas with slow or minimal motion. and can also be seen whenever you are expanding or tightening that yellow area. The edge detection determines how Roto Brush kind of balance out the edge and outer data to give a type of predictions from the current frame in regards to the surrounding one, so those around that specific current frame. Choose between either the balanced, you got favor predicted, as in upcoming, or current edges. Final alternative for classic controls is the alternate color estimation, which is adjusting the algorithm for color detection between the foreground and the background. So anytime the default ones might be struggling a little bit with that type of separation, this can help with that. I will swap on the alpha here for just seeing a little bit better the effect of invert foreground and background. We then got fine-tune Roto Brush matte and letting us switch on and off the settings below. Get the Roto Brush and the matte just in really fine detail or in more close precision, as close to perfection as possible. And we may also adjust the feather a bit. We can try tweak the contrast along the boundaries. We got the shift edge going into the negative and choking or shrinking the mask around while blowing it up or expanding it if you instead will be increasing the value. Then we might to ramp up and reduce the chatter, as if there's a bit of jitter or a bit of flickering around the edges, like at finer details as with hair, for example. Just adding a little bit more of that stable smoothness. We also got the render refine edge settings. It's just another level of that really refined details when going into very precise control of those more complicated parts of the scene. For example, the hair, as said before, the fur, or just different type of semi-transparent or a bit more complex objects that you need to separate from the background. Set the base refine edge radius, and thus you're able to expand the area where the refine edge is being applied. Smoothness, just like the one we saw before. The feather, contrast, shift edge, and chatter reduction. And with the reduce chatter, setting this to either more detail or smoother but slower. Adding some motion blur help us sell in the rotoscoping a little bit better. Anytime we have any fast moving parts or objects within the scene, you just give a little bit more credibility to it. Moving on to pointing the samples frame all the way down to 2 for the lowest quality, or we ramp it up all the way to 128 for the very highest quality, but of course always more rendering time. Now either increase or decrease the shutter angle, as in the intensity of the motion blur. Plus there's also an extra ticking box or box to mark for the higher quality. Decontaminate edge colors reduces the kind of background color spill on the subject edges, or on my edges as in this case. With higher amounts, applying just a little bit more aggressive type of decontamination. Whereas the extend, where smoothed, ensures that the decontamination is applied even to feathered or smooth edges. The increase radius. And finally we got the view map, which provides a visual representation of where the decontamination is being applied. And we can see it here if we're ramping up the radius a bit again. that's actually it for the Roto brush. And now, when having the footage prepared, throwing in the text layer in between, and now having something like this. And for the fun of it, why not just throwing in a bit of textured footage, change its track matte to that Roto brush layer, maybe adding a little bit of keyframe rotation, and just perhaps a nice base for going further with whenever you want to combine footage with a little bit of animated twist. This part is just really a great feature in After Effects. You can just do a limitless amount of really cool stuff with it, so make sure to check it out and experiment a little bit with it. Jumping forward in the toolbar a little bit, we got the last one we haven't seen before, which is a great tool for creating many type of different animations using warping and different type of movement. Adding these puppet pin tools to an image or a footage, I will go into the puppet pin split layers composition, where I just created this simple footage of a pin made up of 3 different type of Illustrator files. We get the pin, shadow, and the ground layer. First up, having a puppet position pin tool as a so-called deform pin that I will attach one in the bottom here of the pin, make it stay in place, and one pin in the middle of this round area to make it, or to be able to make it move. Whenever we attach or add a pin into a layer or an object, we attach that pin to the layer so-called mesh, which is an area, a type of network or strings, kind of lines that builds up together. And whenever you attach a pin to that, you're also affecting how the animation will behave within this area. To show the mesh, just tick or mark the mesh show on the very right. Zooming in just a little bit and attach a few more pins here on the right. Now, seeing that the web or mesh becomes a little bit tighter with both smaller and more connections at the same time. Thus, it's becoming more stable and moving a bit less around those points, but also increase the actual density for a bit finer movement compared to those wider areas. Let's undo this again, and in the drop-down options for the effect under Puppet, we can choose the engine as the underlying system. Either we can choose the new default one, the advanced, or just go back to the older old school version called Legacy. There won't really be that many reasons for actually not using the advanced method. Perhaps at some occasions when your computer or system maybe can't handle the advanced one, then you might want to check the Legacy instead, as a little bit more nice to your computer perhaps. Or maybe you have been working in older projects and where you have been using the Legacy, just being familiar with it a bit more and just your own preferences. Mesh rotation refinement lets us set any type of number between 1 to 20 to be able to adjust how much the position and start pin will rotate. I will go forward just half a second and drag down the head of the pin to the ground to kind of show the difference here. Now duplicate the pin and lower the original pin on the left to 1 and keep the other at 20. So keeping a higher number makes the animation a bit more bendable, while lowering it make it more stiff. Now the option on transparent is connected to the mesh expansion and shrinking, or larger and smaller. As we can see, whenever we're dragging up the expansion a bit in the toolbar, the mesh becomes bigger and covers a larger area around the target, while shrinking or decreasing the value, it will cover a bit less, going down to the very negative. Now, if we were to switch on transparent instead, it becomes a little bit more obvious which areas we're covering with the mesh, as everything else becomes transparent and not affected by the actual animation. While we're up in the toolbar, the density lets us set the complexity of the mesh with the highest number or value with the 12, giving us a bit more detailed mesh. While lowering it to all the way down to 0, which just makes it thinner or less detailed. A rule of thumb could be to use the high density mesh for a little bit higher type of complexity animations where you just need a bit more control and details of it, while choosing the low density when you have a little bit more simple animation and maybe you not want that really smooth type of movement in it, and also when you need to decrease the render time a little bit. We then got auto traced shapes, which mean that After Effects automatically traced the outline of this shape or the object, and we're able to create the mesh when the pin was added. This always happens except for those cases when you have a predetermined type of outline, meaning a type of shape layer or a text layer that always has a kind of set outline. Also, if there might be some type of problem with auto trace or when they're just having some really complex type of tracing. Taking the ground layer for this example, consider going to layer and auto trace to create mask. Now giving us this option to fine tune the tracing a little bit before we start adding some pins to it. Choose time span for the current frame or work area and what type of channel, either with the alpha, the red, green, blue or the luminance. We might want to invert the so-called input layer before searching for edges. And there's an option to blur by any given X amount of blurring of pixels before auto trace. Used to reduce artifacts in general or those little bit jagged edges, but should be kept off whenever you want to do a little bit more fine detail type of tracing. Tolerance, which controls how closely the traced path follow the edges, and with the lower values down to 0.1 pixels being just a bit more precise, while higher values allowing more deviation or flexibility. A minimum area to be traced where anything under that pixel value is ignored. Threshold sets how much of a pixel must be visible to count as an edge, whereas with higher values making more of it solid and lower values making more of it transparent. The corner roundness increases the smoothness of the mask curve with a bit of higher value up and vice versa with lower ones. Finally, either just apply it directly to the layer or you can tick the box apply to a new layer to create a separate one. Now having an outline mask around the layer, and by just adding a pin to this layer, go into the options and press the plus on compositing options, thus making it possible to choose a mask reference. And the one we just created, indicated now by this boxed circle icon to the upper left. Now moving back to the pin layer and down to mesh 1. We have an adjust density and expansion here as well. Then into deform to view the actual puppet pins. So our keyframes here are for the position movement, with the lower puppet pin 1 used as a type of anchor, and the upper puppet pin 2 will be animating the whole movement. So a good idea whenever you're having some static pins like that anchor is to delete those keyframes that you don't want to move. Just so you, or perhaps a little bit less risk that you happen to animate things by mistake. And it's also just a bit more easy to not have keyframes laying around everywhere that you're not actually supposed to be moving or animating anyway, so just makes it a bit more effective. Under pin type, sticking the same pins in a drop down as we saw up in the toolbar, except for just one here. But the good thing here is that we're able to change an existing pin to another one, which is kind of smooth. So to show the starch pin, I will add a new one. Just that where the lower part of the pin is bending over, as this one tends to strengthen that area and causing a bit less distortion there. So getting this slightly more breaking than bending effect, if you will. By changing the upper puppet pin 2 to a bend pin, it becomes possible to both spin or rotate the pin around 360 degrees, as well as we can inflate it or scaling it, making it blown up or squeezing it together. While the advanced give us a bit similar inflating scaling tool, but instead it will rotate around this point and circle, plus also a point in the middle to move the object's position. So a few more handy controls. All movements are animated here directly in the composition, or as well down here under the pin type and property values. The last option welcomes the ability to be able to record any type of movement using the puppet pin tool together with the mouse cursor in the composition. So super useful to be able to reach that one, just go up to the record options. Set speed to 100% for the same playback or animation as whenever you're recording, while if you were to raise it above 100, the animation playback will be in a bit of slow motion, and vice versa. If you go under 100, it will play back faster. Increasing the smoothing value reduces the number of keyframes within the motion path, so it's just making it a little bit more smooth and a bit less jerky or bumpy, perhaps, if you will. We got the use draft deformation, which temporarily ignores the kind of stiffening effect of the starch pins whenever we are recording to improve the performance a little bit. Finally, show mesh does just that. So whenever we're recording something, it will show the mesh. And then just after combining everything a little bit and doing some small adjustments, it looked something like this. Adjustments were made pick whipping the position using an advanced puppet pin tool on the very shadow. And then just finally scaling it up a little bit in the end. And that's pretty much it, with the intention of just getting the timing right when the pin started to bend or break, at the same time as the wiggling or the kind of leaning just stopped. Presenting the 9th principle of animation, timing. at which the speed and duration of an action impacts its realism and emotional tone. So now, this section just contains 3 memory pieces, but perhaps a bit easier to remember overall, hopefully. And that actually completes the whole visual memory, as we already been through the whole window option and the search bar region way down the line in this video. Next up will be the top menu, and perhaps also a very welcoming last section. And it will be quite a large, comprehensive one, but luckily we have gone through quite a lot of it before, kind of woven in together with all the other parts and sections within this video. So it will add those last valuable details for this rabbit hole journey in After Effects. Starting off with the same direction as with part 1, we'll be diving straight into the help menu. The search field and the very first 3 options below we already seen before. So next up we got the scripting help, which takes us to the help user guide for the script in specifically. A script is a series of commands that tells an application to perform a series of operations. The very full depth of scripting is pretty much just like the effects and presets by themselves. It's just another one of those massive type of rabbit hole that goes quite deep. So I will go through the very basics and where everything can be found, and just a bit about everything in general, where to navigate around with the scripting. But if you want to fully head into the scripting and learn everything about it, then it is for you to nerd in yourself here, or perhaps down the line, way down the line in another video. But for now, if you want to do scripting, fortunately you have to nerd in a bit deeper yourself. But for those brave enough for this one, then you might want to check out the help guide, and this webpage as a start might be a good idea. I will show you where you can actually add all your scripts, and I will also go through a kind of a basic type of script as a pre-made or a preset within After Effects under the file menu a bit later on. But overall, a script can be understood and it's there to automate repetitive tasks. You can perform complex calculations and even some functionalities that just not directly exposed through the graphical user interface. The next 4 alternatives takes us directly into the user guide again, showing us the expression and the effect reference, an intro to animation presets, and also we got the keyboard shortcuts. The keyboard shortcuts is just a really nice and valuable part of After Effects to just be able to navigate a lot smoother and a lot faster and more efficient. So in the very end of the video I will go through all the favorite ones I think are the best to know about, to just improve the workflow a lot. Moreover, if we're ever noticing any type of issues or problems with the software, then we can check the system compatibility report, and we can also export this one if needed. Then change how crash reports should be handled under the Adobe Crash Reporter, as it's currently in Swedish for me now, but the top option is to always show the crash report, basically. The second one, not show, but always send any reports directly to After Effects. And the third one, neither won't show nor send. So that's it. Then enable logging to let After Effects automatically will record any type of necessary information regarding actions, errors, processes for troubleshooting or different type of performance analysis. Reveal login file to find them on your computer. The helpful online user forum that we've seen in part 1 as well. And we got to provide feedback that also takes you there. The last ones are just directly tied to your own account, where we can manage it, sign out, or if you want to search for any type of updates. Overall, if you ever feeling lost or just need help within something, or there might be some different type of subject that you want to dig deeper into and find out more about, then the help panel is a really good start for that. Jumping left to our next top menu, the window panel under workspace. Nothing way too crazy, just a bunch of different workspace varieties, like we got all panels that we currently use, or perhaps the previous default one. Whatever workspace that you might need or prefer for a specific type of task or project. And as mentioned at the very beginning of the video, we may reset it if accidentally make any type of weird changes. Save some custom changes that you might have, or save as a new workspace. Edit to rearrange the appearance in the toolbar, or the overflow menu. Assign shortcut to all panels workspace, just to quickly be able to swap between these workspaces using the keyboard commands. Find extensions on Exchange, perhaps removing this filter and adding After Effects. Find any of those extensions as well over here. And we've been through all the panels all the way down to lumetri scopes. We'll be using the so-called lumetri scopes to be able to read and understand all type of the visual data within a footage. And then we'll be using the lumetri color effect to be able to kind of manipulate or change all color within the footage. So just a really great and powerful tool. And it's just a whole process of getting a little bit more accurate type of natural looking tones and keeping that bit more visual consistency within the footage, and just getting the exposure just right, or the shadows and brightness within the footage. So just a visual representation of actual data to get those things just right, because our eyes and our screen sometimes can be lying to us a little bit. We think it looks right, but looking at the actual charts and the visual data, it's not always the way we actually think it looks like. So just to maintain that consistency and correctness a little bit better, it's really great for that. Anytime you're making color correction or color grading, so this is the very standard. Either just add the lumetri scopes panel directly here, or perhaps preferably you might also go directly into the workspace of color for just getting a good setup. I've added 2 videos, and as you can see, these already look really great. But let's use the lumetri scopes to be able to see the data and all the visual values behind the footage and see why it is that they actually look great now. And just to be able to understand the lumetri scopes overall and how you can use it and apply it to your own footage, thus creating the very skill needed to turn a dead or raw footage into something just a little bit more colorful. Right now we're looking at the 4 different type of main scopes within the lumetri scopes, and as a type of diagnostic tool to read and understand the footage, the visual data behind it. The one up to the left is called a vector scope. To the right of that we got a histogram. Down to the very left, a parade, and to the right we got a waveform. Let us just go over them one by one and ticking off each 4 of them. Starting with the vector scope, YUV, where the Y stands for the luminance brightness and the UV stands for chrominance, as in hue and saturation, only showing the latter though here, the hue and saturation. Then to change the view, you can either just right click directly on the scopes or go down to the toolbar and on this adjustable wrench icon. Just tick any of the 4 scopes at the top to view or hide them. You might also want to go directly into the preset and choose any of the view forms here, or you might also want to create a custom one, a little bit depending on what we just marked to be able to view outside. Viewing this in either the 8-bit, in the float, or HDR, as in high dynamic range, making it possible to just be able to view a little bit more details in those very dark or those very bright areas within a footage. I will be using the float to represent the project's 32 bpc float, as in giving the most accurate and precise type of color readings for the visual data. So let's choose the vector scope first, and to be able to adjust this footage, I will create a new adjustment layer, and let's name this one Lumetri Color. Heading over to Effects and Presets to search for it, and just double click it, or you might want to drag and drop it directly over the layer. You might want to use different type of adjustment layer on each different layer that you are color correcting and color grading, or you might also want to use one adjustment layer for each level or step of color correction or color grading. Perhaps you just whack everything on one and do it all on just one. It's a little bit depending on your preferences and needs, what suits your workflows the best, if you will. But for the actual sake of simplicity, using the Lumetri scopes within this video and this footage, I will be using just one adjustment layer on this pre-corrected and graded footage. What the vector scope is actually showing us is the very amount of color in the hue and saturation for the footage. The line or circle furthest out indicates the very maximum of saturation. Colors reaching the ring are very intense, while the inner line is normally a quite good indication of a good amount of saturation. And it has been a rule of thumb to not crossing this line whenever we are doing at least color correction. In the center, the middle point indicates no saturation or color. So let's watch the effect of this, just dragging up the saturation to the very maximum, where the cyan, as a mix of blue and green, is getting very far to the outer extreme line, and just crossing the yellow inner line, as in the blend of green and red. We then got the other color marker to be found in the top right of this scope, is the Magneta, and it's a red and blue cocktail of color. Now let us drag down the saturation fully, and watching how both the colors and saturation disappear and creating this black and white look. Overall, the vector scope tells us that this footage is just below the recommended maximum saturation for color correction, while tilting mostly against the yellow and cyan colors. This makes sense since there's a large amount of this very light blue cyan color in this water area, and the sky with some yellow and green over it at the right side of the landscape. Another way to use the vector scope is with this line here from the middle up against the outer circle between the yellow and red, and slightly tilted against the latter, I guess. So if I were to add this footage of a woman in the skate park, I may be using this line that we can see here to my advantage, also known as the skin tone line or the skin tone indicator, and it's just a bit of a standard reference or guiding line to get a little bit more accurate type of natural looking skin tone within the footage. And I find this the very easiest to just create a mask around the talent's cheek or perhaps forehead as well, a little bit depending on the situation. And reflected in the actual scope, the skin tones, as we can see, are well balanced along this specific line. If it's not, we could for example, directly influence the tint, meaning drag it a little bit more to the negative against the green going left. Or we can go to the positive against the magenta going right, getting it spot on the line. There's also other ways to impact this a little bit, as the temperature connected to a camera's white balance. So anytime you're lowering the values, you are making the whole footage a bit cooler, a little bit more against the blue colors. Anytime you are raising it a bit, you also make the footage a little bit warmer, more against the orange colors. We might also play around with the different curves and color wheels, which will be included in the Lumetri color effect. For the skin tone saturation, it might be quite a good indicator for this specific skin tone and a bit lighter ones in general to reference the saturation just about before, somewhere around there, the half mark on this line, while moving it a bit closer against the center, the darker the skin tone of a talent. Sometimes it's just really valuable to properly track or mask the whole footage, as perhaps whenever you're doing color correction or grading that's different from the talent's face and the actual background that you want to separate. To just quickly show a bit of difference between our two mountain footage, the first one has just a little bit more blue tones in it overall. And while changing to the mountain's green layer, seeing this, the scope is tilting a little bit more against the yellow and green ones instead. Perhaps you've seen this one before, either like this raw histogram, or turn to the actual horizontal instead, perhaps a bit more basic version in your camera to get a quick look at the exposure and contrast. The blacks or the shadows at the bottom, and the whites or the highlights at the top. And then we got all the gray and mid-tones in the middle here between. To add a little bit simplicity to this view, I will just switch over to the 8-bit mode, where the very darkest is represented by 0 for all the 3 RGB channels, while the very brightest ones in the top are at 255. Whenever examining the histogram, we see that the leftward peaks indicate that there are more pixels at certain type of brightness levels or tones, while the rightward valleys show fewer pixels at those brightness levels. We see red, green and blue colors separately, the RGB, while the gray areas indicate where all 3 colors combine, while yellow, cyan and magnet appear where 2 of the colors mix together. The histogram just gives us a really good and quick indication of if a footage has been digitally modified or processed, any type of changes has been made to it. And this can be seen if there is a little bit more uneven type of color distribution, or you might see some sharp clipped areas or regions in it. Dragging up the whites in the Lumetri color, a lot of those areas already white will be overexposed, leading to the so-called clipping, as in loss of detail, which reflects in the histogram whenever the curve or values go beyond and above 255 mark in the very top, similar to raising the blacks, going beyond or below the bottom limit of 0, and then underexposing some parts of the footage. We're so-called clipping the blacks and losing information in the footage. In general, we're preferring the highlights and shadows to be in the very edges of the histogram. We're just creating a little bit more flavor, or making it come to life a little bit more normally. But we don't want to go too far outside the range, because then we might lose a little bit of details in the footage as we are creating clippings. As in, we are crushing the shadows or blowing out the highlights. We might swap over to the HDR, and it's giving us this view used for high dynamic range content view with a little bit more room for the highlights. And float, as instead of the 8-bit going between 0 to 255, instead going between 0 and 1. But this is because we have the clamp signal marked and thus cutting off the view of any over or under exposure of the footage. So turning it off in the float, it now lets us see beyond the normal mark at 0 at the bottom and at 1 at the top. So let's quickly swap over the mountains green, the layer, and just overlook the difference, and now watching how that range of shadow and brightness will be spreading out here as well. So by heavily lowering the contrast, the colors will be washed out. While increasing it to the very max, instead it will be creating this clipping and an overwhelmed contrast intensity. A really great and also very common thing is to do this adjustment with the so-called curves, thus increasing the highlights in the top and shadows in the bottom. We got the midtones in the very middle here. This is also where this quite popular type of S-curve, if you might be familiar with, finds its place for a little bit more control of the contrast, thus brightening up the mid highlights and darkening the mid shadows, creating a little bit more contrast overall. For just a very fast understanding and reading of these values, the histogram might be enough to just do it in a more quick way. But to get those a little bit more accurate and precise control and visual readings, then the next two might be preferable. And especially as well working together with a vector scope as well, using all these three together. Jumping over to the Parade RGB, presenting us with the values of the red, green and blue channels separately. Now being in the float, showing the color values on the right ranging from 0 for the very darkest shadows and blacks at the bottom, and then we got 1.0 for the brightest highlights and whites at the very top, just as for the histogram. Having a look in the 8-bit, we recognize the same values, but now instead as 0 to 255. And going over to the HDR, it looks something like this. But let's keep to the well-fitting float for this one. The values on the left show the IRE, or the Institute of Radio Engineers units, ranging between the 0 with the pure blacks and no signal, and we can go up to 100 with the pure white and the brightest parts of the footage. Then we just get everything in here between as the midtones. In general, striving for a somewhat type of balance between the colors, especially when we are color correcting. But of course there's always a little bit of diversity and difference, but normally quite a good balance in there between. And then perhaps when we're doing the grading, we want to, maybe we go a little bit more on some of them to create a specific type of tone or a type of feeling within the footage. Like in this one, the blue mountain layers, for example, we're having a little bit more balance between the red and green, while the blue is quite increased in the highlights. With the mountains green instead, even here in this one, we can see that the red and green are fairly balanced between each other. Using the RGB curve again, but individually for red, green and blue. Perhaps adjusting the greens just a little bit here under the upper midtones. And the shadows could be lowered just a splash. While raising the midtones of the blue just a little bit. Perhaps some more fine-tuning using the color wheels. Even add another effect like the color balance to it. if preferring just adjusting a bit with direct values instead. Although this might make the colors a little bit more balanced, but we're not really getting that same type of feeling and look anymore with the footage, as we completely changed the tone of it. Keep this in mind as you are separating between the actual color correction and the color grading, as color grading gives you a little bit more flexibility to change between the actual tone and feeling within the footage, and it's just a little bit more combination of both the science and art kind of woven together in a nice package. We could also, as a bit of an alternative, be using the parade scope for color matching, and what I would do is placing the two footage beside each other in the comp, scaling them down to roughly half size in the very horizontal. Premiere Pro got a direct type of comparison view to be able to use this, but if you don't want to move over there directly or use plugins, effects, etc. to create a type of color matching, this could be perhaps a type of alternative. Maybe not the best and first alternative, but at least it's an alternative. Then we'll be scaling it a bit larger than half size, since I found that the Lumetri scopes just becomes a little bit brighter when they actually overlap somehow, making it a little bit easier for the actual reads, which by the way can also be adjusted slightly, normally under the settings. So go into brightness and choose between bright, normal or dimmed. And now we're able to see the RGB waveforms for both our footage in the parade scope beside each other. And going back to the curves or just whatever tool preferred to be able to adjust each of the RGB channel separately. Duplicate and separate the adjustment layers. We do a pre-comp or add a Lumetri color just directly to the layer depending on your preferences. And just let us undo this and go back to our previous view of just the mountains green for now. We just saw and worked with the parade scope using only the RGB now, but there are a few more types or modes we can use for viewing our visual data in the footage, both for this one and for the next one coming up, the so-called waveform. Let's jump into the settings again, down in parade type, and I will choose the YUV as the luminance and chrominance. Y to the left represents the brightness, while U in the middle as the green and magneta, and the V to the very right as the yellow and blue. Normal RGB is the standard, but if you for whatever reason just want to see the YUV instead, then at least it's there. And if you don't want to see the specific colors on the actual waveform, either choose the RGB or the YUV white instead. Before the very last scope, let's just mention the color space, which letting us choose between the Rec 601, 709 and 2020. You might want to use the Rec 601 for encoding analog video signals in digital video form, while the 709 for the HD TV as normal workflows, and 2020 HDR and UHD TV for the 4 and 8K. The last scope we're checking out is the waveform. This waveform functions just like the parade with the same measures on the left and the right sides. But instead of showing all three RGB colors separately, like in the parade, the waveform RGB is overlapping them. Just as with the parade, the range of the scope going from left to the right and represents the same area in the footage and composition. For example, there's a little bit more blue color over here at the top, reflected from the blue sky. However, viewing the top and bottom values, whenever manipulating the exposure and brightness, aren't directly represented from the image, but instead you got those very brightest part at the top of that sideway range, and you'll got the very darkest part at the very bottom. The waveform can be just another way of giving a little bit more accurate viewing on the RGB balance on specific parts or specific areas on the footage, while also understanding the exposure and the brightness a bit better for the footage. We might also change the type to luma or luminance, now giving us a bit lower and taller spectrum, ranging between the -20 on the left or -0.2. We got up to 120 and 1.2 respectively. Great for watching and adjusting only the brightness and the contrast. And then with the YC type, Y still stands for the actual luminance and C for the chrominance. Maybe a little bit confusing when we had the UV for the chrominance before, but literally it's just taking that UV and combining it together to one signal, and thus represented by the actual C in YC. Lastly, the YC, no chroma, just offer us only the view of the luminance, so literally just Y instead of the YC. Same as type luma, but displayed in this green color and also this shorter range than the other one. Finally, the other presets we have under settings are just a few different ways of viewing all four scopes, but with different types that we just been through already, giving us just more than enough for any type of color correction, color grading, or color matching as well. And I would recommend to dig a little bit further into the color subject and get a little bit more knowledge around from different type of sources and fully understand it. And also experiment a little bit with the lumetri scopes and the lumetri color effect to just get a good feeling about it. Check out all the settings plus the value of actually using this nice top function input LUT as well, showing off the option to import custom LUTs to be able to manipulate color and tone, or use any type of default ones as just as a form of color grading. Hopefully this part we're able to shine a little bit of color on and brightening up those parts that can somewhat be a little bit deep and complex when we're going through the jungle of coloring. The very next, we're moving on to the window panel to our media browser. And nothing way too crazy here, just another way of reaching your footage, etc. on your computer or on the Creative Cloud without actually having to leave After Effects for it. Metadata is used to show and change data or information about a project, and up here at the very top. And giving all these kind of options below under the doubling core and basic to add kind of valuable data for yourself, someone else working with your project, or maybe for a client. Same for specific files, also adding the rights management and just a massive list of dynamic media directly for Photoshop. You got the camera raw, or you also have the EXIF schema. Overall, use it to organize, manage, sharing data, or just keeping a little bit better track of your data overall, and improving the searchability as well for the files. Moving on to the progress panel. Let's take the content aware fill again for an image. just creating a mask and subtracting it. Choosing the generate fill layer. Nothing way too revolutionary, but this window just lets us view the whole progress of, for example, that fill layer being generated. Review with frame.io. If you have this collaboration extension, this is where you reach that one. The section underneath, nothing new here. Just a few different options to open up the different type of windows directly. You got create nulls from path JSX. Although it's actually being a script, I will just show this one to just get an example of how it can look like with a script. But the rest ones you have to explore by yourself if you want. Now giving us this little window here. And to be able to show this, I will create a new shape layer in the very middle of the comp. Choose the pen tool. And just draw something a little bit random around in here. And marking path. Just clicking the points follow nulls, it will now create a new null layer for each of the points or the different vertices. With the nulls, we're able to move the path directly in the comp. We can animate any type of null position along the path. Or we can also even add expressions to it. Now let's undo this again. Then nulls follow points. Just pretty much just turn around that control. So whenever moving the points, the nulls will follow instead. While the trace path will create a traced null and program with the values kind of around the path. And with this progress, we're able to follow the whole movement around the shape, plus adding or parenting any object we prefer and layer to the actual null and looping it around. Then lastly, the VR comp editor, which let us add the 2D and 3D edits. But as mentioned earlier, I won't go into specific with either this one or the other scripts into very detail. So if you're interested about going down that route or that rabbit hole, best of luck, and you might be just well rewarding doing it. Jumping straight over to the view in the top menu. The first options down to simulate output, we already been through before, over and out. And following under simulate output, we're able to get a little bit of feel for how the footage will look like in a specific type of output format. So a little bit depending on your preferences and need for that specific type of project. I will be adding some nice footage here. And then just scroll through them a little bit to view how the looks will be presented for the 7 different preset output simulations. We have our own custom output simulation. Or we can choose an output profile in the very drop-down menu. Preserve RGB to be able to disable color management conversion for this item, and we can also select a simulation profile. Now we're able to reach this custom profile out here as well with other type of presets. Show rulers and guides we already been through before. during the composition part, also being able to snap or attach layers and objects to them. And then lock them in place. Plus also being able to import and export our own and others' guides. Otherwise, except for that, we've seen it all here before, from the grids and view options all the way down to locking layers and the full screen. Perhaps, though, one might be missing. Well, it's just a simple movement with the current time indicator to a specific point in time. But as we're in the view panel now, there's actually a hidden feature here which might be quite interesting to know about. It's mostly recommended only for Adobe's internal use, but there is some pretty cool stuff that we can do in here. So to be able to enter this view, we need our keyboard shortcuts, pressing either Option or Alt plus F12. Now taking us into the console panel, smashing the sandwich menu in the very top, giving us 4 different type of view options. We got the console view, which logs real-time system events and processes, helping to track hardware interactions, scripts, and different type of troubleshooting. The debug database view, providing us with a kind of long list of just advanced controls over the software's behavior, performance, and different internal operations. For now, we may choose to, for example, search for a color, and we can try to enable the theme colorizing as a quite nice feature. Going to the After Effects menu, go to Settings, then Appearance. We just enable this change color here, this new type of setting. If you for some reason don't like the standard or default theme color within the software, head in there with your type of choice for any type of color for the visual look you rather prefer. Quite nice. Then there's a trace volume view if you want to explore. We got a code profiler, or you can just finally open any type of test host plugin in the very bottom, if that is something you want to explore further. Under the top menu, Animation, we're able to see all the recent animation presets, browse presets, which will take us directly into the Adobe Bridge, or just find them directly on your computer instead. Most of the things here we've already been fighting through earlier, everything regarding keyframes, text animations, and all the way to tracking, all over and out. But a useful feature, reveal properties with keyframes, currently having none of the layers in the timeline, but if I were to mark the 3 text layers, go into Options, create keyframes for the position, and then just close them up again. Whenever pressing the reveal properties with keyframes now, this valuable option shows us all those layer properties only. There's this reveal properties with animation, and this will instead showing us both all with keyframes and also those with expressions. Finally, all modified properties, which can be quite a few. To just round off the whole animation part, let's throw in 3 more of the Disney's 12 principle of animation, bringing out our character from the very beginning, just with a very simple sliding animation into the scene. Seeing now that the hair continue moving just a little bit to the right after the body have stopped sliding. This is known as the follow through and overlapping action. And the 5th principle of animation, where parts of the body continue to move after the main action stops, and thus creating a little bit more realistic motion, if you will. Now, zooming in a little bit on the character, hopefully I managed to give it just a little bit of that 12th principle of animation, appeal, where characters should be visually interesting and engaging for the audience. Next principle is more of 2 different type of methods of kind of old school drawing, if you will. not as common anymore, but it's still there, and it's just perhaps something that's quite nice to know about as well. So first, we're just having the man sketched out with several outlines for his simple movement, and next up, we'll be showing just the two main positions, thus giving us the very fourth principle of animation: straight ahead action and pose to pose, where straight ahead is drawing frame by frame, while pose to pose focuses on the key poses first. Straight ahead might be quite a good type of options when you're doing animations that's not changing a lot, being a little bit more predictable, while for doing a bit more complex type of animations or drawings, the pose to pose is normally the very best option for that. We're sliding forward to under the effect top menu, serving the same options except for the presets as found in the group panel section. And again, just definitely a massive type of smorgasbord with those goodies waiting for you to be explored. Jumping into the layer menu, there's actually not one single option that we haven't been fighting through already. Everything from new layer and all its options, masking, transforming, blending styles, we got the track matte, the layer styles, all the way down to the scene edit detection. Well, okay, to be a bit fair, I think I actually haven't mentioned the arrange specifically. However, this is just like moving any type of layer by dragging and dropping it in the actual timeline. So perhaps at some few occasions you might find the send layer to front or back handy, as perhaps when the timeline just being completely cramped with different type of layers, just completely full, then maybe it might be a good option on occasions. But otherwise, just the normal drag and drop will be your very best friend. Under the composition, we covered all in the top, including the region of interest, but perhaps not that it can be used for actual cropping. So to do that, just select a region of interest in the composition and then just go back to and press the crop comp to region of interest. Add to Adobe Media Encoder queue, which sends the project or composition over to the separate type of software called Adobe Media Encoder, which could be used to render separately from After Effects. It's normally or in general recommended to do all type of rendering in the normal render queue within After Effects, and though at times it might call for quite some good alternatives to do the rendering in the actual Adobe Media Encoder, as for example if you want to continue the work on a project or you just need to get something done within After Effects while being rendering something else on the side, then it's quite a nice little extra to have. But overall, for best quality, do the rendering inside of After Effects, then maybe do some type of video conversion, and like converting from one format to another, one codec to another within the actual Media Encoder, but normal rendering in After Effects. Now let's throw in the video clip again of our talent in the skate park and say that we need to find a specific frame in the footage to be able to use it as an image. Then we can actually use the save frame as file, Photoshop layers, or you go for the Pro EXR and just adding this directly to the render queue using a file. And with the Pro EXR plus the Photoshop layers, it's also possible to saving it straight into the actual drive. The next option, we got some pre-render, which let us render and replace a composition. So let's show this by just pre-composing a few layers. Marking the new comp. and then just hitting pre-render. I will use a custom import and replace output module. And just smash the render. As soon as it's complete, we added it to the actual project panel. But still saving the old one there as well, so just an extra one. Overall, the pre-rendering is just really great when you're having a really type of complex nested composition, and you just want to improve the performance a little bit and perhaps save a little bit of time when there is some parts in the composition that you won't or most likely won't change in the very future. Moving on to save current preview, and this one is currently grayed out, and well, apparently it has been for over 8 years at the moment, so maybe sooner than later we're getting there. Jumping over the rest things we already been through, all the way down to the bottom of VR, or virtual reality. After Effects allows us to create this really nice type of VR or virtual reality videos. For example, that you can put up on any type of platform like YouTube, for example. And there you can make either this complete 360 views of full app, or you can make videos or views that only got the half 180 front views. Add many type of effects, do titles, transitions, just any type of different objects throwing in there, and creating a bit more engaging or interactive contents that the user can perhaps take them out on a virtual tour. You can use it for some type of gaming perhaps, or just a bit more interactive content. So, choosing to create VR environment. Let's create new VR master first, and here we're able to choose our size all the way down from 512 times 512 up to 4K. Then we got the frame rates anywhere from 8 to 60 FPS, and we can also set the duration of the new composition. And the create VR master sets up the first scene, while the generate VR output is for our very final move when the scene is actually complete before the very final rendering. A few options down here for the camera settings. We got the default to just be using the 2-node camera, and we can also add on 3D null camera control, letting us control or move the so-called skybox camera a little bit better and easier, while the center camera will align it in the middle. Under advanced settings, we're ticking the I am using 3D plugins. If using, for example, Element 3D, Cinema 4D, or just any type of direct 3D plugins. We have the use edge blending, also something for plugins, but only for those that's not true 3D plugins. I will open a previously created project using a 2-node camera and 3D null. In this project, we have the same VR master cam controller as the 3D null and VR master camera. The camera layer has the normal transform properties and the normal camera options. With the null, there's a few more transform plus material options, and I made a basic position and set rotation with linear keyframes for ranging for 10 seconds. I kept them linear to just create a little bit of kind of floating feeling, as you are kind of floating with the same speed the whole time. Camera position is zooming in while it also rotates 180 degrees. The box around the 4 seconds is a comp that I created using 6 shape layers with 30 pixel strokes, where I just rotated the Y and the X axis to match them together to create this box of the 6 shape layers, and also move the very front layer a little bit to the very beginning of the screen, or to the very front of the screen, if you will. Then just added a little bit of glow to it all. Added the whole comp inside the timeline over here. Animated the rotation for 360 degrees in total. Plus added the camera lens blur effect, using just the default settings and adjusting or keyframing the blur radius a little bit to somewhat matching the camera movement. Something we might try to relate a little bit with the 11th and very last principle of animation, the solid drawing. Making sure that characters look three-dimensional with consistent weight and volume. And thus, with that, we also completed the very last piece of the puzzle for the Disney's 12 principles of animation. Moving on, with all the text layers, I just added an Afterglow custom preset, plus a wiggle expression for the V and R, make them flicker a little bit. And then finally the same camera lens blur on these ones as well. I added a small perception of 3D by using layer styles and just the default settings for the bevel and emboss. Keeping it a little bit more basic instead of actually going into the advanced 3D or within the Cinema 4D to do the 3D work. Environment layer has the effect of the fractal noise, the levels, the tritone, and an extra glow. Whereas two solids with a grid at the top and bottom. Plus there's a glow and just a default 4-color gradient effect on it. Finally, I added some fire embers footage on each side and adjusting these a little bit, and all others also in 3D space, plus masking out the very sides of the fire. And changing the blend mode to add. Overall here, my goal was to keep it just as basic and simple as possible, using only 2D material and making the perception of being in a 3D space with it, to just keep it a bit more simple and don't go way too crazy on the effects if you don't need to. Otherwise, you might end up as what I did. Created a 10-second video and I just needed to rendering this for several hours. So it takes a lot of render power and a lot of machinery to get the rendering going with 4K footage with just a lot of effects on it. And just as soon as the scene is ready, head back to the VR and create a VR environment. Now we want to create VR from current composition. We want to find our VR master composition. Then add or mark everything, including the settings, and finally generate VR output, now giving us this new composition ready to render. This VR conversion comp includes a VR converter with our input currently set to the cube map PANU 2 VR 322. But having all these options as well, depending on what type of input you have. The output I use was the equi-rectangular 2:1, but possibly this can be changed to any type of other depending on your needs. You can adjust output frame width. There's an grayed out field of view, and we might also reorient camera view if needed before you do the actual rendering. And next up, we're heading into this newly created VR conversion comp. We got 6 different camera views that are created as a type of cube from each direction, and together they're building up the actual virtual reality space or the 360 view. To be able to render all this, we have the option of adding it to the render queue, but however though, this option only lets us render with the actual VR options marked for the H.264 in a very compressed quality. So possibly we might raising the bitrate a little bit, but still just giving this very low type of quality. So this one here is just a quick preview of what that can actually look like in the very lowest quality settings. As we probably don't want that type of quality, I guess. So we actually have a little bit of rescue or a bit of a saver here, and that is the Adobe Media Encoder in this case. So if we're going in there, we actually have the options to change or choose between a whole lot of bunch of different type of higher quality output formats that we can match our high quality input with a little bit better. So that is just the way to go, at least here in this VR environment. So I will actually render mine in QuickTime Apple ProRes 4444XQ. Although, yeah, slightly overkill, but then using the GPU accelerator and hit play. Wait for the renderer to finish, and once it's ready, just upload it on YouTube or whatever your choice of platform is. Now giving us this quite cool VR video to be able to view the 360 either with an actual VR headset, or you can just press and drag to navigate around with the mouse cursor as well. Bear in mind here that quality versus the file size here is of massive difference between the two different files. So this is quite a good example where you need to balance out the file versus quality a bit. As the very first one I show you, the one with the lowest quality, it's dragged down all the way to only 20 megabytes of file size, while the other one we rendered with the ProRes, the highest quality, that one goes all the way up to 40 gigabyte. So it's just a massive difference between the file size and the quality. So you need to know how to balance that out for your type of project and needs. Lastly, we may also want to perhaps extract QMap first, making us select our composition with the 360 footage, change the conversion resolution, ranging between the low to ultra, and again ticking if using any type of plugins. Now just created a new comp with a VR master camera, plus all those 6 separated camera views in a type of cubic form as appearing if I were to swap to custom view 1 and view this. This is quite a good option whenever you want to view the VR scene from a little bit different type of angles or different point of views to just get another feeling of it. And it's also a good one if you want to do some extra, perhaps motion tracking on it, or maybe you want to do some object removals, then this is where to do that. We're moving on to the edit in the top menu. A lot of options we will just access a lot faster when we're coming down to the keyboard shortcuts a little bit later on. But it's just nice to get the basic or the very fundamentals on how to navigate each window before we're actually going into the keyboard shortcuts. So at the very top, having probably two of the most used features in After Effects, we got undo, which let us go back one step for any action taken, and as well as the redo to go forward and recreate that type of action again that we just undid. It's anything from whenever we're making some type of animation mistake, maybe there's something we just added that we don't like and we need to go back again if we prefer it better beforehand or afterwards. With the history, you can possibly both view and go backward even further down the line to just an earlier action that you did before. We may cut anything out, or we can also copy it. Then, quite a nice one, we got the copy with property links, which is a similar action to what we did before when using the pick whip to parent a property to another. If I now go into comp A and comp B with the two different comp viewers, the left one for A and the right one for the B. So let's say I want to use the A in comp A as a kind of main driver, then rotating the B at the same time. Now marking the rotation property, go to Edit and press Copy with Property Links. Then just mark the B layer and hit Paste. Now, if I were to move or animate the rotation of the A layer, the B will greatly follow. Just a really great feature or tool that works with any type of property, any effects, while pretty much anything you just have a stopwatch on as well. So super nice. But there's one little weird thing though with the next method coming up, the copy with relative property links, which is quite similar to this one, but in another way that I will just show you. However though, that's something a little bit weird and it doesn't work properly for me. I don't know if it's the actual version that I'm currently using or it's some type of bug in it, or maybe just for that is just not working for me. But hey, let me know in the comments below if it actually works for you, because really handy beforehand when it was actually working. So nice to know about it when hopefully it will start to work properly again. But if having the rotation marked for layer A, again in the comp A, choose the copy with relative property links, then just paste it onto the rotation for layer C. Then copy all layers and add them to comp B. Normally, I should be able to rotate the layer C in comp B using the layer A, as also seeing on the actual degrees for the property, along with the wireframes actually moving in the composition. But the actual C isn't moving. And also, if I were to move layer A in comp A, the C is moving in comp B, but not changing the actual degrees for the wireframes. A little bit weird that it's behaving like this, but let me know in the comments if it actually works for you. But it's a super useful and nice feature when it's actually working properly. Just using one controller to be able to manipulate or adjust and animate many other type of different layers with just one. Super nice. Moving on to the copy expression only. We might add just a simple wiggle expression here to the scaling of the same shape layer. So to do this, just mark the property and we go into edit again, choosing copy expression only. I might add that expression to any other property, either similar or just to a completely different one as another layer with paste. Whenever you're having a layer with two keyframes that we would like to add to multiple different other type of layers, but in reverse order, directly use the paste reverse keyframe to another layer and similar property. Just saving a little bit of time. Use the action to clear or delete any layer, property, etc. Duplicate, nothing new, already seen it. And the next options as well, already gone through before. But very next one here, the edit in Adobe Audition. So whenever we're adding an audio file, it will now take us directly into the software of Adobe Audition. If you're having it installed, we'll say. Presenting a bunch of more rich and improved options to just take our audio, as in music, sound effects, and anything we like, any type of audio, to the very next level. Jumping down to Team Project, which is currently grayed out, but it's there if you're currently working in a type of team project, doing any type of collaboration with others, both in Adobe After Effects or perhaps within Premiere Pro, then this is the way to go. Latest changes. Share my changes. And also resolve conflict. Convert team project to a normal .aap file or an After Effects file. And lastly as well, the media management. Just a place where you locate any type of missing files with a correct media mapping storage. But if you do want to learn a little bit more about the team projects, you can always head into the user guide under the About Team Projects. The templates direct us to all our custom saved templates, like render settings or output model over here. Next up, the very great feature of keyboard shortcuts. Just takes the whole animation and editing to the very next level in the form of both speed and efficiency. As this should be considered just a really great last step to kind of round off the video and just take everything together and create a little bit of more simplicity and a lot higher efficiency and speed when you're navigating with the actual keyboard. But it's just really great to have all the fundamentals ready within the whole type of interface and the whole navigation part before we're actually going into those keyboard shortcuts. And I also intentionally kind of left out most of the keyboard shortcuts as possible before we get into that step, to just make it as easy as possible and to getting the whole fundamentals and basic before digging into that. But we go through everything first in the top menu and then getting up the speed and simplicity. Moving on to whenever we're working with tracking inside the Boris FX Mocha, then just use the Paste Mocha mask to correctly insert a normal After Effects mask into a layer. We got Autofill, which is currently an extra paid plugin. That's why it's also grayed out, because I'm not using it. And then we got the Start Dictation, which is connected to recording using the extra software Adobe Captive. At new, we might create a new project or a new team project. Then just new folder inside the project panel, plus Photoshop and Cinema 4D files. You may open a project from your drive, or any team project. Recent ones just showing here, or you can browse all of them in Bridge. Close currently open composition, or just close the whole project if you like. We have the normal and so valuable save, which again is not wrong to hit sooner instead of later in any type of project. Save as to get a new file to work on, or save a copy, which is just the same thing as an AAP files, but adding a copy to the name, so you can just continue working in the current one. Or you also have an XML project, which is a type of text-based project file, letting you store details about a project in human-readable type of form, if you will. Then you can use a text editor to be able to change some different type of elements in there. For example, path files. You can do some changes to composition names and just some small type of adjustments within an actual text editor outside of After Effects. The valuable increment and save, thus giving us a completely new file just very quickly as a type of backup, creating one more file, adding ascending or raising numbers to the file name, which being able to just directly continue working on the project file that we are currently on. Then saving the project and just moving a layer a little bit. Go to File again, then pressing Revert. This will take me back to the very latest saved update for the project. We got a normal import file or a multiple, which just takes us directly back again to the import after we already imported one file. Directly from the libraries or on Adobe Premiere Pro project. We can also do a vanishing point exchange, a VPE, a 3D perspective plane from Photoshop. So whenever you want to import a scene from Photoshop into After Effects, that just lets you recreate that type of 3D layers or the camera positioning a bit more accurate to that scene that you were using in Photoshop. Just a placeholder and a solid that we've seen before. We got the recent footage and export we already gone through. The top one sent to the very media encoder, and the second one just rendering After Effects. Plus being able to export Adobe Premiere Pro projects directly, or if we're actually working with a Cinema 4D scene or such a project. The Adobe Dynamic Link allows us a smooth connection between Adobe Premiere Pro and After Effects, just letting you link and edit compositions between the two applications or programs without rendering or exporting. It just saves quite a lot of time to be able to work like this instead, and that reduces the need to have just like a multiple of different type of files, as you can just link them together. And it's also really great if you're doing more type of complex effects that you might need After Effects for within Premiere Pro. Then it's super handy. And whenever you want to do real live updates, just a faster way to doing it within or between the actual two softwares or programs. And the new Premiere Pro sequence we just created will now show up here in the very project panel, and we're able to add this to the timeline. Now going back to Premiere Pro, adding a little bit of footage to the project panel and to the timeline. This will immediately now show up in After Effects on the dynamic linked sequence. So also possibly choosing to directly be able to locate an existing Premiere Pro sequence. To make any type of changes inside After Effects to be able to view it within Premiere Pro, we can mark the layer within Premiere Pro, choosing Replace with After Effects Composition, and thus taking us back again to After Effects and a new comp where all changes here appear just directly in Premiere Pro as well. Then further create a new or just import After Effects composition. We're now locating our project and one or several different compositions from that project. But here I will choose the dynamic link comp, and thus creating this new file in the project panel to be able to drag in very handy in the timeline. Going back again to After Effects and opening the dynamic link composition, any changes made here now will show directly in Premiere Pro. Super nice. Anytime we want to make those really quick and efficient changes between the two softwares, then this is the way to go. And there's actually also another great feature that we were able to move footage and layers just quickly between the softwares using copy and paste. And it works for not all layers, but for example with solids that we can copy and paste between the softwares, and it's functioning between the two layer panels and between the two timeline panels. Then the find just takes us to the very search field. And the two following options we already seen in that window as well before. With dependencies, we're able to track project assets where the collect files gathers all those assets into just one folder, just making it a lot easier to share things with coworkers or with different clients. So overall, nice thing for collaboration, archiving, or just sending parts of a file or an actual project to another person. So first, choose the collect source files at the top. Will be presented as a drop down, and a little bit depending on your needs here, what you will choose. But I will go for selected comps, which will be only the Puppet pin I marked in the project panel. At the very bottom, you will see how many files this will be, the size of it, collected, plus also how many effects are used, and perhaps you can add any type of comment to this well if you want to add a little bit of note. Perhaps we want to choose the generate report only, which is basically just a text document with data but without gathering the actual file. But I will show this one very soon. Obey proxy settings, collect project using the actual proxy files set up. So whenever you are sharing or archiving, it will just save a little bit of disk space. We have the reduce project, which will only include any type of marked and necessary files within a project. Change render output to any file name that we like. Pretty much just adds another folder with that specific name into the new output folder. To be able to change this one and the very next, just first make sure that you actually added something to the render queue. Then enable watch folder render, letting us choose the very maximum number of machines, allowing a project to automatically start the rendering within an actual network or a type of render farm, a group of different computers working together to speed up the rendering. So it will create a control file, and that tells the system anytime it's being ready for processing or start the rendering. And it's just really great with this really massive complex projects that needs a lot of rendering power and take a long time. Lastly, the so-called reveal collected project in Finder when finished. Then pressing collect and finding an appropriate location will just automatically opens the folder and containing the collected files, so you can quickly locate and be able to share the project if you want. We got a txt text file for the report. The new After Effects AAP file will containing only the comp and related files, plus a footage folder with the Illustrator files as well. I will go back again to the previous project. And we're moving on with consolidate all footage. So let's say that we add or have duplicates of project files, and whenever we're pressing this, it will directly clean up all those duplicates and just merge them into one instead. We have the remove unused footage, which will clear out any type of media files such as images or videos that we just aren't currently being used or not currently using in any type of compositions, and just tidy up a little bit, making it a bit more organized and nice. But let's undo that again for now. And just like reduced project previously, this option does the very same thing but directly within the current project. By marking the main composition, Lumetri scopes, everything except those composition and related files will now be deleted. And I will definitely undo this as well. The last three options just saves us some hammering on the keyboard, if you will. Now automatically searching for those words to find any potential missing effects, fonts and different type of footage perhaps. The next option, the watch folder. As mentioned before, it's letting a multitude of different computers kind of monitor a project, and whenever it's being put within there or placed within there, it will start the whole rendering process. Choosing a folder or that specific folder created previously just tells After Effects where to be able to find and render the projects. Back with the scripts. Here is where you actually run script file. It's just letting you run and use a script directly without the actual need of saving or installing it, and just go for the install script file instead. Having scripts with the UI or the user interface panels, then choose this one, and later you can find them saved by going into Window and down at the very bottom here. We can see all recent script files in the list, and very lastly a bunch of just pre-made scripts. Like this scale composition, for example, just a handy way of scaling by factor, width or height for the whole composition. Quite nice. And the rest of the options, the very last ones, which we very gladly all been through before. And next we're heading into the very last section before we're going into those really valuable keyboard shortcuts section to be able to just navigate out of those deep rabbit holes within After Effects a lot faster and more efficient. Under the last section here, under After Effects, presented by just a bit of basic about After Effects window, letting us see the current version of AE and just how much RAM or random access memory is currently in use. There's how many plugins plus just some extra stuff around. Services and the following three options are just directly connected to your computer, while the very last one just quit After Effects. Now, next one, we're heading right into the important settings. So before we're going into the very final section and the keyboard shortcuts, this one coming up with the settings, just quite a comprehensive one, but still a really valuable one to be good familiar with in After Effects. We start by diving straight into the general, and this preference window opens up with 20 different categories and a direct window to each and one of them for any type of adjustment or changes that you want to or need to make. I will go through them just as quickly as possible, but just give you enough to show you what everything actually is, what they're doing, what they mean, and all that stuff. Also giving you a little bit of tips and tricks along the way. Path point and handle size. Currently 5 pixels. And this one controls the very size of the points and handles on masks and shapes. Show tooltips, brief descriptions when just hovering over buttons or options like the tools in the toolbar. The create layers at composition start time automatically places new layers at the beginning of the timeline. You can just unmark them if you want, and they will start at the current time indicator. Useful to unmark if you want to add layers kind of partway through or just at specific points within your timeline without needing to adjust the actual in point afterwards. Switches affect nested comps, and this one applies layer switches like for collapse transformations or motion blur, both for the parent main composition as well as the pre-comps to this one. Just maintaining a bit of consistency throughout all the nested or the pre-composed compositions. Default spatial interpolation to linear. Changes motion keyframes to move in straight lines by default rather than the curved ones. Like whenever you're animating a layer's position between 3 spatial points and just creating a bit of smoother curve. Keeping it on should most likely make your life just a little bit easier most of the times when you're actually animating. Default position properties to separated dimensions. As we've seen before, this one splits the X, Y, and Z properties for just an individual control over each axis. Like for this new text layer, instead of keeping them together as previously, now can be changed individually. If you work a lot and using the value graph a lot in After Effects, this should be quite a must as a default to have them separated. Preserve constant vertex and feather point count when editing masks. It ensures a consistent number of points between the actual vertices and the feather points, just making things a little bit smoother. But at the same time, if you untick it, you can get a little bit more flexibility within the animation, but at the same time risk getting a little bit more perhaps jerky movement or unpredictable behavior. So a bit of balance. We got a pen tool shortcut and toggles between pen and mask feather tools. Let you switch between the pen and mask feather tools just a bit quicker with the shortcut G. Ideal for just speeding up the mask editing a little bit. But unmark it anytime you want to add a few more options like the add, delete, and convert vertex tool. Just giving a bit more flexibility, but perhaps with a bit less speed when editing. Center anchor point in new shape layers. Helpful for just ensuring that the shapes rotate and scale from the very center without having to manually center it each time afterwards. Synchronize time of all related items. Syncs or synchronize the timeline between the current composition and all its nested pre-comps. As for example, when adding a comp to the timeline and going in there, moving the current time indicator to perhaps about 3 seconds, and whenever we're going back again to the actual main comp, this timing and position will sync together. Create split layers above original layer. Places new layers created from split layers above the original layer to the very right or after it. While if you actually unmark it, the new layer will be above to the left or before. Use system color picker. Just instead of using the actual native After Effects one, if I were to mark this going into a color picker, we see the difference from the very default one. Just having a bit of greater flexibility and letting us choose between different categories, and we can even save our favorite colors by dragging and dropping the colored box here in the bottom left corner to this field on the very right, if you will. The dynamic link with After Effects uses project file name with the highest number. Automatically uses just the very most recent version of a dynamically linked type of After Effects project. Just making sure that you're using the very recent one, and untick it if you want a little bit more control. Then just a little play sound when render finishes. We got use system shortcut keys. Allows for your system or After Effects keyboard shortcut, and you can just hover over the options to be able to see the differences for them both. Enable coach marks. Displays kind of helpful guides or notifications highlighting key features and tips overall. Quite useful whenever you're a beginner and want to learn the whole interface and everything about After Effects, but can be turned off whenever you're a bit more familiar with it. The opening layers with double click or use Option or Alt to reverse it. On footage layer opens either the layer panel or source footage panel. Then whenever you're pressing the on comp layer opens, either opens the source composition panel or the layer panel. Choose if you want to so-called open layer panel when double clicking with paint, or Roto brush and refine edge tools, or if you don't want that. One to go and we're moving in fast, or at least we're moving in for the next one. If you don't like to see the very home screen every time you're firing up After Effects, disable it over here, giving you one click less at a time. The show system compatibility issues, when enabled, this option, it pretty much just alerts you if there might be some type of potential problem with the software or the hardware related to the performance in After Effects. So might just be good to help prevent any type of technical problems. We have a few different options here, both for repair and preference management. But as it actually says very clearly exactly what each means and what it's doing here, I guess there's no point for me to just repeat it all. So just check it out by yourself. And if you tried all options, still having issues, hit the blue text at the bottom saying please file a bug report if you prefer. Where the adaptive resolution limit, adjust the playback resolution to just improve or help with the performance, to all the way down for just a bit smoother and a lot faster playbacks. But yeah, a little bit worse quality resolution, of course, as a full quality for just being lossless. Useful for just lowering any time you're working with really complex compositions, just massive projects, or you have heavy effects, or just perhaps a little bad smoky computer overall. Then lower this one. Manipulate 3D render reduces both resolution and quality, or just render quality. For the show internal wireframes, we read that it, quoting, shows bounding box wireframes for components of collapsed pre-compositions and per character 3D text layers. I haven't seen any difference here at all, either having it on or off, so I just keep it on. Adjust viewer quality and zoom just between more accurate or that except for cached preview, and you got a faster one. Same goes for color management quality. Composition switches, which automatically enable frame blending and motion blur rendering. Whenever using it for a layer, it will also enable the corresponding type of composition switches. Mute audio when preview is not real time, just meaning it won't play when slowing down a clip or kinda stuttering and lagging whenever being unmarked. Catch frame when idle. We went through this one before under the very preview part, but adjust the settings anywhere between 2 and 15 seconds. Choose to cache frames as around or from current time and from start of range. And that cache range we might change between the work area extended by current time, or we can do the work area or just the whole entire duration. And as we actually are in here, there is a type of hidden, or it's actually called secret tab within the settings here, as we are with the caching and in the preview. We might want to check it out. So just go out from the settings again, close it down, then navigate back to the previous settings, and just before we click, holding down Shift at the same time as we are clicking, giving us this new little secret tab to make a few adjustments if we want, and some that we probably shouldn't. But disable the layer cache while also being able to purge every X amount of frames during make movie, and you can even ignore sequence rendering errors, but with a danger warning. So you probably shouldn't touch it, but this one and the other options or settings, now you know they are there if you for some reason need to adjust anything. Down to the display, just having a motion path going from one position to another, with a few different stops and keyframes in there between. Adjust to no motion path at all, showing all keyframes, no more than X amount of keyframes, or set to a maximum time frame based on 30 FPS. We can disable thumbnails in the project panel, which will hide the image or thumbnail over here as you see. Then show rendering progress in info panel and flowchart. We got hardware accelerate composition, layer, and also the footage panels that are for any previews to just improve that performance a little bit to pump up the speed. And the last one here under display to show both timecode and frames in the timeline panel. Whenever using any type of import, you might prefer either all still footage with a length of composition as a standard or just to a set time if you want. We get a sequence footage, meaning whenever you are importing a kind of series of different footage, this will be treated as a whole connected sequence together, which by default is set to the 30 FPS, but can be changed to pretty much any number you like. So, report missing frames, notify us if there is any type of gaps within the footage. So if you import some footage for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and say you only have the 1, 2, 4, 5 missing the 3, then this will give you a little bit of alert or heads up that there might be some footage missing. Verify individual files, which checks every file in a sequence just if there is any type of missing data or any type of error. So it might be quite valuable to have checked on whenever you are importing from an external hardware or any other type of network, then keep it on. We can improve our playback and scrubbing performance by enable hardware accelerated decoding, which enables or uses your GPU to be able to decode some different type of video formats just a little bit more faster with more power. Automatic footage reloading will update your footage automatically whenever it's being changed without needing to re-import everything again. And you can set it to reload all footage, only on non-sequence footage, like perhaps videos or images, or just whack it off, turn it off completely if you don't want it. Then the so-called indeterminate media NTC refers to media like image sequences without an actual embodied timecode. And you may choose either the drop frame, which adjusts the timecode to just align with a real-world time, or we got a non-drop frame, which just counts every frame continuously. Some different drop-down options on how we interpret the unlabeled alpha as, meaning any type of video footage that has an transparency or an alpha. Whenever we're dragging in multiple footages to our project panel, either we separate them as normal footage, composition, or comp that retain layer styles. If we ever prefer rendering with a kind of maximum ceiling of either the file size or the actual amount of different files within a specific type of folder, for example, when you're doing some rendering for a specific type of movie, either set the top one, the segment sequences at, and just the X amount of files, or if you just need a type of size rule for maximum, then just tick the one below. The use default file name and folder setting automatically gives each composition a unique file name anytime you put it into the actual render queue, and it will also keep the same output folder until it's being changed. To speed up video exports, you can always enable the ProRes hardware accelerated encoding, but if you ever experiences any type of issues or crashes with this type of enhanced performance normally, then try to untick it to perhaps fix that problem. The audio block duration setting will determine the length of each audio segment or block whenever rendering. Overall, this section was perhaps a little bit more for that, you would say now, old school DVDs and stuff, so perhaps not really super relevant anymore, but they are there. The very useful grids and guides that we just looked on quickly before, but with a few more valuable settings to just fine-tune them a little bit. So we can do the grid by color, style, either as normal lines, we got the dashed lines, or on dots if you prefer. Set different grid line depending on X amount of pixels, or subdivisions as the very boxes inside. The proportional grid is now set to so-called rule of thirds, but you can change it to any number, both the horizontal and the vertical lines. Then set the color of the guides if you want, as the lines we're dragging out from the rulers in the composition, with the style of normal lines, or we can go for dashed lines if we like the look of that. If we need to fine-tune this safe margins guide, it's adjustable with action safe, the title safe, and also the center cut action safe and the center cut title safe. A little bit depending on your needs and preferences for different type of specific format with TV or screens to whatever you need. Under the labels, we may want to change all our default colors for each specific type of layer or footage. At the very top, the colors for markers, both for comments and segments underneath, and just the overall label colors. When enabling the disk cache, we may possibly regulate the very maximum size in here, whereas After Effects just saves down frames or previews to your actual hard drive, so it doesn't have to take from the RAM every time you need to do some type of rendering or previews. So it just helps speeding up the process a little bit, and especially if your RAM memory is quite low, this speeds it up a little bit. Choose a folder for it and make sure that it's a fast hard drive or a separate fast SSD disk. Conformed media cache stores adjusted media files to match the project settings. The database stores file information and the cache holds actual media files. Using clean database and cache removes conformed or indexed media files by marking the XMP metadata, whereas metadata is added to the media files, improving the whole integration with other type of Adobe programs, for example with Adobe Audition or Premiere Pro. So it just makes it a little bit easier to track and organize different type of files, either for yourself or when you're collaborating with others in team projects, for example. The very last option here automatically creates markers in your composition timeline just based on the XMP metadata found in the imported footage. Enabling the Mercury transmit lets you send video previews to an external monitor, and thus allowing a bit for easier viewing on a separate display, which shows and configures in this middle window over here. We got disable video output when in the background, stops sending any type of frames to the monitor when After Effects isn't actually active, so just saves a little bit of system resources. With the video preview during render queue output, let you see all the real-time render preview if that's something you need on that external monitor when you're rendering. We may want to use color for layer handles and paths and related tabs. So whenever creating multiple different masks, we can just cycle mask colors to be able to change through the different type of colors for each mask, plus also deciding to use contrast to help distinguish them a little bit more easily when just have a bunch of them perhaps. Gradients for just quite subtle or small type of nice shading. We might also adjust the overall brightness. We can decide whether to affect the label colors or not. And also brightness adjustments for the interactive controls and the focus indicators seen on the sample bottom here. One here, the new project loads template, will allow setting a project template, which automatically loading every time you're starting a new project. Underneath, we can set our folder and name it for saving all our solids within this one. If we ever want to redirect to just a previous one, right-click a folder in the project panel and then just select Solids folder. Next up, a bit of a lifesaver and just super nice rescue overall. when we forget ourselves to hit that save. So choose a time frame for saving, and I guess a maximum that you're not way too painfully by risk losing. Save when starting render queue, plus we got maximum project versions. So lastly here, for all those autosave files, either next to project or put them at anywhere a custom location where you prefer. Our total installed RAM in this video, we're distributing or kind of spreading out how much memory shall be used for After Effects and Adobe applications compared to other applications on your computer. And in show memory usage details, we're getting just a little bit more detailed view of how the memory should be spread, how we prefer to spread it out. A tip here could be to always try to use even numbers when you're trying to distribute the RAM between After Effects and other applications, because it's said or perhaps rumored that After Effects should work better when you're working with even numbers, so might be a tip that's actually worth checking out. As with here, for example, using 4 and 28. Lastly, we got some performance settings under the enable multiple frame rendering and what percentage of the GPU shall be reserved for other applications. If you want some more tips on how you can actually improve the performance in After Effects, head over to the good old user guide. And we scroll all the way down to under memory, storage, performance, and then improve performance. We got device class, now core audio, controls which audio driver After Effects uses. We got audio default output as a system default or any other preferable option. Clock source internal for audio synchronization. We got an I/O buffer size, currently set as the very default at 512 samples. We may set the sample rate at the standard 48,000 Hz, or we can lower it to 44,100, or just ramp it up all the way up to the maximum of 96,000 for that optimal audio quality. We got the attempt to force hardware to document sample rate, which ensures that the audio hardware just matches up with actual project sample rate, thus just avoiding or help avoiding some playback issues. Finally, some settings for your computer audio system. The audio output mapping lets us adjust between the left and right with the speakers for system default. The type settings, you might change the font menu preview size between the current small, or you can just whack it up all the way to extra large if you like. Then set how many numbers of recent fonts to display, anywhere between 0 and up to 15. Normally, we need to, or at least I need to, restart After Effects to be able to see these changes to take place. So if it doesn't take place directly, just restart and see if it works. Last of all, tick this box to not get any warnings about any type of missing fonts each time you open a project. Allow scripts to write files and access network. Enable this only if you're only using trusted scripts. Otherwise, it could be a potential security risk if not managed properly. Enable the JavaScript debugger for any type of troubleshooting with issues for the scripts. Warn user when executing files, prompts a warning before running external scripts. Keeping this one enabled is a quite good idea for security reason. Choose to show or hide the scripting progress dialog. We got the expression pick whip, writes compact English, writing expressions in a little bit more compact and readable format whenever we have it turned on. If necessary, show warning banner when project contains expression errors, if you want. The next, some specific adjustments for the very expression editor. We got font size anywhere between 4 and 24. Then the syntax highlighting, which will color different parts of the code, show line numbers, show indent guides, and with highlighting matching braces, just seeing the difference. If I just type beside this text a bracket without actually marking it versus having it marked. Now showing a green color when complete or matching, and red when deleting one for a type of mismatch. So green for right, red for wrong. Have this marked to automatically insert braces or indent with the one below. Folding popping up here in the middle as off, arrow, plus and minus, circle tree, or square. The word wrap option just controls how text is displayed reaching the edge of the window. Set to none, where the text will stay on one continuous line, where just as potentially requiring you to do some horizontal scrolling. We got the word as the text wraps at the end of a word, maintaining readability without just cutting the words off. Or character, which breaks words if needed, ensuring no text exceeds the window's very width. Word should be the most user-friendly here and the best readable for the text, as it's not breaking up the actual word and preventing from this kind of horizontal scrolling. Use tabs and select the width. I might do a backspace unidents and thus removing the unidents in front, or tick it off, just removing the space in the very back. We have the inline errors or an autocomplete, which is this little box with some auto word suggestions popping up. Then at the very bottom, just check out any type of multiple themes, either as a preset or just change to a custom one and save it. Moving on to the 3D preferences, the very first option is for the keyboard shortcuts, being able to just quickly navigate between the cameras using 1, 2, and 3, while using the 4, 5, and 6 for the transform gizmos. Very useful. Having marked this activate option, the left, middle, right mouse click for camera navigation will deactivate temporary wireframe mode. Camera manipulation point may be set to none, indicator, or directional indicator. For camera navigation dolly, just tweaking the mouse scroll wheel behavior to magnify the composition. The dolly camera or reverse dolly camera. Then it's drag direction to either normal or the reverse. And we're rounding it all off with an empty 3D cache to just free up some good space. And the very last preference and final category, giving us this option to automatically enable notifications when you add a composition to the render queue. Before jumping into the very last section here, massive cred for you for fighting this one through so far. Amazing. And if you want to see more like this, if you're getting any value, make sure to also turn on those subscribe notifications if you haven't already. And now, to be able to speed up our navigation, animation, and the whole overall working process in After Effects, let's get into those keyboard shortcuts. I will divide them into the same sections as previously here, starting off with a very composition again. As we have almost an endless sea of different type of shortcuts within After Effects, I will be choosing the ones that I think is the very most useful to know about. Navigate around in this middle window here to just find all the specific actions and their responding keyboard shortcuts on the very right of them. Or just head over to the Adobe user guide and you can scroll through them all there to just see all the keyboard shortcuts. Then at the very top, the preset is showing either as a normal After Effects default or a custom that you can set yourself and save it for any later use. So set your keyboard layout up in the top right corner to what language your keyboard is currently at. I will demonstrate all the shortcuts using the keyboard EN, even though I'm actually using the Swedish, but possibly toggle the different commands as in what type of section or segment to see the specific type of shortcuts from. A little bit info here about each of the sections and the colors. A purple color showing as any type of application shortcuts are always active. We got green for panels and blue for any type of modifier key. The Shift, the Option or Alt, and the Command or Control. Plus you also have a little bit extra ones with the actual control on the Mac as well. So just click on one of them or a combination of them to see their separate and connected actions. We might also search for any type of keyboard shortcuts in this very search field. Just clicking into one to modify it, either remove the old shortcut or you can just click beside it. Plus the keyboard or keyboards that you actually want to connect the action to. So let's start speeding up our navigation and jump straight into the most valuable composition keyboard shortcuts. For a new composition, hit Command or Control plus N. Open the composition settings, the dialog box for the selected composition. Hit Command or Control plus K. Then to get some symmetry and a little bit easier positioning between the layers, to show or hide the proportional grid, just use Option or Alt plus the apostrophe. For the title and action safe guides, use only the apostrophe. Then with the grid, use Shift plus apostrophe. Quickly adjust the comp with Fit. For the actual zoom, just use Shift plus right bracket. Very handy to just quickly get back to the very default view of the composition, as you're perhaps zooming in and out of the composition, which happens quite a lot. So just quickly get back to that default. Activate the zoom in tool, just pressing Set, and with the zoom out, use Alt at the same time you have it activated. The next very useful shortcut will be working in any type of panels that you're using, but I will include it specifically in this one for the composition. Maximize or restore a panel under the pointer using the accent grave. Very handy. Whenever you want to navigate faster between different comps, you can use the composition mini flowchart for any type of active composition. Hit Tab. Check out any of those wicked animations you get, previewing them on spacebar. Next up is a little bit of a subsection for some handy masks and a bit of mask shortcuts. For selecting all the points in a mask, just hold Option or Alt and click the mask at the same time. Enter the so-called free transform editing mode. Double click the mask with the selection tool marked and toggle between smooth and corner points. Just use the Command or Control plus Option or Alt click any type of vertex. And just lastly, a nice one that's letting you invert the selected mask. Press Command or Control plus Shift plus I. Moving on to the timeline, I divided this section into 3 different subdivisions, starting with the very general, then going over to the time navigation, and finishing off with a bit of layer options. Select all layers, hit Command or Control plus A, deselect them all, Command or Control plus Shift plus A. And whenever you want to select all the visible keyframes and properties, go for the Command or Control plus Option or Alt plus A. And to make a little bit of easy ease and smoothness with all the selected keyframes, hit F9. To select the next layer in the stacking order, go for Command or Control plus down arrow. And to get the very previous layer instead, same keyboards, but use the up arrow instead of the down arrow. Whenever you want to extend the selection to next layer down in the stacking order, hit Command or Control plus Shift plus down arrow. And same here with the previous layer, doing the same things, just change the down arrow with up arrow. While this one coming up will just speed up the overall workflow within a timeline a lot, and also keeping things a little bit more nice and organized. Whenever we want to rename selected layer, composition, folder, effect, group, or any type of mask, just hit Enter or the return. Duplicate any selected layers, mask, effects, etc. Just hit Command or Control plus D. And anytime we want 2 copies of a layer, we can either split the selected layers. And if no layers are selected, it will split all layers at the same time. Then Command or Control plus Shift plus D. If we need to trim the in point of a selected layer to the current time, press Option or Alt plus the left bracket. And if we want to do the actual out point instead to the current time, same thing there, but using the right bracket instead. To prevent all layers and backgrounds and anything you're not actually working on at the moment to just be in place and stay in position, we can lock selected layers using Command or Control plus L. And whenever we want to unlock our layers again, same things there, but hold Shift as well. That's a valuable extra to that setting when you're centering the anchor point within a layer, for example a shape layer. You may center the selected layers in View or modifies the position property to place anchor points in the center of the current view. Hit Command or Control plus Home. If you want to center anchor point in the visible content you're working with, Command or Control plus Option or Alt and the Home key. And to be able to move any selected layers just 1 pixel at the current magnification or as position, just use the arrow keys back and forward or up and down. Paste layers at the current time, use Command or Control plus Option or Alt plus V. To be able to just make things a little bit more organized and get things together nested, pre-compose selected layers using Command or Control plus Shift plus C. The next one works both here within the actual timeline. Anytime we're looking for something or we just can't find something, this is quite a nice option, as well as it's working in the project panel as well. So to find those things, just hit Command or Control plus F. Then we might quickly want to add some new solid layer. We do Command or Control plus Y. Adjustment layer, we do Command or Control plus Option or Alt plus Y. And with a null object, same keyboards there, but Shift as well. So Command or Control plus Option or Alt plus Shift plus Y. And whenever you want to instantly add something to the render queue, do Command or Control plus M. And whenever you want to set a marker at the current time to indicate something, hit multiply on the numeric keypad. Same thing, but also open the marker dialog box at the same time. Hold Option or Alt at the same time you do the multiply. Moving on to the time navigation, where we just got some really great ones to speed up the overall workflow quite a lot. To go to the very end of the composition, layer, or any type of footage item, we can either press just End, or we can do Option or Alt plus Command or Control plus Right. And if you want to go to the very start instead, change out the end with Home. Or instead of going right, you go left instead on the keyboard. To go to the very earliest in point of selected layers, press I, and for the very latest out point, O. Very handy. Set the layer in point at current time. We do the left bracket and out point right bracket. Navigating using the actual work area, we might want to go to the end of a work area. We press Shift End, and to the start, Shift Home. We may set the beginning of work area to current time, pressing B, and the end pressing N. Also very, very handy. Trim composition to work area. We go Command or Control plus Shift plus X. Go back 1 frame, page up, or Command or Control plus left. And if you instead want to go forward, page down instead of page up, or go right instead of left. Go to the very previous visible item in the time ruler, such as a keyframe, layer marker, or within the work area as in the beginning or end with the J. And for the next visible, just press K. With the next one, the layer options, we're heading into the settings and adjustments for layers and properties to just be able to navigate a lot faster and easier within those. Toggle or shift between the expansion of property group and all child property groups to show all properties. Use the command or control click the triangle or this little arrow to the very left of the property group name. Then we might want to add or remove any expression for a property. Then just Option or Alt click on the stopwatch. Next up, we got those 5 very basic transform property keyboard shortcuts that's kind of a must know. So the first one, to be able to show only the anchor point property, press A. For the opacity, T. The position, P. Rotation and orientation, the R. And finally, scale property, S. 5 must know. Show only effects property group, press E. Show only mask feather property, press F. If you want to see just the mask path property, M. And for only the mask property groups, MM or double M. If you want to see the expressions, EE or double E, then show properties with keyframes, also very useful to know, the U, or any type of modified properties, press U 2 times, W. Whenever you want to be able to cycle forward or backward through the blending modes, which we saw earlier as well, but also very, very useful one when working with blending modes. So Shift plus or the equal sign on the main keyboard, or Shift minus to just cycle forward and backward through the blending modes. We're moving in for I will actually just have one keyboard shortcut for the project panel, but also a must know. So to import one file or just an image sequence, press Command or Control plus I. And we're heading quickly over to, with the group panels, there's just quite a lot of different keyboards for specific type of needs for specific type of panels. So you might need to check those out by yourself for whatever panel you actually are working with a lot. One example though for the panel for paint and brushes, as in setting the brush size for a paint tool, which we also have gone over before, but very useful one, is the Command or Control plus just drag it up or down to change the brush size. Hammering right into the... So to be able to cycle through any of the tools when you're working with the toolbar, just hold Option or Alt, pressing the tool button in the very tool panel. Activate the selection tool, V, the hand tool, H, very good to know about. Temporarily activate the hand tool, hold down the very spacebar at the same time. Activate the rotation tool, press W. Pan behind or the anchor tool, press Y. And if you ever want to cycle through or go through all the different mask and shape tools as the rectangle, just hit Q as many times as you wish. Same things, but with the type tools, as in horizontal and vertical, press Command or Control plus T. Going through all the pen and mask feather tools, press G as many times as you wish. Whenever you're working with 3D and using a camera for any type of project, you want to know the following 3 shortcuts. Switch to Orbit Camera Tool, press 1. To the Pan Camera Control, press 2. And finally, the Dolly Camera Control 3. To just quickly swap between these 3 ones. Very nice. Some really important and constantly used ones, which are Save Project, the Command or Control plus S. And hey, if you haven't done so already, make sure to save this video for later use. Then we got 4 more crucial coming up, which are the copy. We do Command or Control plus C. Whenever you want to paste something, just change the C for a V instead. Undo something, same thing there, but set instead. Whenever we want to redo something, Command or Control, but plus Shift plus set. Really good to know about. You also want to know how you actually open a project a little bit faster, going for Command or Control plus O. And of course, to be able to see all those keyboard shortcuts, just press Option or Alt plus Command or Control plus apostrophe. And that, my friends, that's actually it. Thank you. Just a massive credit to you for fighting this one through. You're a legend, and This has been a crazy ride, and I hope it gave you loads and loads of value to be able to just continue your own projects down the line by yourself. Keep this video as a reference and just turn back to whenever you might need it. And again, massive cred to you. You're a legend. Keep on fighting in After Effects and going through all those After Effects rabbit holes.